The chair of this session will be Ujay Rigman. So this session is about agro-ecosystem transformation for organic production, best practices and substituting chemical inputs, the use of bio-inputs and soil health strategy. So I welcome.
My presentation is divided into some of soil. I will not. So bioresources. What are bioresources? Maybe everybody knows about that, bioresources. So there are a lot of things which is really wasted into environment. We call them bioresources, which we can convert them into useful resources. Here we say about that, like agricultural crops, waste from agriculture, forests, various industries, marine resources, fishes and aquatic. All these bioresources have huge significance. A valuable waste, biomass, typically worthless but costly to get rid of. It's now a valuable resource for biochar production. Tipping fees, overloading landfills, open burning and pollution are avoided because biomass becomes an efficient, indigenous, sustainable and value-added product for urban, rural agriculture and forest communities. So as we talk about the agricultural waste, how much do we have? The number presenting here 5 million tons. These are crop residue annually India produces. Now we have more than that. These numbers are just representative. Maybe around 700 million tons, which we see. And every year we burn some of them, around 84 to 141 million tons. As we did some work in Odisha, we found that around 20 million tons of agricultural waste produced by every year in Odisha, and out of that 1.34 billion tons they burned annually. These residue can alternatively be used as biochar feedstock. That's what we are talking about. How largely we use bioresources, or here we call crop residue, in different forms. We usually use bedding materials, livestock feed, soil mulching, biogas generation. A lot of things are still mentioned there, but apart from that, even there are a lot many bioresources being burned annually because they are not used as they are mentioned here. So how can we convert those large bioresources which is available with us? If we see that, here we have taken that one example of rice. Paddy straw if you burn, approximately you see that a lot of nutrients we are wasting into the by burning. Apart from that nutrition, we also disturb the properties of soil temperature, pH, moisture, phosphorus, soil organic matter. These are all being wasted while burning of this crop residue into the fields. Then what can be done? How can be those bioresources can be converted into circular things? We all know that from burning the residue release the greenhouse gases, and the heat generated during burning hampers the flora and fauna. To deal with this situation, conversion of this remaining crop residue into an asset, the soil, is very much necessary. And such an approach will reduce the carbon footprint and will make the more carbon negative the crop. So one of the most profitable and successful way to remove the crop residue is to convert into these things into biochar. Biochar is a process which we convert through pyrolysis of the crop residue, agroforestry residue, bioresources. Whatever the bioresources available, through the bioresources we can convert them into biochar. And it renders significant ecosystem services that include nutrient retention, improvement of soil quality, absorbent of soil emulsion, carbon sequestration, climate mitigation, etc. So by simple converting them into a valuable asset, we can have multiple benefits from that. This picture is self-explanatory. If we are openly burning the crop residue or openly using the machulas, we are releasing the GHGs into the soil. While if we do some controlled way of using these bioresources or the waste, we can minimize the GHG gas and retain this the carbon into the soil by putting it back. So carbon sequestration will be increased through this. So it is well known fact that how biochar is like giving benefit to the soils. Lot many literatures are published, a lot of information is there. I have just jotted down here to inform all the house that how it is benefiting the crop and the soil. Not only this, but the environment also. Sorry. So these are some of the publications which I mentioned here for the references. So for that, we did a case study in Odisha with GIZ, and we tried to produce and use biochar with the small and marginal farmers. We gave them some technology, and through that technology we tried to test that how these are benefiting them and how they are getting used to it of that producing biochar from their own bioresources. So we gave them four things, four technology. One is stove, second was drum kiln, then pit, and one pilot scale reactor through which they can produce biochar. Initially we trained them for how they produce and use this biochar through different series of meeting and involvement of all the ladies and gentlemen to understand how better they can use stoves at the household level and this pit, drum and the reactor at the field level and machine level. This is the methodology how they can use. We have given them some stoves. The stoves were in terms that they can produce biochar while cooking. They were cooking through machulas. We gave them these stoves. On the top, so there is no gases released into the atmosphere because there is on top there is a layer of fire. So that is how it is based on again the principle of quantity, and they produce biochar very easily into that. Alone a single person can produce biochar in a day as many as cycle they want to. It takes only hardly 1 hour to produce biochar in this cycle through this method. This was the reactor, pilot reactor. This was the best method we have given to them to produce biochar. But there was a cost involvement into this. There is a machine, there is a labor, a 24-hour cycle, then cooling period. So this takes a lot of time, money and effort to produce biochar. But the biochar produced from this was the best among all, because it was totally based on the principle of no oxygen present into while combustion of all the pyrolysis process. There is a barrel inside. We put all the resources into that, and we fire from outside. So there is no fire of this bioresources. They just through the heat, temperature 550 degrees centigrade, that turned into biochar, and the char comes out that was really good, having more than 50-60% of carbon into it, or more than that. But this, as I said, is like very cumbersome process, not easy to handle for a single person. There needs to be a group of people who can handle this process, and this is best for the environment process. If we see in terms of environment, this is the best process. But easy to handle, there was the pit and the drum was that. So when we gave them, we did along with this production, we did all the activities to put how they can apply these biochar to the field. We trained them, and then through this training they applied that biochar to the field. With the various crops we tried and tested that, then how it is performing. Then we see this performance is almost 30 to 35% of benefit in different crops which we tested there, in cotton, in vegetables, in rice, in other crops also. So in 2 years we have tested this consecutively and we find that that in average we got almost 30-35% benefit of where we don't use this biochar. Now this was the process which we did. Now the question comes whether how a small scale farmer, marginal farmer can utilize these bioresources, because he cannot convert through that pyrolyzer. Then what should be done? There are a few questions mentioned here. Small land holding, not much bioresources, biomass. Farming is not sustainable for them. They are doing this just for the sake of farming. They are dependent on the policies. Whether it is biochar application is a burden, we need to understand this. I have answered this question. What are the options? Charging, activation, cost, adoption in soil, frequency. There are a lot of questions available with this biochar. We need to answer them. We try to answer them through, like, whatever the crop residues they have, they should convert that into biochar. They should not wait for the time to gather whole biomass in the nearby area, because then the cost of transportation will be involved. Another cost that should not go into the production of biochar. Whenever it comes, that cost then increases the cost of production. We need to reduce that cost of production. That means we need to have the production at the farm gate level. Then what is the best out of that? When we told them, if you try to produce biochar at your level, which is the best one you like to do? Farmers unanimously said that the pit one, because there is no money involved into that. They themselves can create this pit as much as they want. They put all the bioresources into it, burn from the top. There is a kind of principle involved. We told them how to produce biochar through this, and with that principle they produce biochar on their own. Apart from the farmers which we trained for this, they were really interested to produce biochar and use it into their field. They produce on their own and utilize it to their field. You see, this much they produce without our intervention, without giving any money to them. They produce at their level and use at their farm. So there are some challenges involved into this. There is no policy from the government side to convert that bioresource into biochar or anything. Less awareness. There is seasonal variation for the feed stocks, whether it is really available throughout the year or not. Cost of biochar, as I said, if they want to procure and use, that is additional to what they are using. Low scale, efficient, cheap technology is required. Transportation, as I mentioned, if they are bringing all the crop residue from different resources, there is transportation involved. Not all types of bioresources, is some technical questions, soil types and all these things. But how that can be really helpful to the farmer if they want to use biochar at their level. Is there any willingness by the farmers? There is lack of interest on the part of farmer and small industry scale holder. Why? No awareness. How they can
Veronika Massave. So with over a decade of experience in agroecology and sustainable food systems, she is specialized in promoting ecological organic farming, food security and agrobiodiversity. Her expertise includes using the FAO TAPE tool to assess agroecological transitions, integrating climate resilience and gender equity into programs, and advocating for agroecology at national and international levels. As a senior program officer and agroecologically focal point at Swiss Aid in Tanzania, she led impactful initiatives, collaborated with stakeholders and drove policy influence. She is passionate about empowering smallholder farmers, particularly women and youth, and combines technical knowledge with strategic leadership to foster sustainable livelihoods and resilience in agricultural communities. Yes, Veronika, where is she? Yes, please. You are invited.
Thank you very much. Good morning. So, as I was introduced, I am delighted to share with you our insights from Tanzania, especially southern part of Tanzania, where we assessed the agroecological transition and the impact it has on livelihood. We have been hearing about agroecology from yesterday, different levels, and every speaker that has been talking about agroecology has been emphasizing on how the transition could lead to the impact, and I am happy to share some of the insight of the impact that we have seen so far in the southern Tanzania. So this will be the outline of my presentation. And to start with, agroecological transition is important in the southern Tanzania. So I will present in the context of the crop specialty project that also Alex introduced, that is implemented in the Lindi and Mtwara region in the very at the border of Tanzania and Mozambique. The area faces a number of challenges, including dependence on rain-fed agriculture, whereby they receive only one rain per year. The soils are very poor; they are mostly sandy soils, which soil degradation is very common in the area. But the area suffers a lot in the food insecurity. From the picture, you can see just a few pictures showing how Lindi and Mtwara looks. There is also minimal integration of livestock in the area. Agriculture is rain-fed, but also access to irrigation water is very limited as well. And for these reasons, we believe in agroecology in its holistic manner, that it is a solution to addressing some of the common challenges that are faced in Lindi and Mtwara, where also the farmers are very poor, that I also forgot to mention. So agroecology, application of agroecology, the 10 elements, 13 principles, are the pathway. We believe it as a pathway in bringing now sustainable food system in the region, but also most importantly improving the food security in Lindi and Mtwara regions. Now, the study was conducted in the year 2023, and the goal was to evaluate now the level of agroecological transition and the impact it has on smallhold farmers. And the main question were, do farm in the advanced stages of agroecological transition perform better across sustainability dimension than in early stages? And this is the only way we could convince also farmers to convert into agroecological production. And we focused on economic, food security, nutrition and environmental dimensions. and it was conducted in the crops fishery area, Linden and Mtwara region. I won't talk so much about crops fishery project because Alex introduced the project already. We assessed it to 56 households, 200 were the beneficiary household and 56 these were the comparison group. For the methodology, we applied the FAO tool for agroecological performance evaluation, and I will then chat shortly what the tool is for those who have not had the tool. So it is a 4-step methodology whereby the first step is more on looking at the context of the study area. So here you can look at the farming system, what are the enabling factors, what are the policies, etc. And then step 1 now it's going characterization of agroecological transition. That's when we see and it is represented in the KIET score. I will talk about this later when we are looking at the results. Step 2 is on now looking at the, so before step 2 there is another step that is optional, and that is when you're working with a larger population that you want to create different typologies, you're working in a different context, so you can have step 1B, which is optional, and for us we had it because we were also trying to make sense of most of the results that we had. Step 2 now, it's that when you see impact, now you see we have seen the level of agroecological transition. In step 2 you'll be able to see what does it mean in income, what does it mean food security, what does it mean in different dimensions, which I'll also present in my slides later. And the final step is the analysis and participatory interpretation, whereby we go back to the farmers and other stakeholders that were involved in the first step and discuss with them and look at the results. And for us, we went back to the farmers, we showed the farmers the results. They tried to also interpret them and also say why do they think there is the scores that we see, and if they think it is realistic. Now, going into the first step, the results, the level of agroecological transition now, the study revealed that beneficiary farmers, and here it is in the orange color, represented by orange color, they are performing better in all 10 elements of agroecology as compared to the comparison group, which is represented in the blue color. And in average, the beneficiaries were at the KIET score of 58%, which is the average of scores in all 10 elements, which is measured by 36 indices. So in average, the beneficiaries were at 58%, whereby the comparison group was scored at 38%. Now, what does it mean when it comes to agroecology transition? Where are they in a journey to transition into agroecology? So we, with the study, we found that the beneficiaries are on the way to transition into agroecology. We are at the incipient transition, and the beneficiary groups were considered non-agroecological. When we looked now into different elements, and here the 3 green lines in the spider web that you see, these are the beneficiary districts, and the one in red, this is the control of the comparison districts. So this study was conducted in 4 districts as presented in this web. And there were some, I would like to highlight some of the elements. The first ones are the efficiency and co-creation. We see the beneficiaries, they are all, well, we see the similarities in all the scores across the beneficiary districts, and particularly when we look at the efficiency and co-creation, we see higher performances in this district than we see in Ruangwa district, which is comparison. And there are a number of explanations, one of them being the agroecological farmers or our beneficiaries are practicing, the practices that they are adopting on agroecology has contributed to the improvement in efficiency, but we all understand how agroecology is knowledge intensive. There are a number of training and exchanges that happen within the farmers, and therefore cooperation and sharing of knowledge among the beneficiaries were really high. There were some surprising results, and these come in the three very important elements of agroecology: diversity, synergies, and resilience. And we see here both beneficiaries and comparison group are performing very poorly. As I mentioned earlier, in Lindi and Mtwara, there are some of the challenges: very low integration of livestock. There is also very poor access to irrigation and other things that contribute to diversity. So here, also when we looked at the economic diversification, it was very low. And these are very important elements towards agroecology transition. And here, that's where we called upon the development partners, farmers, extension services, and also policymakers to address the key issues that are leading to very low diversity, synergies, and leading to low resilience in the region. So I would like to quickly look at the impact now. We have seen the level of agroecological transition. The farmers, the beneficiaries are transitioning towards agroecology, but now what does it mean when it comes to economic impact? So one of the findings is that crop productivity increased with advanced agroecological transition. So when we look here, as you move to the right, it's more conventional, and to the left, to the right is more agroecological. So we see there is increase as you move towards agroecological higher levels of agroecological transition. The crop productivity increases, but there is a U-curve. So when farmers are at the transition level, there is a drop in crop productivity, and this can be explained by when farmers are heavily applying chemical fertilizers, pesticides, etc., and they are now shifting, especially at the level to where they are substituting chemical inputs with organic inputs. There is soils requires time also to heal from all the effect that has been caused by the chemical input, etc. So there, our biggest question is how do we accompany farmers during this transition period so they don't give up on agroecology. But also we saw there was 30% increase in annual net revenue income between for the beneficiary farmers, but also there is a 25% reduced input cost for the when the agroecological practices are adapted. So we can see not only the productivity increases, but also there is reduced input, which automatically leads to the increase in net revenue. Another impact is on our food and nutrition security, and we found that food security increases with advanced agroecological transition, and also most important, dietary diversity was quite higher, 65% higher on the beneficiary group that as we compare the comparison group. But also food expenditures decreased, and also the reduction in pesticide use, which is also very important when it comes to food safety. So not only are they getting more diverse food, data diversity is higher, but also the food that is consumed is regarded safe as compared to the comparison group. When we looked at the environmental benefits, we see the decrease in the chemical pesticides use with the agroecological farmers, and there is also 40% reduction in the chemical input use among beneficiaries, which is not only good for their health but also for the environment, biodiversity, etc. There is increase in the use of organic materials, and agri-biodiversity significantly increased with the advanced transition to agroecology. So this is one of the very important lesson or finding that we found through the study. When we looked at the social dimension, there is a positive and negative side. First, when we did the focus group discussion as a part of step 3, women said that they think their role, they have seen their role improving in the society. They are more appreciated. They participate in training. They are even when they conduct training as the lead farmers, they are more appreciated, and they have gained more self-confidence. And we have some farmers, or the women farmers, who are even now going into taking leadership role in the society, and they attribute this to them being as a part of the being engaged in the agroecological activities. But shockingly, we also found that, well, it is not a shock, it is something that I think we are all aware of. Most of agroecological practices put a lot of work burden on women, and this is because they are involved in so many activities such as input preparations, grinding, sieving, sorting seeds, etc. These are mostly done by women and adds more work to women. And when we look at the 10 elements of agroecology, we see women in almost all the elements where you see manual work, and less women on the other side, like in economic diversification, etc. So this was also an alert, and it's also signals different stakeholders to closely look at this and how to address the work burden for women, so they also benefit, enjoy the benefits of agroecology. Now, key takeaway from this study was that agroecology works. Agroecology helps to improve livelihood, but requires time and systemic support. Here, this study was conducted in the area where we have been working for more than 5 years, but we still see the beneficiary farmers are at 58% at the incipient stage of agroecological transition. So that is a key, and also because of the context in Lindi and Mtwara region, the southern part is different from the rest of the country, so it requires time and enough support. And now, what are the key areas that we are currently working on? And also a message to all of us is in accelerating agroecological transition, especially in the context of the southern Tanzania, we think it is very important to focus on building resilience. As we saw, there was a very low score in resilience, and here we can do by supporting farmers at adaptive capacity to climate and economic shocks. The next one is on enhancing livestock and tree integration as a way also of boosting diversification in the area. But also develop agroecological markets to boost revenue. We have seen that the agroecological farmers, they are higher revenue, but also this could be the pull factor for them to even do more. And last but not least, to advocate for policies that are supporting agroecological practices. One point that I forgot to add in this slide is also working in addressing the women that comes with agroecology. And that marks the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Veronica. That was really interesting how you use the tape tool in Tanzania and the results out of it. I think really useful also for the Indian context. Yes, our next speaker will be Lei Vinoviki from ICRAF in Kenya. She will join us virtually. And as I don't know, you are ready? Okay, then I would say, without further introduction of her, we start.
Hi, great. Hi everyone, big Warm greetings from Nairobi. I hope everyone is having a fantastic conference, and I'm very happy to be here, even though it is only virtually. So my name is Lee Winniwicki. I'm a soil scientist, and I work at C4ECRAF. I think you've heard from my colleagues Akel and even Fergus. Where? Yes? And I lead the research team on soil and land health. And today I'm going to talk about healthy soil. And I love the title that the organizers gave me around healthy soil, the basis for transforming the world's food system. And I would also like to point out that I'm also the co-founder of the Coalition of Action for Soil Health, which took root in the UN Food System Summit. Great. Can you hear me okay? I think everyone here knows this statistic, that 95% of our food is produced in soil. And because I also work at ECRAF, World Agroforestry, you can see that in these food systems, we've also included trees as the agroforestry system. But what you may not know is that healthy soil is also one of the most biodiverse ecosystems on the planet. It is critical for biodiversity. You may also not know how much carbon can be stored in healthy soil. So this statistic is from Dr. Ratan Lal, talking about how soil can store 3 times more carbon than what's in the atmosphere. Now, I keep using the term healthy soil. So let me just offer you one definition, and then all of you can debate if you agree with this definition. This is from the Intergovernmental Technical Panel on Soils, that healthy soil is the ability of the soil to sustain productivity, which is what we normally think of. But I also would like you to think about diversity and the multiple environmental services provided by terrestrial ecosystems. So, today I'm going to hopefully convince you about the need to broaden the scope of soil health, because it's key for ecosystem restoration, climate change mitigation and adaptation, biodiversity, and of course, food and nutrition security. I do not have slides on nutrition today, but of course we need healthy soil for healthy food, for healthy planet. But why are we here? Why is this conference convened? Why have I been invited to talk? It's because so much of the Earth's surface is actually degraded. It is estimated that 40% of the Earth's surface is degraded, and this estimate is even more shocking, that its soil degradation is negatively impacting 3.2 billion people globally. So I would like to make the case that business as usual is no longer an option. We really need targeted investments in farmer-centered landscape restoration from the soil up. And I think, as my colleagues have already mentioned, at C4ECRAF we have 4 objectives in the soil and land health theme. And these are really to address these pressing global challenges. The first is science. We need scientific innovation around soil and land health monitoring, including soil organic carbon accounting. We need innovation. I'm going to talk today about scaling soil and land health assessments that includes spectroscopy, remote sensing, machine learning. But all of that is great, but it means nothing if we're not influencing policy and practice. So we really need to be sure what we're doing is contributing to global, national, local policies and scaling these investments. So let's get started. The first thing I'm going to talk about is innovations in monitoring. Many of you, I wish I could see your hands. Who's heard of the Land Degradation Surveillance Framework? We've also, this is a framework that is field-based, and we couple the field data with data analytics and Earth observation. We provide a monitoring and evaluation framework to assess impact and track changes over time. This slide may seem a bit messy, but what I'm trying to show is it's a systematic monitoring framework. Each site is 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers. Each site is 16 clusters of 1 square kilometer. And we have 10 plots per cluster. So this is a hierarchical systematic sampling design. The action takes place in the plot level. And just so you know, we've implemented this across Andhra Pradesh, even in Uttar Pradesh, and various other states in India. What is really interesting is in each plot we look at multiple indicators. You heard I'm a soil scientist. I was trained as a traditional soil scientist, but I realized we cannot just go to a plot and only sample the soil. We must also look at vegetation diversity, land degradation, land use history, land ownership, all of these things. And the cool thing about the LDSF is it has been implemented globally. Over 250 sites. I hope you can see the sites here in Andhra Pradesh, also in Sri Lanka. Fergus Sinclair can talk to you more about that. We're really across the global tropics. Why is it so important to have a global monitoring framework? We can do statistical comparisons across land uses, and we can produce accurate predictive maps of soil health indicators. So, what has been enabling this framework? Innovation, innovation, innovation. What is this? I hope Akhil knows what this is. I hope others here from ICAR know what this is. This is a mid-infrared spectra of over 1,500 soil samples. And what each line is the spectra, the fingerprint of a soil sample. So we say that spectra is the fingerprint. It tells us so much. And I'm just highlighting that we can have high soil organic carbon samples, for example, in Peru, low carbon samples, for example, in Mali, and we can tell so much from this spectra. What we innovate around at eCraft is turning this beautiful spectra into actual information on soil health. We do this by shining the light on soil. We analyze over 20,000 soil samples annually. We have a physical archive in our headquarters in Nairobi with barcoded soil samples and all the field data. This allows us to predict things like calcium, magnesium, potassium, sodium, soil organic carbon, total nitrogen, pH, texture with more than 90% accuracy on the validation runs. We've published widely on this, and we have actually just installed a spectrometer in Guntur, Andhra Pradesh, so already analyzing soil samples using this mid-infrared. ICAR also has a spectrometer, so this is really about scaling soil health assessments. You can see here the measured versus predicted, very good correlation. That's why we have confidence in the accuracy. Now, back to the field. I want to remind you that the LDSF is field-based. You see we're collecting soil samples with an auger. We're doing vegetation transects. Does anyone recognize me? I look a little different in the field. We are looking at trees. Anyone see some wildlife in the background there? Do we see we're also looking at how fast water infiltrates into the soil. And the most innovative thing is that we're doing this all with electronic data entry. So immediately the data is uploaded to the cloud at the eCraft database where we can do big assessments. So let's get into some data and graphs. I'm sorry I didn't see the previous presentations. I'm assuming you were also looking at graphs, so let's put on our analytical mind. First thing that we've done is we've produced a global layer of soil erosion, red, hot spots of erosion, black, low erosion. And we've done this every single year since 2017, looking at changes over time. This is available online. Why did we do this? Because we really think that crop models, climate models, need to consider land degradation. We also have done this at the farm scale, looking at how land management practices in these red dots of the households impact soil erosion, hopefully decreasing soil erosion. And soil organic carbon. And I'm sorry for these colors, it's very bright yellow, but this is a map of eastern Kenya, which is incredibly dry, has low carbon in these areas, except where you see brown, which is where we have a nice vertisols. And so we want to produce global maps, but also local maps at 30-meter resolution to be able to relate to farmer practices. Now, the other thing we can do, remember I said, is we need to compare sites and look at their practices. So these are box plots of soil organic carbon in the topsoil and subsoil. Now, the wider the box plot, the more variation. The smaller the box plot, the lower the variation. Now, do you see an interesting trend? And I'm showing you data from sites that are relatable to India, because India also has very low carbon. We have sites with higher carbon have higher variation, and sites with lower carbon have lower variation. And this is why it's very important to understand that we really need to start intervening in some of these sites with the lower carbon so that we do not reach this critical tipping point of low carbon and high degradation. The other thing we do is we can convert these box plots, these big data sets, into soil maps. So we were asked, and I know India is also engaging in carbon markets, so we sampled 36 clusters across northern Tanzania looking at soil carbon, and we were able to produce maps, a baseline for these carbon projects in rangelands in northern Tanzania. Again, a lot of yellow with some hot spots of darker brown, higher carbon. And this is all from using the LDSF data set. My last few slides are just reminding you that the soil and above ground vegetation are inextricably linked. So we also do biodiversity assessments of vegetation. These are 2 LDSF sites, and you can see the number of tree species, and the bar chart that has the longer bar has the higher frequency. Now, you may say this Lumo Conservancy with only 6 species is highly degraded compared to Chawia Forest, because Chawia has more tree species. But in fact, that's not the case. Lumo Conservancy is a rangeland. All of these species are indigenous, and this is the normal distribution that you would see in a rangeland. On the left, you can see that the 2 most common species are eucalyptus and Grevillea robusta, both exotic species. So I'm trying to make the point that yes, biodiversity is critically important, but we also must look at the species. And the real reason we're doing this, right, is to understand and assess the impact of interventions. This is an agricultural depiction of an agricultural landscape where farmers, pastoralists are doing interventions. And the reason we monitor is to be able to say, okay, how does this intervention impacts soil health, ecosystem services. So it's not just to monitor and make cool graphs, it's to really understand interventions. And the other thing we're doing with this nature-based solution indicator database is looking at the relationship between grass species and soil organic carbon. So on the left is the perennial grass species diversity, 35 grass species, with soil organic carbon. And when there was a recent paper that showed it's not just about biomass above ground, but it's about the rooting architecture of the grasses, of the trees in the soil that can actually impact and increase soil organic carbon. Just a few more slides. We are now expanding the LDSF to do more monitoring of carbon projects. So we're randomizing clusters of LDSF plots across conservancies. We're able to produce maps of herbaceous cover, grassland prevalence. So the blue is no grassland, the browner is prevalence of grasslands, and you can see this photo here of the Chloris pycnophthyx grass. And now we can turn these data to actually look at grassland prevalence and fill these key data gaps. And of course, all these graphs, we can look at how management is influencing biodiversity in the conservancies. And you can see there's different dominant species across conservancy, and it can be related to management and also climate. And many of these conservancies have grazing management, different types of rangeland management. And now finally we're able to assess the impact of this management on grass species diversity, soil carbon, soil erosion. The other cool thing we can do is look at track changes over time. So we've done soil organic carbon mapping in 2015 and 2021 and looked at what were the interventions that actually increased soil carbon. You'll be surprised to hear that it is very rarely one intervention. Some of these systems are so degraded, we actually need multiple interventions at the farm level impact on soil organic carbon. So that could be soil water conservation, composting, agroforestry. When we see no changes over time is when we're just seeing one intervention. So this is a really important message. Finally, I think I'll talk about how we've related soil organic carbon and soil health assessments into the nationally determined contributions. I would really like to hear how India is doing on their updated NDC. Is soil health included in India's NDC? We would be happy to help support a review of your NDC and look for opportunities to include soil health and soil health monitoring into your NDC. I am in Kenya, we're 80% rangelands, and it's just very hard to achieve the targets in the nationally determined contributions without including soil carbon. And just finally, one of the innovations at C4ECRAP is we're combining the LDSF, remote sensing, which I've already showed you, with citizen science. So farmers, pastoralists, extension agents, NGOs downloading the Regreening app, and then tracking and geolocating farmers' fields, pastoral interventions, and then we overlay the polygons on tree cover, soil organic carbon maps to really track changes over time. I'm on the scientific committee and the monitoring group of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, and the number one gap in data is actually linking on-the-ground interventions with some of these ecosystem services. So with the Regreening app, we can geolocate farms, we overlay the polygons, and look at changes over time. So thank you so much for your time. We like to say that soil is moving up on the agenda, but it's not nearly enough. This is from Honorable Penelope Wensley. She was the National Soil Advocate from Australia. And I think as a community, we should acknowledge that we have the tools and methods to track indicators of soil health. There's potential to expand the impact, but we really need better partnerships, and this combination of scientific evidence and citizen science can really enable the scaling. So thank you so much for the opportunity. I look forward to engaging with all of you. Thank you.
Yes, I think we can thank Leigh Winovicki coming and having a very interesting PowerPoint which highlighted advances in monitoring soil health, land degradation, and vegetation diversity with a focus on sub-Saharan Africa. That's very brief, but it was very comprehensive PowerPoint. Very useful also for the Indian context, and yes, I can say thank you very much for that. Now we are coming to one more presenter, that is Tanay Joshi from Fiebel in Switzerland, and maybe we continue with that I tell you a little bit about him. So, Dr. Tanay Joshi is a seasoned agriculture expert and sustainability enthusiast with over a decade of global experience in implementing transformative projects on eco-ecological systems, climate change, resilience, and policy frameworks. He possesses a profound understanding of sustainable practices, focusing at developmental needs of stress-prone environments in Asia, Africa, and the Pacific. An IRI Fellow with a PhD in agronomy and strategic planning and policy studies from the University of the Philippines, he has further honed this expertise through advanced studies at Cornell University. Currently, he collaborates with FIBE Switzerland, providing technical and strategic support to implement impactful projects in India and Tanzania. Recognized with several awards for his contributions to internal agricultural research, his unwavering commitment to sustainable agriculture continues to inspire meaningful advancements in global agricultural sector. So, Tanay, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Ellarigu namaskara. I see all of you are in your traditional attire, so there was nothing better than starting with an Ellarigu namaskara to all again. With that, I welcome all the dignitaries who have traveled all across the globe to be part of this mega event. Thank you very much for taking time to travel here. With my presentation, FIBE has done quite a bit on bioinputs. However, we see that there is disconnect across the globe, especially in the developing part of the world, about not being able to fulfill a lot of requirements which are aligning to the new policies that are developing, which are focusing on natural farming. Well, don't get confused. When we planned this presentation, it came to mind that let's see what we can find. And I did a simple Amazon search, and I could see that there are multiple biofertilizers which are being sold in Indian market, especially by Indian producers. And they could range from rupees 120 to 650. And when you look at their usability, you never find any of these standardized, there is no standard regulation on it, there is no mention of input, there is no mention of any of those advanced profilings. So basically it's actually a crisis situation. One label, infinite flavors. Agroecology, everyone is here, you all are agroecology experts, so I need not to mention why we need to do this. But most important part here is, if you look at it, the frustration and hesitation to adopt these policies which are supported by government, and there has been lot of new promises that are being made, which can certainly enlighten farmers, the farming, as well as promote the natural farming. The production challenges, big time knowledge gaps. There is limited exposure certainly to these formulations and bioinputs. There is lack of knowledge in handling and usage. Hand-holding support as of now is quite limited. Maintaining quality is certainly a big challenge as of now. Most importantly, where do you access these inputs from, and where do you get bioinputs and resources from? Market access, since there is less demand on market, so it's not a very interesting case study for farmers to take up. Well, consistency certainly is the foundation of reliability, no doubts about it. And urea, National Fertilizer Development Corporation indicated it quite clearly that it can support you with predicting yield up to 30% higher. When it comes to FYM, it's quite variable. 2 to 3 times of variability has been recorded across these states, especially when I was looking at it, it was more towards Himachal Pradesh and Karnataka. So the state we are in right now, so the variability is much higher. Ultimately, unpredictable outcomes are becoming a challenge when we promote these technologies or even these services. It's basically the bioinputs coming from biological, the natural means. So you're supposed to have more of variability, and this variability comes from different compositions, geographic location, the patterns of climate, and how you process it. So when we talk about cow feed or the core input for your FIM, the cow feed, which that's where it starts. In case it's high fiber, you're going to have low nutrient density, and ultimately your nutrient content would vary. Then whether you use cow dung as it is or you're composting it will certainly lead to a lot of different changes in the composition. And if you're storing it in rains, or whether you're using it under some awkward situations where you have a lot of pests and diseases, then certainly it's going to not make a lot of sense. Regulation is still a big challenge for us. The infrastructure and testing, what you see on your right of your slide, the infrastructure and testing, I met one of the officers from Haryana government, and I came to know that the biggest agriculture state, Haryana and Punjab, we still do not have any dedicated facility which can test bioinputs. And owing to that, anytime anyone sends his samples to Haryana or Punjab, the samples are redirected to Ghaziabad, which is one of the cities in Uttar Pradesh, because that's the only laboratory available which can do bioinput testing. That is actually very difficult. So advanced agriculture state like Haryana and Punjab still missing out on such infrastructure is quite a bit of a challenge, and unpredictable outcomes is something which is quite confusing to all. National Mission on Natural Farming, basically it is National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, one of Government India's major initiatives, under which we have Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, and earlier it used to be Zero Budget Natural Farming, which was a sub-scheme inside this DKPY. We call it as National Mission on Natural Farming, which is a scalable model of Bharatiya Prakartik Krishi Paddhati. So we have now a big, huge step up on how Indian government has started thinking about natural farming. Ultimately, they all focus on promoting sustainable farming, but what we lack is the standardization framework. If you see these policies that we have, they talk about to promote natural farming practices, but they do not address how to ensure uniform efficacy of bioinputs. They may provide the nutrient data, and I'm sure you all know which scheme provides that, but they do not account for variability in bioinput derived inputs. Plus, they could focus on eco-friendly practices, but there is no standardized protocols. Why we need it? Most importantly, we need consistency, because we are now expanding, our horizons when it comes to going into the natural farming. Market access, we want to be market ready. There are a lot of players who want the produce from us, and ultimately it has to be regulated. So the trust needs to be built on, and in the entire market, in the global scenario, ultimately all the major agroecological activities or the schemes that are run by the government of India, they have to have some sort of sustainable support, and having such biofertilizers and having regulated market for it offers all these things so that farmers can adopt them easily. Some of the important lessons that we have from especially from the West, the European Union's organic fertilizer regulations, they mandate certification, nutrient profiling and traceability. Ultimately, they define standards for nutrient contents so that it is comparable across all the states, all the countries within the EU. The FAO's biofertilizer regulation guidelines is something which is worth looking at, and this is a framework that could be very well adopted, and it's not quite difficult to adopt in our conditions. France has been implementing this National Biocontrol Strategy 2020 to 2025, and it has been a massive step in France to regulate some of the things which they thought initial stages in 2019 when they were just planning for it that would not work. IFARM does organic standards, and there are several other initiatives that focus on organics. Well, this is very interesting. While looking for the cases, we found out that the South American countries have really excelled with how they would regulate the biofertilizer or bio inputs and what they should do. So basically, Argentina, Brazil, and Colombia are forerunners right now with what they are doing. They have some national incentive programs which they have been using on standardizing the bio inputs through making some regulatory changes. Only one country, Colombia, which has a specific legislation for it. Brazil's national program on bio input is very interesting. They want to establish it right on farmers' field. So that means we have examples which could be even India specific, which could be very well adopted because they are doing it right on the farmers' field. They call them biofactories, and these factories are really initiating the small scale production. The support is quite similar to what has been now acknowledged by Government of India in the National Mission for Natural Farming, where they have elaborated to support the farmers or support some of the districts with bio input centers. And how they do it, because the local context is always taken into consideration while developing such strategies. The FEEBLE has several initiatives like FEEBLE's input list, as you see. So once you apply for it, it undergoes quite a bit of evaluation process, which talks about active components, and then the co-formulations are reviewed. The quality assurance is taken into consideration, and then the random sampling is done through a proper procedure. Ultimately, periodic evaluation, which usually misses out on several initiatives which are focusing on creating the regulation, is something which is followed. Organic Input Evaluation Network is one of our other projects which believes in harmonizing the framework so that regulations are made and well defined. Relief is one of a project where we are using the bio waste or the waste which is used to make the biofertilizers. And Lex for Bio, recently I was shared with the presentation for this project. There was a meta study and which talked about how the hard carbon is utilized to create some sort of bio inputs. Just putting a few perspectives to all these projects. So basically our input list, how it can correlate with the Indian conditions. So we could really adopt it for our national input list, the methodology that has been there. The compliance, as it is mentioned in the European Union's regulation 8892/008, which is focusing on organic production, certification and regulations, ultimately harmonizing the national standards. So we could take how we define our regional specific certifications from that. Relief project, which focuses on recycling the bio waste into biofertilizers, is one of the affordable solutions which could be very well adopted by several organizations, several countries as well. Lex for Bio is a bio-based fertilizer for improving the soil quality. Ultimately, the carbon-rich solid bio-waste fertilizer is used, and what it does is it just provides you framework, because right now when we are at very nascent stage, what we need is the framework, and these all present a very formidable examples of developing a framework which could help. Opportunities, the policy leverage, one point we are at right now, since this National Mission on Natural Farming has come into existence, we have well support which is offered by the Government of India right now, and this needs to be leveraged in case we really want to standardize. There is growing consumer interest. We were in the B2B events where there are a lot of buyers and sellers, and all of them have been asking for produce which is certified, and most of them also have been checking what kind of nutrients or what kind of fertilizers, biofertilizers are used, why they do it. Collaborative potential, there is a lot of scope. There are a lot of institutions that are willing to support such initiatives. So these come under, these support us. How we should take it, it's again matter of subjected to the country's infrastructure and how we want to progress. So I think when Government of India has made already an initiative where they want to establish some bio input centers, could be a one quick short-term strategy, developing the nutrient profiling tools. I forgot to mention a project. We have a project in FEEBLE called Nutri Budget, and that talks about how these nutrient profiling tools are used baseline studies to see where we are exactly, and then ultimately when you go in midterm, because you will initiate and you do at later stages some longitudinal studies where you study same variables over longer period of time, that's when you establish the credibility of your produce. In long term, of course, our goal is that we have a national structure for biological inputs and incentivizing private R&D, which comes into force at later stages. What we have for now, before I conclude, we do have solid frameworks from the West. We have Feeble's roadmap where we have done a lot of activities which can be used. Addressing India's major concerns, one is scalability and variability on anything and everything that we face with bioinputs is something which is there. Collaboration for scalability, I think this conference is a peer example of how you can collaborate to make it more scalable. Supporting markets, global markets are open, the local markets are open, especially after the announcement of National Mission on Natural Farming. A lot of people are now eyeing on how and where to get these options for us. Ultimate goal for us is that we enhance the reliability and trust among people who want to venture into agroecological approaches or any of these standards where they feel they can contribute to sustainability. Inconsistencies are really opportunities for us as of now in present scenario, because we are developing into a nation who is going into one of the processes where we are taking natural farming not as just a normal policy, as a mission. With that, I thank you all for your time, and thank you, enjoy your day, and I wish you safe travels back home. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Tanay. We are coming now to a next step, that is discussion and wrap up. So I would like to ask every of our speakers to come to the stage. Just wait. I mean the speakers from the session 2, no? So I can say that is Alexander, that is Akel, that is Veronika, and Tanay, and if possible, Lei, if she can be part of it, I don't know. If she can hear us. Enough. Very good. No, we have further discussion. So, yes, I hope you have a lot of questions to our speakers today, and maybe to remind you on the topics of each of our speakers a little bit, some keywords. So Alexander, who is sitting there, spoke on indigenous knowledge, participatory research, and the transition to agroecological practices. Then we had Akel saying something about biochar, circular economy, carbon sequestration, and for sure, as basis for all of this, bioresources. Then we had Veronika, who contributed a tape case study and its results in Tanzania. And then we had Tanay just 1 minute ago, right, on production, standardization and scaling up of bioinputs. So the floor is yours now. Please come up with questions.
Yeah, so I have a question for Alexander. This is actually a two-part question.
Maybe you can say briefly who you are and then coming up with questions, please.
Hi. So I'm Mridul, and I work with Swati project at GIZ, and I'm based in the state of Madhya Pradesh. So I have a little brush up with the subject of agroecology. So
to whom is the question?
Alexander.
Alexander.
Yeah, I already told him. Yeah, so first of all, great presentation, Alexander. Congratulations, and it was very informative. I really enjoyed it. So you said that there is like 49.5% increase in the indigenous variety in the yield when you crop the indigenous varieties as opposed to the hybrid varieties. So that was around 210 kgs, and that was 50%. So I'm assuming 630 kgs of 50% increase in the yield with indigenous varieties. Is that enough to offset the difference in price, if at all? Because that would be the ultimate factor to decide if there's going to be further adaptation or not.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a very important question for sure. So, if I understood correctly, you were asking if the price difference between the two species also is reflected in this yield increase. So, I have a bit of difficulty answering this question because I come more for, like when I showed you, we have this multifaceted approach to it, where we have the side of where we do the research as well as the market development for it. And it's definitely an important question because the quality of the cotton is also an important factor in this. So we also look at the quality of the cotton, which I and there we still see that the indigenous cotton still struggles with the fiber length. But that's also the goal of the breeding programs, to really improve the fiber length of the cotton species, to also ensure that the price difference will be met with this yield increase. If this is not 50% increase, can't answer directly, but I still feel that with such a historic it's almost 1.5 times the yield. I think we're getting close to that.
Yeah, so I mean that's a great justification, but I would take this opportunity to point out why agroecology is different from science working in silos, because when we are working in the field of agroecology, we are looking at a holistic system. I mean, the marketability of produce is just as important as the science that goes behind it, because the ultimate responsibility of a farmer, the obligation of a farmer is towards his or her family, and the science and the environment comes later, because these are small and marginal farmers that we are working with. Anyway, moving on, just the second part of this question, you mentioned that there is a positive correlation between the ability of a farmer to cope with the climate change and the adaptation of agroecological practices, right? So might I ask, like, which one of these variables is dependent and which one of these is independent? Like, what direction does the correlation flow in? Because if they are already using the practices, they are implementing the practices, it makes sense that they are aware of them. But does it go the other way around as well? I mean, if I increase the awareness somehow, keeping all of the other factors constant, does that result in the increase of adaptation as well?
Yeah, so the parables here was the perception of the farmer. So the change that we see is really like with the agroecological intensity that affects the perception of the farmer. But it is a question that we're still also looking more into, because that is a key question that we have to answer, is if it is the agroecological intensity that affects only affects it one direction, or is it also that if a farmer perceives it differently, that he will have a higher agroecological intensity. From what we see from our results so far is that it is in fact that it goes both ways. So on the one hand, having some concerns towards the climate change actually gives them an incentive to adopt more practices, but at the same time then while adopting these more practices, they feel more confident in dealing with the climate change. However, we still, this is from the early stages of the project, of a multi-year project, where we will collect similar data over time, where we'll be able to much more in detail compare this, where we can look at really how farmers over time specifically shift their opinions toward this. So if we see that with the increase of when they adopt the agroecological practices, how that directly impacts the perception of specific farmers. It will be difficult to maybe deduce this because we have so many challenges in these regions with more and more impact of climate change. There was recently just a lot of flooding, so it will be very difficult to evaluate this in an isolated case, but we hope we still see this trend continue. Thank you.
Great, thanks Alexander. I wouldn't take up much of your time, just one more question to Tanay. So Tanay, you spoke a lot in the favor of standardization of the bio inputs, but in a country as diverse as India, for example, Swati project is working in Assam and in Madhya Pradesh and Karnataka as well. So the availability of bio inputs varies greatly. So do you think that the lack of standardization works in the favor of decentralization, which in turn works in the favor of farmers? If we were to regulate all of this, the decentralization of it all goes away. Do you think that bodes well for the future of organic farming?
Sure, thanks for your question. And I think this subject has been on hold for quite a long time. And when there has been a need to see whether this has to be standardized or not, that's where the government of India also came up with a lot of initiatives, and they build on the case from last decade, starting from what they called, this PKVY, and then calling it zero budget natural farming, and then renaming it. Right now, when it was decided that bio input resource centers are to be established, and that too in a number which is 10,000, I'm very sure it is going to streamline the entire process. And that process comes from one of their directives that everything which goes into the bio input has to be registered and has to be mentioned right from the starting phase when it is into an input stage. Second point is why it is changing. Like you have Swati, we have several projects. We used to call it Seeding the Green Future. We have consumption of crops for HD project, and these projects are also directly focusing on the practices which are more towards natural farming. For us, it is also a challenge because when we claim anything to be organic, or let's say if we are talking about in case the yield penalty question or the yield gap question that you had to Alex, because some of these experiments are really not utilizing any of the standardized inputs. So when we see the yield differences or the gaps, we always tend to find changes, and there is never that we can solidly comment that whether this is going to be supporting the farmers as of now. But yes, once it is standardized, once it is there, and it's not that it is not at all in practice. As I said, there is one laboratory that has been doing it, but that is too little for a country like ours. So the scalability has to happen. So once these bio input resource centers are in practice, which I'm very sure from July this year they're going to be, and then I think these things should work better. Thank you very much. I hope I have able to, but we can talk in case you have more queries. Thank you.
Yes. Good morning. Myself, Dr. Ashok, millets agronomist and head of the department in College of Agriculture, Aramana, Dharwad. Because of in biochar production is nowadays is more amendment used in agriculture, but it is any researchical data. Because of I saw the one of the slide in improve the soil quality. Is that is the what is the quantification? What is the overrise the we can previous improve the soil organic carbon? Nowadays is biochar is not easily available. Again, market price is higher than vermicompost. I used for research purpose in millets. There can now it is you can use it as availability is also very scarce. You can go for the cotton sticks or you can process that is you can red gram stocks you can rarely used, but you can go for the used as the other source. But is the biomass quantity is also another important source of quantity of the biochar availability. But based on what is the usage, what is the improve the how it is improve the soil quality to use as a biochar is quantification. Please, can I know?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, this question is very pertinent. Biochar, if you see from the literature, there is a wide range from 0.5 tons to 100 to 200 tons per hectares are recorded there. Lot of literature there. But if you see that much of biochar, if you try to engage in one piece of land, that will not help you because you need to see that what is the frequency of your application, how much you want to add and when you want to add that. So based on that, you need to define your case for the soil, for the area, for the availability of stocks. These are all related things which for the biochar quantification. For the case of soil where very heavy inputs are not required, there you need less biochar. The light soil where the red soil, sandy soil, their requirement of biochar is higher than compared to that. So you need to quantify that as well. It is not only one thing you need to consider. You need to consider many factors to input for biochar itself. I hope you answered. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm Namrita Sharma from GIZ Swati project. My question again to you, sir, Dr. Rizvi. You discussed about the biochar, how the preparation and different models of that or different technologies what can be used. And India now there's a lot of discussion relating, biochar to carbon credit. So what is your take on that? Depending on the different initiatives which you have experienced in Odisha or in other places, what is your call on that part?
Again, this is a very important question. There are two views. Like if we see from the farmer's perspective, we cannot go for input of biochar because there are a lot of efforts involved for the carbon credit from production to use and then carbon credit involved. So if we are seeking the case of small and marginal farmer, then it is a question mark. Rather than if we are trying to say if some big farmer who can afford all these things from production to application, yes, we can take that into account. My say over here is don't look from that angle every time. We need to classify those two into different directions. Where we want to go for carbon credit, we need to go for all the details which is required for the standardization. And where we are looking for some small and marginal farmer, and there we should not go for credit themselves, because that will not be possible for a small and marginal farmer. We can discuss in detail whenever you want. Yep, thank you.
Yes, and the next question here, maybe you can introduce yourself briefly and then
I'm Carlo Fadda, working for Alliance of Biodiversity and SIAT of the CGIAR, based in Nairobi and working mostly on agrobiodiversity. I have one question for Veronica on the entire setup, and really try to understand a little bit better about the dip that you mentioned in terms of productivity. How long did it last before it recovers? Because if I recall well from your graph, then it recovers and you have an actual increase in productivity compared to conventional. How long did it take before the curve took place? And maybe the second one is for the soil experts, in the sense that we heard a lot of approaches to make compost, the standardization, the biochar. I was wondering how much we should consider that as a portfolio, and so, for example, integrating the biochar into the composting, maybe pulverizing it, and how much scope there is to actually play around with all these different ingredients to increase the diversity of biofertilizer available, and how this can affect all the discussion around standardization, because then again you end up with different products. Thank you.
So first Veronica, no?
Thank you, Dr. Carlo, for such important question. The timing is really context specific as well, and that is an area that we are currently also exploring further. So soon we are launching another study, also applying TAPE, to also factor in the issue of time. How long does it take first to move to the at least 70% where the entire system is regarded as agroecological? Now, going back to the question, how long did it take in the curve? So mostly looking at the data that we have, because we were also asking farmers for how long they have been in the project. But one thing that was not recorded is also the adoption, which agroecological practices they were adapting. So that could also help us determine if it is the time or it is the matter of adoption as well. So generally, mostly farmers from let's say 0 to 30, 40% of agroecological transition, the coyote value takes like 1 to 2 years. And then to get to the level of 70%, because there were farmers who were beyond 70%. There are those who have been in the project for 5 years, but also they have been practicing agroecological. You can also see their system are very well connected. So currently I cannot give a very direct answer how long it takes, but it might take to 1 to 2 years depending on the context, but in the next phase we will be able to tell exactly how long does it take and how long do farmers stay in that transition
education without giving up and what is needed for them to stay there so that they can go past the U-curve. I hope this answers your question. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Veronica. And I think the second part of the question went to Akhil.
Next question to me, I think. As far as the biochar is concerned, if we consider soil, which we know all that it is less than 0.5% of carbon is there into the soil now, it is well represented. So if we try to give biochar in any number, initially 50-60% keeping carbon into that, like 10 tons per hectare per year, that's not sufficient. Right? For if we consider the carbon content of the soil. But that is not possible. Because if we give all 10 tons per hectare in a year, on top of the layer, there will be all black soil is available there. Whole black things will be there. So how to come up with that? We need to devise in between some dosage that you can use it recurring way, that 4 tons, 5 tons a year or 2 tons per crop, 2 times in a year. That will help to produce crop better, and the enhancement of the carbon into soil in the long run will go high. That is my take on that. Please.
Yes, thank you very much. I think the next two in the line of people here who want to come up with some questions. The first one is Kirti Mishra and the next one will be Geta Ravichandran. But Kirti, now your question, please.
I'm Kirti Mishra from Ecosiet. I had a question similar to what Mridul asked, but still I will reiterate, like standardization and decentralization. Why we need standardization? If at all, is there a way to look at landscape level agroecology or localized agroecology systems with certain standards? Can there be a mixed match? Otherwise, it will be again going back to the big players, and we may not able to achieve something what he already spoke. Anybody want to touch upon that? Could be good. Second is to Veronica from Swisset. I from yesterday have been hearing a lot when we talk about agroecology, either production systems or market system. I think there are a lot of things which are about human, about social aspects, about the human rights, inclusion. We are not hearing much, but your slide has that elements. Can you throw a little more when you go for transitions out of these 10 elements which are around these intangible elements of social, human? How does that come up when you reflect on this kind of work? Your studies, how do they come out with what is the trend, what is the answers to the human side, the social side story?
So I go first. Kirti, thank you. I think from operational perspectives, I know your question is coming, which I completely agree to. I think there has to be, there are two levels, and that's why I said like we have short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals, and how we have to meet them. Of course, it is not necessary that you completely depend on standardization, but when you see. When we want to, go in lines with when we say that we have to double the farmer's income, that's one thing. That's where the entire narration of National Mission on Natural Farming was made initially. And that's when we think that we have to be more, we need to be reachable to the global markets. That's where the standard requirements are. Going into the B2B sections when they are interacting, I still see, yesterday we have signed about 10.38 crores of MOUs with different partners, and none of them is not requesting for a certified produce, and in fact some of them were even asking for biocontrol agents. However, in the nascent stages, in the early stages, it is certainly very important that we have two different bifurcations so that it does not become too complicated for people who are working or operating at a small scale. That's what I feel, but I completely agree. Of course, we cannot really force in immediately at the early stages. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that answer. And now we come to our last one, who can ask a question today just due to time constraints. I know that you also wanted to ask something. Maybe you can do this informally later on. And that was Gita Ravichandran. Please come up with your question. I think you, no?
There was one part of the question that has not been answered.
I have a question for Alex actually. Alex, India has a very well established breeding methodology. India has a standardized methodology for plant breeding, and if you are interested to propagate participatory breeding for established crops, which we have all India coordinated projects also, possibly it would be difficult. So what do you think the crops, say land races and indigenous seeds, which are available with the traditional farmers, so do you think participatory breeding is good for them rather than competing with the established pattern?
Alexander.
That is a very good question. I think it for sure is good for the farmer varieties, for the land races, because it really I feel like knowledge about the land races is still very much with the farmers. So from us to get a better understanding from the land races, we working together with the farmers in a participatory approach gives us a much more holistic understanding of them and helps us to also foster a network between the farmers to really build up these land races to propagate this knowledge among the farmers, and therefore I think it very much is a good approach to also focus on the land races.
Okay, thank you very much, Alexander. Anything to add? No.
I think before the question that was not, so I would give it to Veronica if you still want to answer that.
No, thank you very much. Well, before I go to your question, I just wanted to confirm if I got correctly. You are asking more about women participation, and in the context, how do we improve their participation and also their role, as we have seen the negative implication of agroecology on them. Is that correct? Okay, thank you very much. So maybe first, looking at the why work burden is, we have seen most of the activities, especially the manual activities, are done by women. So the first step could be simplifying the input preparation. For example, the biopesticide preparation that is done by hand. We could find a way of mechanizing or supporting with a simple machine.
So you can ask these questions during the lunch break, since there's paucity of time. So also there is coffee and tea served in the speakers enclosure right to my left. So you can go pick up a cup of coffee or tea if you feel like, and even there are some snacks, and come back and sit in your tables. So now there'll be a quick round of felicitation, anchored by Joint Director.
Thank you very much. It was a very informative session. Now we would like to have a small felicitation. I would like to call upon Anthony Sir, Additional Director, Karnataka State Department of Agriculture, to felicitate the chairperson of this session, Ute Rukman from GIZ. Alexander here from Fibel, Switzerland. Next, we would like to felicitate Akhil Hassan Rizvi from CIFOR, ICF, RAF, India. Veronica Masawe from Tanzania. Next, we would like to felicitate Tanay Joshi from Fibel, Switzerland. A big round of applause to all the speakers of this session. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
So I'd like to call upon Tanay Joshi to, we are going to have one small activity. So I think Tanay Joshi will explain how it has to be done.
Ashwini, we have to invite. Ashwini. From the Ashwini.
Ashwini.
Is there? No, okay. No, he knows everything. Yeah, he knows. So I would request Ashwini and a colleague from GIZ, what is it? Pradipta, please. They are going to be your host and co-host for the session. Thank you.
Ashwini is going to be there.
Okay, fine. Good.
Thank you, Tanay. Thank you so much. I think this activity is could not be more timely. So the activity per se is on the lines of World Cafe. I'm sure most of us are aware of that. If not, it's a very relaxed way of kind of getting into an activity. So if you look at, there will be 3 tables and there are 3 questions which are pointed to us. So can I have your attention, please? This will be an exciting stuff because most of you will have a very relaxed way of looking at the questions, but 3 tables will be kind of discussing it. So there are 3 anchors here for each of the tables who will stay at the table, and the contributors will move from each table to that. This Pradipta and I will kind of take you through. There are 3 20-minute sessions. Each question basically will kind of look at, you will spend 20 minutes on one table, the contributors, and discuss on that one question. So question 1 for the table 1 is the role of land races. You can refer page 105 in your MOTA book, otherwise I'll come back to you. And the second table will have this question of conservation strategies. So you discuss on that. And the third table basically will have the challenges. So it's a very interesting kind of combination of 3 questions. The questions stay, the anchors stay, the contributors move. Is that clear? Otherwise, we basically move around with you and we help you kind of look at and discuss. One of the major design flaws here basically is, let's not get into nobody should hijack it. It has to be very participatory, everybody should contribute. So your contribution on table 1, table 2, table 3 matters, because that's where the entire insights will come by. After we have concluded these 20 minutes, 3 sessions, we have a 15-minute kind of synthesis, wherein the 3 anchors, so Carlo, here you, the second table, Biradar Saab, and the third table, Mr. Sinclair, you have to summarize what you got from these 20 minute discussions. Followed by that, we have a wrap-up of 5 minutes. So that's the entire kind of design of it. If there are any queries, we are there for you. We will move around with you. But you can look at page 105 of your document. And the rest of you, I think it's very engaging. You can obviously move around, you can look at what's happening at the table, but also amongst yourselves, you can have a look at these questions. I'm sure most of you have worked on this, so please prepare your notes. When the entire synthesis comes by, I think your insights will also be very helpful, so as to create the entire insights from the entire conference room. So that's the entire way we kind of move ahead with this. Thank you.
I request all the other table members also to open your books to page number 105 and do this activity in your table. Maybe you can do 1, 2 or 3, whichever it is. You do that activity yourself so that you are also engaged. Kindly do that. I have one more announcement. There is a QR code which has been put up on the sides. So this is regarding the feedback about the international conference. You can scan this and give your valuable feedback. So this will go a long way in improving making it better for the next time. So please give this feedback. And there will be some volunteers who will be coming around with this QR code. So kindly, scan it and then you can give the feedback.
10 minutes.
Please, sir. We all will be kind of between lunch and that's important, sir. 7 is just a number. So can we have your attention, please? Yeah. Last couple of tables. Can we have your attention, please? We are starting off now. So we have 3 speakers now, anchors for each of the 3 tables. We start with Mr. Carlo. So he will be talking about what insights he has captured from the 3 discussions which he had. Similarly, we will have 2 more speakers who will kind of speak about their insights. So please pay attention. I think this is the last 20 minutes before lunch. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I was hosting the table 1 of this wonderful World Cafe, and the discussion was really rich, and it's really hard to summarize all the points and very relevant inputs that were made during the discussion. The table was about asking one important question on exploring the importance of land races in agroecological systems, and this was done through 3 main questions which are kind of partly interrelated. Why are land races important for agroecological system? How do land races contribute to resilience against climate change, pests and diseases? And what role do land races play in maintaining biodiversity in agroecosystems? The 3 groups that alternate were of different background, and so very many important inputs were made. But basically, land races are considered by all probably members of this group as inherently linked to agroecology. You cannot have agroecology without having land races and agrobiodiversity more generally, because they are part of any agroecological system, being part of social, culture, intergenerational transmission of knowledge around seeds and different varieties. And in addition, because agroecological systems are somehow associated with traditional system, there is a lot of a portfolio type of approach in terms of managing the land races. So they don't put only one land races on top, but they manage a portfolio maybe for different uses, needs, etc., etc. So land races are important for the agroecological system because they respond to social and cultural needs of communities that practice agroecology. And because those land races, and now I'm going to question 2, because those land races are also went through natural selection, not only through human selection, but also through natural selection. And so, and as I mentioned before, they've been passed generation after generation. And so they are very well adapted to climatic condition, and over their biological lifespan, they went through different pests and diseases, and as well as different type of climates and climate pressure and stress. And so they are naturally better adapted to withstand pests and diseases, as well as climate change. And that means that when you have even bad years, and we know that these bad years are coming more and more frequently because of climate change, then these land races are able to ensure some level of production. It may not be big, but compared to big loss because of an outbreak that can happen in monocultural system, or wipe out of entire yield because of very severe climatic condition, communities are able to have some level of food security even when using the land races. So they are a very important component because of this, their natural feature of resilience against both biotic and abiotic stress. The third question was about the role that land races play in maintaining biodiversity in agroecosystem, and that again goes into the nature of agroecosystem. First of all, agrobiodiversity, which includes land races, is part of biodiversity, and when you have communities, an example was given where you have 30 to 40 land races used in a portfolio manner, that's a way to conserve biodiversity as well. No, plus you maintain genetic integrity, you reduce genetic erosion of the different components of biodiversity. But then land races are also associated to low input agriculture, which means low level of pollution of soil, water, as well as killing, for example, the pollinators or other forms of life that exist under production system. So the fact that land races are grown into systems that are lower in terms of greenhouse gases, that are lower in terms of the use of harmful chemicals, and I mean harmful chemicals to life, not necessarily to human, but also to other forms of life, makes the use of land races a good part of maintaining biodiversity in agroecosystems. We also had a broader conversation around different aspects of the land races. One, which was not here, is nutrition. So nutrition was considered an important part of why land races need to be maintained, irrespective of whether it is an agroecological system or not. But land races, and we have people working with vegetables from the World Vegetable Centers, indicating that the level of nutrition in land races are higher compared to improved varieties, and that even breeders are not so much interested in improving nutrition in high-yielding varieties. So that dimension of nutrition is a very important one when we consider the land races. And the other one was about food security, because land races are considered of being lower yielder and so not fit to a growing population where you need to produce more food. There were skepticism, and I think this is something on scientists, on the scientific community, including myself, to bring the evidence that in fact under certain production system land races are more high yielder than high yielding varieties, and so that maybe we need to also demystify a little bit the idea that land races cannot contribute purely to food security and food productivity. And maybe the conclusion is that there is a lot of work for the scientific community and for the breeders to breed for those systems, because when you have high yielding varieties that are bred for high irrigation, high use of fertilizer, they obviously not perform well under other type of systems, but maybe there is still scope for the breeders to work with traits that make those varieties fit for agroecological systems, so that agroecological system can also become more productive in terms of the amount of food that they can produce. And the same applies to agronomy. There is a need to really do research. We heard, for example, the issue of biofertilizer and the standards earlier. There is a need for the scientists to really work into innovative solutions, on agronomic solutions that are better linked to those agroecological systems. Thank you very much, and thank you to all the participants to the tables. A lot of inputs.
Thank you so much. Without much ado, Biradarji, if you can come and share the insights from the second table.
So thank you, and I think the Carlo did initial sum of the job. I don't need to repeat. And luckily we have a very good group of the people, pretty good knowledge about the land races, so that easy for me to maneuver. And when sitting into the seat like a corporate seats, where talking about the land race is difficult, but I not felt difficult here. So it's very clear that a need of the land races, there is no question on that. And but identifying what are the lacunas, what are the gaps in the land resource conservations. So we discussed on the bit of that, especially looking into the existing policy, the framework and guidelines, and especially incentive mechanisms. Why a farmers would like to save the land races, right? What is the existing policy? And also about something very interesting, that what the NBPGR, National Bureau and Plant Genetic Conservations, they're doing something on that, whether they have to re-look back into when they collected long ago, traces back to that one. That's kind of the discussions we had around why we need the effective way to conserve preserve, and also linking to the traditional knowledge is very, very important, because of often we lost quite a bit of the land races, so that we are not linking to the traditional food and recipes, right? So, for example, give the example in Karnataka, you might have eaten something like a wangi bath, so that can make it particular brinjal. Now, anyone make a wangi bath, any brinjal, that's not giving the same taste. So that kind of the knowledge is very essential, this one, so there's a need of that. And of course, there's a need of the legislations. Can you come out with? So while discussion, many people also not aware of that, what the individual state has a program, conservation land races, even organizations like a GIZ, someone like a NPPGR, even state government. Very interestingly, the lucky to have a Karnataka, they started that 5 crore budget for the starting the journey of the land races. They are now, when they start looking at one, they start looking, oh, what are the need to done? We need R&D required, we need incentive mechanism required, community seed banking required. So those are our discussion focused on those things. But the most importantly, how best we can integrate that into the agroecology framework, natural farming, right? So that we kind of are telling that one, the land races are a basic unit of the agroecology. We cannot do the agroecology taking away the land races. That is what we call geographic identity. So every land races comes with its own unique characteristics that specific to the given location, and geographic identity is required. How the technology also you can use when you wanted to mainstreaming of those land races into the modern the farming practices. Can you do that? What the mechanism to do it? So one thing, looking at a different way of the, like a blockchain technology, even linking to the seed banks locally, and also the tradition that where a mother or a daughter going to her husband place, they used to carry certain land races. It used to be in the practice, but now they're replaced by the rice. Right? Can you bring it back? Those kind of the traditional practices to give us some incentive mechanism to do that. So other thing, we're looking into the preserving the land races. Community supported agriculture, what I call, is very important, because of anyone wanted to bring that race, the land races, they found that very unique characteristics. Why they wanted to call it land races? Something attached to that one, right? Whether it's a taste, flavor, because of in the modern agriculture, green revolution, who focused only on the yield centric, economic centric, at the cost of the natural resources one side, there is a high input cost, second, but we lost the flavor, taste and unique nutrition value of that land races. So that's what you need to bring that the flavor, taste and nutrition to the land races. And other things, so we're looking to the few other, like what are the different mechanism we can do. There's a suggestion from the setting up the passport data collections and awareness of the land races. Even farmers, probably they have very good land races, they don't know what it's called land races, right? So that we need that kind of awareness is very required. And the role of the woman, I fully support on that one, because of women, they know that they're feeding the family, know the nutrition values required, so that they always preserve that land races. I think these are the quick outcomes of this, why land races are important for our agriculture transition, and whether the climate resilience or the increasing the chronic health issues we are facing. Nearly half of the India became what's called a diabetes capital. Even ICR research are telling that the nutrition value of the grain in the present agricultural practices is declining, and the toxicity is increasing. So I think these are the really alert for us to go back to the land races. I know the time is limited, I would have talked much on that, but this is the key aspect why land races. Conclusion is that the land races are the basic unit of the agroecology. So you must to preserve them, bring them back, and give the incentive mechanism for those who are preserving. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Brotherji. So we are on time actually. So the time is for, okay, the speaker is here, Professor Sinclair. Thank you so much. He'll talk about challenges for integration of land.
Okay, I don't like standing between you and your lunch, so I'm going to be really brief. And of course, I take no responsibility because this is all the input from everybody who came to the table. So there are 7 challenges. Number 1, negative perception about local land races and their performance. 2, lack of knowledge, research and evidence about local land races, particularly nutritional profiling. And secondly, what we call options by context. How well do local land races perform in real farm conditions across different contexts? It may well be that there's not a big yield penalty if you look at smallholder farm conditions, and if you look at the profit, if you're using lower inputs, then it may be that the yields are actually quite sensible. 3, awareness. Lack of awareness about the benefits of local land races, like their nutritional value. 5, communication. Lack of communication across the board in terms of who is available, what is available, what are benefits, and where can you get hold of material and so on. And then 6 is perverse policy, so policies that actually make it difficult to sell and to distribute local landrace seeds. And 7, if you get all of those others right, then the behavior change in farmers necessary for land races to be taken forward. Just a little bit more on 3 aspects. Policies, in addition to removing perverse ones, promoting participatory approaches, organising seed regulations that embrace local land races, including participatory guarantee schemes, blockchain, farmer-to-farmer exchange, and germplasm registration that can promote a more circular economy, more localised exchange, and minimum support pricing for local landrace products. In terms of markets, once you've got your policy favourable, then labelling local landrace products becomes really important, including with nutritional information. But critically, you're going to need to aggregate local land races around some larger brand. And that may not just be about the seed that you've used, but also the whole agronomy, the whole methods of production in terms of a sustainable and equitable product. And citizen science quite significant in being able to bring that all together. So it's a system transformation that you're looking at, of which the local land race is a key part, but you're marketing the whole lot. And we've got the pavilion, don't forget, just out here with the 15 forgotten treasures. So please make sure that you're taking in what's happening on local land races here. Finally, on education, really important to be promoting success stories where the local land races are working, educating farmers that they can get good prices, and educating about how to select and maintain seed quality, selecting so that you don't get degradation of local land races, and then of course education for consumers and extension staff around the key elements that we've mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we could not have asked for such timely intervention, and each speaker basically summarized. Yeah. So should we invite down the table? So I think nothing much from my side. I think what struck struck me at all of these three tables was the entire passion with which everybody was contributing, and we just joked. We don't really discuss all these things when we talk about HYVs or hybrids. So I don't know, something intrinsic is there when we get on to indigenous, when we get on to heirlooms, when we get on to such localized approaches to kind of agriculture. So I am very happy and very privileged to be part of this entire thought process. I leave the floor to the organizers for the next round of thank you so much.
I thank Ashwini Chanduk to moderate the session on the World Cafe discussion. Professor? About strengthening agroecological systems through the conservation and use of land races. Basically, we had 3 rounds of discussion here, exploring the importance of land races in agroecological systems. It was centered around why the land races were important and how they contribute to the resilience against climate change, pests and diseases, and the role they play in maintaining biodiversity. The second round was centered around conservation strategies for land races, and the third round was centered around the challenges and opportunities for land races integration. So now we would like to have a brief felicitation for all the members. I would like to call upon Dr. Ashok Dalwai sir to felicitate the members. First of all, I would like to call the round 1 members, Dr. Carlo Fadda, Eli Auman Atino, Sagar, Dr. Rashmi Yadav, and Dr. T.V. Krishna. Dr. Carlo Fadda. Elioma Atino. Sagar. Dr. Akhil Hassan Rizvi, I think he has left. Okay. Is here. Okay. Yeah. Dr. Rashmi Yadav. Dr. T.V. Krishna. Now I would like to call upon the table host, Dr. Chandrasekhar Yambiradar. Dr. Jay Rana. Alexander Heer, Dr. Ranbir Singh, Rashmi Alias, and Dr. Ravishankar Manikam. Dr. Jay Rana, Alexander Heer, A big round of applause to all the participants. Dr. Ranbir Singh is not here. Rashmi Alias. Dr. Ravi Shankar Manikam. Now I call upon the round 3 table host, Dr. Fergus L. Sinclair, Dr. Rakesh Chahota, Pran Rajan, Veronica Masawe, Gopal Kumar and Dr. Ashoka P. Dr. Fergus L. Sinclair.
Yes, did you enjoy?
Dr. Rakesh Chahota. Pran Ranjan. Veronica Masawi. Gopal Kumar. And Dr. Ashoka P. He's not there? I think he's not there. Okay, thanks a lot, sir. Ashok Belvai, sir. And thank you one and all. Thank you. I also would like to thank the person who moderated the World Cafe discussion today, Dr. Ashwini. Thank you. Yeah. Please, sir, Ashwini, sir. We would like to felicitate you, please. Yes, yes, he's coming. Dr. Ashwini P. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all. Now I request one and all to have your lunch. It is ready in the VIP food court, yes.
you're doing them all together, the way you do each one of them ends up being different. We start with a focus on food security and nutrition. We move to agroecologically intensify or convert. If you're already intensive, you need to convert to being intensive, but without damaging the environment. And that is largely through diversification and then managing interactions. Then it's important that the market is developed alongside the production. If you don't have your market working, if there's not enough value captured, you won't sustain sustainable. Sustainable consumption is as important as production, and so reducing food loss and waste, really critical. And that also connects very much to the markets, because entrepreneurial developments to recycle are really important in having good jobs in the rural space. And then finally, if all of these other steps are going to be sustained, then we need participatory, inclusive governance at, and particularly at local landscape community levels. And that's often the missing middle. So, what about trees and the place of trees in this transition? Well, let us be quite clear. Agroforestry and agroecology are not the same thing. They have a massive overlap, but it's quite possible to have agroforestry which is not consistent with those agroecological principles, and equally you can have agroecology that doesn't include trees. Obviously the sweet spot is in the middle, where we use trees to enhance agroecological transition. And the reason that trees are really great for agroecology is because they're so different from the other agricultural components. Yeah? They are complementary where they show niche differentiation, where their root systems are exploring soil that the crop plants are not, where they have leaves when the crops do not have leaves, or they produce aseasonal fodder for animals where it's not being provided elsewhere. So we can think of trees as an investment in ecological infrastructure. That big plant in your system, and it also affects, by the way, land rights. So, and rights to trees and rights to land are very connected with farmers using trees in their systems. There are huge benefits. We can increase net primary productivity through niche differentiation. We can produce high-value products because the big leaf area, the photosynthetic power of trees allows production of high-value nuts, oils, and so on that you don't get from annual crops. We can provide critical ecosystem services, regulation of water flow, control of soil erosion, biodiversity conservation. We can provide shade and aseasonal fodder for livestock, and very importantly, biological nitrogen fixation to substitute for industrial nitrogen. So, does agroecology deliver on food security and nutrition? Yes, it does. This global review, 78% of cases, you had a higher positive outcome in terms of food nutrition and security and nutrition. And the more agroecological practices that were combined, the greater the impact on food security and nutrition, although there's less evidence at that more complex level. And here we've got the ICRAF fruit tree portfolio approach. This is where you deliberately select trees in order to fill gaps in the annual nutritional profile for farms. Here are a couple of examples from Western Kenya, where you can see using 10 different fruit species integrated into the farm, we can critically address vitamin A, vitamin C deficiencies in key months of the year. So that nutritional value, really important. And you probably know there's a positive correlation between tree cover at a landscape scale and nutrition, particularly of children, and reduction in stunting in children. It's a curvilinear relationship. Once you get over a certain level of tree cover, then it begins to come down. And food security is also terrifically important because of fertilizer. India here imports a large amount of the fertilizer that sustains food security in the country. That means you're not very food insecure, because when prices of fertilizers or natural gas go up, then you're suddenly in a problem in terms of production. So it's the whole system that matters. And if we compare industrial nitrogen and biological fixation, well, it's very different. We get a centralized distribution system, people have to purchase it, but it's very, very simple. Stick on a bit of label nitrogen from a bag, really easy. If we go for the biological approach, every farmer has their own factory on their farm, that rhizobial connection with tree roots in legumes. So you're empowering the farmer. But it's really complex because you've got lots of different legume species being integrated in many different ways within a farming system. So you need a different approach to extension. You need not just recommendations, but you need to support local innovation to make the complexity work, and that's where citizen science becomes absolutely critical. And here, an example, national example from Malawi, 4 different agroforestry options for nitrogen fixing trees. The critical point here is that different options work in different places. Forget mean values. Forget averages. There isn't an average farmer, so why should we be interested in average performance of options that they might use? If I've got 1 foot in the freezer and 1 foot in the fire, on average I'm a comfortable temperature, but actually I'm very uncomfortable. Now, what we're interested in is distribution. So these are yield distributions of maize. You can see that for some farmers, each of these technologies is really performing well. But for some of them, it's not. And we need to understand what are the contextual variables that are causing high performance and those that are causing low performance, so we know what is appropriate where and for whom. Here in Andhra Pradesh, you've got natural farming. And Veronica was mentioning that in Tanzania, they've been experiencing a U-curve, so a drop in yield when they took on agroecology. That's not what happened in Andhra Pradesh. And you can see there from trials right across the country that the agroecology, the natural farming, is performing better actually than either organic or conventional approaches. And it's most beneficial in the driest parts of the state. And that is associated with higher soil moisture, lower soil temperatures, and greater earthworm activity in these soils. So no yield penalty on transition. Carlo was mentioning the need for breeding. If you're going to be growing with trees and with other intercrops in an agroecological system, you want a different plant. It was possible in Nepal to increase maize production by 30% in the mid-hills simply by allowing farmers to select varieties that already existed from what was available. The point was they were not well below because they had livestock. They relay crop and the top of the roots. You can read all of that in the papers. And this is what we call the options context approach. And this is the we need to use, fired by recent developments in ICT, smartphones and so on, at lower income because you've got lower costs. Okay, reducing food loss and waste. You all know the critical importance. What's the point of increasing production if a third of it is lost or wasted? Huge opportunities for recycling, that involves everything from black soldier fly to various fungi, and circular agricultural systems now becoming a really critical feature. Journals particularly on it, and I'm sure that some of you are publishing in them. How do we sustain all this? Well, that's where this landscape level becomes really important. Because if you're going to sustain a more agroecological approach, you need policy change, you need appropriate legislation, and that needs to then be implemented, and you often need payments for environmental services to sustain financially farmers being able to do it. Those could be carbon credits, they could be biodiversity credits, they could be payments for water. And that value network upgrading, which doesn't mean that you don't prioritise entry points. Very important to get those leverage points. A systems approach means you look at the whole system. It doesn't mean you don't prioritise where you need to act. So it's moving from linear to systems thinking. If you're going to value ecosystem services, you need to be able to assess them and measure them. This is LDSF in action, showing you from that northwest Vietnam fruit tree example the erosion prevalence, and by looking at series of satellite images through time, you're able to show how much soil has been conserved. Now, the great thing is that agroecology is now recognised by IPCC in relation to climate change. And so it should be, because a third of greenhouse gas emissions are coming from food systems. A great shame that in COP28, agriculture was excluded from the fossil fuel reduction. But it massively needs to be. Synthetic fertilizer alone, nitrogen fertilizer, is responsible for more greenhouse gas emissions than the aviation industry. The biodiversity framework similarly now recognises agroecology as a key element. And again, just looking at the fertiliser story, biodiversity loss as a result of nitrification, a huge problem. And UNCCD, the desertification, again also mentions agroecology. But the critical thing is that all these challenges interact with each other, and we can only tackle them if we tackle those challenges together, not separately. It's no good your agriculture being climate smart if it's causing biodiversity loss. So, this is where we often end up with a missing middle. There are fantastic international conventions. There are often really wonderful national or state level commitments to land restoration and so on. But translating that to action on the ground gets lost in the middle because a lack of cross-sector, cross-scale governance issues that allow things to be integrated at that level. In Asia, you do have some interesting developments at a regional level. The LICA process, the Lao Facilitated Initiative on Agroecology, and national examples. I was in Cambodia recently, and they've got this fantastic CASIC program that brings together all the different sectors from finance, energy, agriculture, environment, in order to do things. Final couple of slides is re-emphasizing the fact that agroecology is about system change. So if you start with the system that you have, right, those white bits down in the middle, high input costs, low prices, use of environmentally disruptive and toxic chemicals, that's the situation at the moment. The natural farming in Andhra Pradesh is trying to change that, but it's also things like research and extension, policies, private sector and markets that are constraining developments. So to get from the system today to the system of tomorrow, a lot of things have to change. Now, each individual project doesn't need to have to address everything, but you do need to know that it is being addressed. And this reconfiguration of extension, research and education systems, one of the Committee on World Food Security policy recommendations for agroecology, is absolutely critical for agroecology to happen. So, if you're not already a member of the community of practice of the Transformative Partnership Platform on Agroecology, then please get involved and get active. I'm giving a copy of the slide presentation which has links to all of those resources so that you can explore them in more detail at your leisure, and please do so. Thank you.
You keep hold on your questions. We'll go into the last. And thanks, Dr. Fergus, bringing the importance of trees and how best to move away from the synthetic fertilizer to natural fertilizer, and the system, agroecology, the whole system as a future of the agriculture and natural farming. Thank you very much. I think that's very, very enlightening and future of the farming. With that, I invite our next speaker, Dr. Rana, and he's a country director for the ABC Alliance for the Biodiversity International SEAT, and he has been the national figure for the biodiversity in the NBPGR and lead a lot of the national program, and very rich experience in conservation of the varieties and the land races, and coming with a lot of the insight into how the agrobiodiversity going to play the vital role enhancing the climate resilience and nutrition and livelihood. I think with that brief introduction, I'm sure you read that all the details. With that, Dr. Rana, so I know that we are running a bit late, so we have to cover the bit of the time, and I hope so save a couple of the minutes in your Okay, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Biradar, and good afternoon to all. So, well, I will be speaking on mainstreaming agrobiodiversity for enhancing climate resilience, nutrition, livelihood, and ecosystem services. I'll share my experience of one of our projects, JEF-funded project that we implemented in India, along with my colleagues sitting here. For around 6 to 7 years, we worked on that, and very successfully, I would say, we have mainstreamed these land races, and from the whole value chain that is required has been completed, and how we have done it, I think I'll do that. But certainly it is not that easy. As I was discussing in the round table also, that mainstreaming agrobiodiversity or working on land races or native varieties is not a mandate of any of the institution which is public funded. be it state government, be it state universities, be it central government, none of the institution is really focusing on this, how these land races and native varieties can be mainstreamed, because they have a different seed system, they have a different type of habitat, all things are different. Even in India, they are not recognized in the public staging system, so nobody can buy that. They are not the market. So how we have done it, I would say that was my experience. As we know that, I need not to go for the importance of agrobiodiversity, but certainly it contributes to our food security, nutrition, ecosystem service, climate resilience, and of course, traditional knowledge and community level support. This is how we foresee this agrobiodiversity, how it can contribute to sustainable development goal, be it resident livelihood, health and nutrition, or land use, climate, or biodiversity conservation. It is really going to contribute. As we know that, I think we have been discussing this, globally the whole world is in that crisis, malnutrition, climate change, biodiversity, it is all well known, so I will not discuss much on that. It's not moving. Okay. Yeah, this is also well known. Just to set the context, I have added few slides that where we are, why agrobiodiversity is required, and what our food base is really. And if today we have 3, who knows the way climate is changing, we will end up with some of more new crops, and we may end up with new other things. Current scenario is really not healthy, and I think all of us are aware, particularly the young generation is very moving towards this fast food and all those stuff. We all experience in our own homes, and we see that that is really a dangerous situation, not a very healthy situation. If you look at the last one study, how different type of food that we consume, how our dietary habits are going to contribute towards a different type of disorder, I would say, not the diseases. And you will be surprised that diet high in sodium is #1 cause of heart attack in the world. So there are a number of factors you can find. Again, when we say, since it's international, so globally none of the, whether it's Africa or Asia or Europe or wherever it is, none of the continent is stable. They have some dietary peaks in that. Somebody is more on a tuber crop, somebody more on a beef, somebody more on a cereals. It's like that. But nowhere we have a balancing. Neither these are the, sometimes we argue this, that we are looking for sustainable development goal 2030. But when you look at those kind of projections, be it a biodiversity loss, greenhouse gas emission, unsustainable water withdrawal, environment loss, they are still increasing. None of the factor is coming down so that we have a B picture. What we want a B, not the A. But still A is going increasing and increasing. So how we can achieve this B structure, it's really a challenge for the whole humanity. India, of course, is quite rich in genetic resources, and a lot of agrobiodiversity and biodiversity hotspots are there. And also, of course, we have a national gene bank where we are having the almost second largest collection in the world now. Yeah, again, just to show how India is rich in various type of diversity and what. So coming to alliance, what we really do is, we are trying to create synergies that's leading to great impact on human, then we are trying to meet growing demands, and we are trying to increase our capacity in the ground level and create a strong presence in globally. And I think it's not, yeah, this is how we are globally present, the whole of our alliance. When we say mainstreaming, in the round table also we are struggling. Given the situation of the country like India, there are two schools of thought. One says that, are we really going to agroecology and natural farming? Does it going to save our food security? So country is very much hesitant. Policymakers are very hesitant on that, because it really not. So we have to decide with whom we need to work on agroecology transition. or agroecological, how much area, like Carlos said, we want 15%, 20%, 30%, how much area we want in agroecology. But are we going to push Punjab, Haryana and West Indo-Gangetic plain for this? If it is so, are we going to feed up 140 crore people? How to do that? So there are a lot of ifs and buts. So we need to really have a clear-cut policy and guidelines where we want natural farming. How much we want to push natural farming. Sometimes there are two schools of thought I said. People say that it is not the use of fertilizer and pesticide that is going to harm, or that has harmed. It's the overuse of fertilizer and pesticide which has done harm. So that's why people say, try to bring the natural externalities. Now we say like that, try to minimize the use of, not really you stop the using pesticide and fertilizer. Some of the crops, like you go to commercial farming, vegetable, you can't think of growing vegetable without pesticide spray. At commercial level, it's okay for kitchen garden. So we have to be very, very informative on this, that how we are going to implement this. So these are the farmers, that 86% farmer of India who are struggling with the informal seed system. They don't have access to formal seed system. If it is not available with them. So this is what our initiative, that we implemented a project in this 4 different regions. One is the Northeast, Western Himalayan region, Central Plateau and arid region of Rajasthan. So this was our approach, that how we did the various steps that we followed. I will go one by one. First step was that we took almost 18 months to have a complete baseline survey. And we use this ROME software to collect that baseline data, because baseline is very much important when you go for impact analysis at the end of the project. So you have to have a baseline data. So we would did focus group discussion also and one-to-one survey also. The idea was to really understand the current condition, problems, opportunities, and also when you go for this kind of deep baseline data, then you know what kind of intervention you need at different sites. Sometimes when we formulate the project, we may not foresee the kind of requirement or the kind of intervention that we need. That's why I think I like this JEF approach, how they design the PPG phase, project preparation grant. There you have a baseline data, or you can decide that what intervention you really need. The second step was you have to have some flag bearer farmers, champion, we call it a champion farmer, custodian farmer, who can really revolve around your group of farmers, who can motivate them, because as I said, it's very, very difficult to convince farmers to go for growing land races, because they are not used to. So they say, what benefit we have? You are talking about the ecosystem service, conservation, this and that, but what I'll get out of it? And farmer is very clear, unless he get money out of that, he is not going to listen you at all. So how we are going to have that money into that, so that farmer get convinced, okay, it's very good. So we identified, we collect the native germplasm, which were very important. Then you have to multiply seeds. That's why we implemented this project along with some NGOs at the ground level. We have a technical backstopping from ICR and SAUs. So these are kind of KVKs, so that like ICR scientists, for me, as I said, I cannot go every time. Maybe once in a month, once in a year, or twice in a year, I'll go to site. But the NGO who is sitting over the site, he has a very excellent connection between the farmers and the ground level work. So he will work as a bridge between the R&D institution and the farmer group, so that you can have a very good success on that. Then we need to take this gene bank, because when we were going for just Rajasthan, this experience came from Rajasthan, we were taking some FGD, and then few farmers said that can we bring that one mooch wali bajri, they call it mooch wali bajri, that it bristles in the air. So I said, why you need it? They said, now we are going hybrid, but there is a lot of this bird damage. There is a lot of bird damage, and that mooch wali bajri, when you have to take it just for 5-10 days, once the bristle become hard, bird doesn't sit on that. So they said that we are the nucleus family now, we don't have labor to look after. So, sorry, if we grow hybrid, we can't harvest anything at the end of the day. But at least if we grow this, 50, 60, 70% we will harvest out of that. And locally they were acceptable. Then training and awareness is very important, farmers. And you have to prepare some kind of attractive booklets which farmer can use. So this is the third step. Then when we have a sufficient seed, we have land is identified, we have all the farmers in the ground, farmers are ready to take up the trials, then we started this crowdsourcing approach. This is something different than we do in normally ICAR and SAUs, that FLD type. This is not FLD, this is a typical participatory vital selection. You have to work with the farmers. You give them, this is a tricoat approach, there is a tricoat software, my colleague is expert on that, how to design trials. So what we do is we design the trials and we give it to farmer in the packet of 333. We don't write any name on that, just ABC, and we give that booklet to farmers. So the farmer will record very, very few traits, just maturity, biotic pressure, abiotic pressure, taste, all those, just 6-7 traits, so that we don't tax farmers. And very small plot, he will plant per 3. So we have that mother trial and baby trial concept. For example, if you are testing 20 varieties in 1 year in any crop, then all 20 will have a different permutation combination and they will go to farmer in 3-3 combination. But maybe I as a farmer, I have 3, but I don't like all of 3. So what we do, mother trial of all the varieties in one village, where all farmers can come and you can have a selection from there as well as from their own trial, baby trial. So this is how it works. Give it 3-3, this is the approach, and then, so thank you. And then maybe in one cycle, one variety will go, and then that variety will enter into the cycle of seed multiplication, distribution, and all this. So this is how we, at different sites, people were distributing seeds, seedling. As mentioned was made yesterday or today, that seed production, grain production and seed production, they are two very different things. So you have to have a farmer who are really trained on production of seed. You are working with 100 farmers, all 100 cannot be trained. You must train maybe 5 to 10 farmers, not more than that, on seed production. So that seed produced by those farmers will go into a cycle. The other will produce you grain, which will go to market. So this is the participative variety section. I think I don't need to explain, everybody knows. But at this step, when we have a complete crowdsourcing trial, we completed 3-4 year cycle. So at the end of the day, where we have 2 varieties, in one village now we have 10 to 15 varieties of various choice. So farmer has n number of varieties available with them of locally adopted, locally acceptable, so that climate, what we call climate resilience. So if there is a drought, he has a choice. If there is a late drought, he has a choice. Early maturity, different type of, if he wants something for his own taste, he has that variety. So that kind of choice farmer have, so that they can enhance the climate resilience of that farm. Second, fourth step important is, you tested so many varieties, everything is there, but where is seed? So seed is very important because all those native varieties or land bases are not available in the seed chain system, as I said. So you have to create a seed system also for them. So how will you create seed system? Community seed bank is one approach which Alliance is following globally in Africa and Asia particularly. And we established almost 32 community seed bank in that particular project at different sites, along with the various self-help group and local seed network were created. And so now the major question, major bottleneck which we were facing, we established community seed bank but once you are out of the project site, once your project is over, we have seen when I was working in ICAR, we implemented the World Bank funded project in the same line, but we reached up to community seed level, bank establishment. And when we visited after 2 years, all the community seed banks were collapsed. Reason was, farmers said, we don't have money now to support how to run the community seed bank. So what we did in this project, we tried to complete a complete value chain, and we converted this community seed bank as a business model. And last month only we have a terminal review after 2 years, and all our community seed banks are still functioning very well. Why they are functioning very well? But we completed all the steps, right from selection of varieties to consumer level, market level. How we did, these are the various steps that is required. You have to have a training. We organize 4 or 5 training on entrepreneurship, inviting people from abroad and India or private player. They have to identify the youth and women. Now Now, it's a fortunate that government of India is giving a lot of opportunities now, like startups, FPOs, FPCs, skill development. So many opportunities are there where you can train those farmers, and they have to be trained, but how to train them value chain. And value chain for what? Unless, because land races are mostly known for their nutritional trait. Either their aroma or their, everybody says, oh, that is very good land race for that, or that variety is very good for that. So nutrition profiling was very important for this particular component. Unless you have a proper nutritional profiling of land races, no value chain will work. So my friend Bhardwaj sitting here, he is undertaking all those nutrition profiling work for us. And private sector involvement is very important. We have a cyber roundtable discussion, and unless you showcase to private, because no private player will enter into that unless you have a showcasing. So once you have showcased them, okay, look, this is the product and this can go to market. Only then they will enter, and as a showcasing, and a lot of media you're required to publish those efforts. And you will surprise that rice land races that he did analysis, low glycemic index. Even some varieties have much that low GI than what is released by the even. So these are kind of land races we have find which were so good nutrition providing protein, very high protein, up to 12-13% protein in the rice we got. This is another very interesting you cannot store a palmate flour for long, so there is a low density requirement is there. So we could identify those local land races which were low density, which is not there in any kind of the improved varieties. So these are the value chain that we have developed, like mountain grain, as Carlos said, native basket in Jorhat, mountain grain in Himalayas. So what is this is aggregation. You have to have a kind of brand. Under that you can go for this land race, but not as individual land race. And this is how we created a kind of semi-processing things, thresher, dal mill, and all those stuff, packaging, branding is there. So that's why that go to market also. So if this approach, if you look at this, we have tried to reduce the climate vulnerability of the farmers. If you identify certain nutrition, good varieties, you have a nutrition address. And once income is coming, because the almost farmer is getting double the rate of what they used to get. Even still, the rate of improved varieties, you all know, red rice, 500 rupees per kg, 600 rupees per kg. You go to that stalls, you will find the same rate there. So that is kind of value that I have. And then ecosystem service, when they are in the low input environment, definitely they are going to have a low input environment. So this is something I always love to show. You have a buyer now with big money, you have a farmer, you have a labor to support their landless also in India. So if you have that kind of combination, people are ready to buy. Only you grow them. You ask farmer to grow. He will get. I would also like to just review two slides that we are also initiative about Himalayan Agroecology Initiative with IFOM and WFC. This is for Himalaya state for 3 countries, Bhutan, Nepal and India. And idea is that co-creation of holistic, practical and actionable roadmap for scaling up agroecology food system at national level with clear and measurable implementation. We have several state level consultation. Now we are planning national consultation and April, and maybe many of you may invite to that particular consultation, because this is a complete roadmap that has to be accepted or endorsed by the government. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Rana, and saving the couple of minutes, much appreciated. And with that, coming to the role of the agrobiodiversity, where you lost, how best you can restore into the mainstreaming, been doing on that aspect. So thank you for the sharing that insight of the agrobiodiversity in mainstreaming agriculture. And with that, we are our next speaker, Dr. Gopal, the researcher and specializes in agroecology from the ICRISAT and work with, oh sorry. So from International Water Management Institute, and there's one of the primer in agroecological frameworks at the landscape level within the CG system, and he's coming from the national systems, working with the agriculture research and extensions in the past, and he's going to talk about the redesigning the agroecosystems based new set of ecological process from the farm to landscape. Over to you, Dr. Gopal.
Just a couple of few minutes.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Pangajar, and let me thank my previous speaker, Fergus, and Dr. Rana, who has really cut short my assignment, but a challenging part I'll be dealing, because now I have to talk about transition from farm scale to landscape scale, and that is the most desired thing now everybody is talking around who is aware about agroecology. So there is a team for this, and myself, Gopal Kumar, and then I have team Smita here, who is from Biodiversity Alliance, and then I have Mark Thomas here, who is from IPRI, Germany. So it's a collective effort. Hope I'll justify this team efforts. Maybe I'll not talk more about challenges, but I think just to reiterate some things, just to draw your attention that we are really scarce of the resources here. And if you see in Indian condition, probably if you consider just cultivable land, probably 10% is depending on each hectare of land. So that is really a resource burden on us. And globally also, if you see agricultural land, then it is 2 only, but if you see just crop land, it is almost 5 people on 1 hectare, depending on for everything. It is not just food. So that is really a different situation, and that situation is challenging more in a tropical region, which is really vulnerability, climate vulnerability, and marginalized community and gender inequity is also probably, I would say, it's a peak in this region at least. So that has to be part of any program you're doing, and that has to be part of transitioning also. So having those challenges, probably we need to work on sustainable agri-food system, and so far focus has been on farm scale intervention. So now it's time to take advantage of the moment. If you think landscape, then the situation of 10 becomes really a small, less than 10, because otherwise we are counting crop and agriculture land, but then other parts of the landscape also become your resource, I would say, to support your system. So it's a logic basically. So if you see the balance when you talk about the farm-based system, then it's a narrow focused things and fragmented implementations, and decision is also largely, though community may be part of that, largely done by individual, but when you go for landscape mode, community is a part of that. So the collective wisdom of the community you are harnessing there. So that is an added advantage when you go for landscape scale. So somebody can help? Okay. So once you think that you need to transition, hopefully we have already decided, then there are some key principle, agroecological principles that need to be honored, and that has to be like integrated strategy where ecological integration and systemic efficiency has to be part of that. Landscape level synergies you need to think rather than the farm level of synergy. We have been talking about synergy, but mostly farm level. So that has to be part, and then social context is very important, which normally we are losing when we are talking about fragmented farm scale things. So that is one important thing. And then participatory method, there are many programs that has participation inbuilt into it, but actually if you see participation has a scale, sometimes just watching activities also a sort of participation. But then in this agroecology initiative we are using different term for participation. It's co-working, so it gives you a better sense of the partnering on equal footing. So that is the strength in agroecology initiative, and that way we are working and trying to transition from farm to landscape. So far, if you see, by and large, focus has been on farm scale technology development. Landscape there has been, but almost ignored. That integration has not been part. And of late, we are starting focusing on food system basically. But then in between landscape, that has to be bridging part is somehow it is weak now. So I don't know if someone can help me. So coming to the ecological principle, I think we will all appreciate that the biodiversity, I'll cut short my time here because Dr. Rana has already mentioned in detail that biodiversity has to be part of the landscape part also. Soil health is one thing, I think there's nothing new about it and has to be taken care of. And once you talk about landscape scale, there are more dimensions included when you're managing soil health. If you're working individually at farm scale, you have limited resource base and integrations. but landscape scale there are more resource based, there are better integration. Optimize water use. Water is something very crucial and has to be part of. Normally we are not talking much about water even in agroecology context also, to be honest, but that has to be part of the core. And when you go to landscape scale, probably water apportioning, runoff harvesting, linking to the agroecological system is an integral part, and that has to be appreciated and honored. And we have to prioritize ecosystem services. By and large at farm scale we have been more on tangible part of ecosystem services, but when you go for landscape scale and we want to put your point before any policy makers, probably that all part of ecosystem services need to be prioritized. So in continuity to that, we have to move from fragmented to integrated approach. Building resilience has to be part of your landscape scale, and then conserving resources. So we have not talked much about conserving resources in agroecology when we are mainly confined to farm scale. So that has to be now more focus, and when we go to landscape scale, that has to be probably the first step to go in field and then link farm activity to that conservation activity. And climate mitigation, once you do in landscape, it's an inbuilt part, but that has to be focused also in this case. So if you see the Indian scenario, just I am putting few programs which we are running here where it fares. So basically fragmented chemical waste farming, what Dr. Arno was telling about indigo-etic plants, so that is left side mostly confined to farm scale, nil or limited integration to landscape. If you go to natural farming, organic farming, there is some integration with landscape, yet very weak. If you go to watershed program, particularly the new generation Karnataka is leading the way in that case, reward, it is having landscape aspect as well as farm aspect. But again, the agroecological perspective on farm aspect is weak in that case. So that has to be taken care of. And if you go to just soil and water conservation, major based watershed activity, then probably landscape conservation is there, but then farm level intensive agroecological things are missing in that case. So probably we need to amalgamate both. That is the idea of discussing in this case. So I don't know. Can someone help me here? Oh, I don't know. So the practices, nothing new in it. So I'll just mention few, but I think you all know that there has to be some perennial component. Not must, as Fergus is telling, that if you have more perennial, there is high chance that agroecology may perform better, but that is not essential part of. But by and large, in general recommendations, agroforestry is one thing. Habitat corridor, even one plantation and hedgerow works as a habitat corridor, and that has to be part of. Rainfall harvesting and runoff management, bioresource management, which is natural farming people and all agroecology oriented regenerative farming people talks a lot about, but then the scale becomes different when you work at landscape level. And then integrated livestock and climate smart practices are there, that has to be part of your change. So we had some experience from working at Mandla ALL agroecology landscape, and then there are set of rules we followed. That link is not just chronological or just sequential, but then there are a lot of community involvement in this part, developing a collective vision in this case. So here smartly we have done basically some co-design activity there with farmer, that is mostly farm centric, and for landscape scale some of the ongoing activity there are done by GIZ and the FES. They are in collaborations that we evaluated and try to see how that link is fitting into our agroecological system. So that way we moved there, but joint vision formulation with diverse sector and community level co-design, I would say, had been a strength of this program there. And if you see the behavior perspective, this is a conceptual framework where the opportunity space are influenced by, there is actually action civilization that is influenced by social and rational subsystem, and then there are individual behavior and collective behavior, because we are talking about the community, and that is influenced by external influencer. I would say that economic subsystem, government subsystem, resource subsystem. So having this framework, we worked on a collective vision where farmers, civil society, private sector and representative and government official jointly developed a vision. The way that we first forecasting was the one part where we are dreaming down the line 10 years ahead what we want to see, and then set the vision having that scenario, and again come back casting to that present level where we are developing transition pathway. And in that process we've identified that who need to do what differently to move to our joint vision, and who could enable or motivate actors to do to desired action. So that is the unique part we have done there, and that is the strength of agroecological system we have been doing. Rest at farm level activities, we could co-design some of the things. There are some success, but this is very limited. I would say this is from just co-design plot results. It is not adoption and diffusion, because that system is not so old. So that, and the baseline was really very poor. Farmers were operating with very poor baseline. So the response from high production system and low production system will be entirely different. So this was somehow low production system. So even in co-design, we could see a lot of change there in terms of consumption, production, economic activities and diversity. But then there were failure also, and that needs to be highlighted. And I'm here more to highlight the failure and the lesson we learned. So failure was that adoption was at various scale. There was not uniform adoption. Even in co-design experimental part, forget about later adoption part, because site vulnerability is one thing which we missed to assess. There were some political issues, some dam construction was there, and then entire village was charged for that. They did disabandoned actually. They abandoned our things, activities there, and then differential learning graph has to be honored. See, all capacity building was there and all farmers participated in that, but there is differential learning graph. So if you treat them alike, then you don't expect similar response. So that was in reality also. And then capacity building issue, it has to be well in advance, but then because of time shortage and something, it is sometimes looking like activity and capacity building going hand in hand. So that was not ideal, and there are many more, I would say, failure. I'm judging as a team, collective judgment is that, and we learn from that there has to be a dedicated preparatory phase in any program where capacity building, repo building, though vision to action process was so well structured that it has to create repo building in just part of that itself. But still we feel that having a limited ground activity and repo building, which is otherwise part of watershed program in many watershed program in first year, so that probably will make more impact here in this case, because then learning craft, people will come at the same stage on same footing there before starting the actual activity. So that is the lesson. So those impact and results are presented here also. So having learning from the agroecology at Mandla and having some experience of working in watershed program, so now I'm trying to contextualize in for India that when we talk about landscape scale, there is some challenging situation and we have to make decision. Like boundary of interactions, there are different kind of, just few I have mentioned just to draw your attention that if you talk about water, the boundary of interactions are from a hectare for farm pond to maybe 1,000 kilometers for a river system. Soil, there may be few meter, but if you include erosion, that may be 1,000 kilometers also, because it's going as a sediment. Similarly, pollinators have few kilometers. Community also, there is defined boundary. They can't go, one villagers can't fetch anything from anywhere. So that has to be honored. So if you see all these lists, there are different boundary of interactions. But do you think we can have an entire globe also as a landscape, or country also as a landscape? So what should be the practical scale of operation? So that is a challenging question. Normally, hypothetically, when you are talking, we talk at landscape scale, but finally you have to narrow down at some workable scale. So I suggest here, because integration is scale linked. Integration at farm scale, integration at landscape, small landscape, micro watershed scale, and river basin scale will be entirely different. Understand? So that means I would suggest taking clue from the ongoing watershed programs where they have fixed a unit of 500 hectare. Though unfortunately this time they are not honoring natural boundary, but I am still in favor of natural hydrological boundary in a micro watershed mode where 100 hectare to 500 hectare can be one unit, or cluster of watershed can be an unit. So I feel that planning should be at landscape scale, larger scale, long-term planning, and then working operation can be micro watershed. So both can go hand in hand together. So that seems to be a practical approach. Fortunately, in India we have a strong watershed program, particularly Reward, where Karnataka is a lighthouse for that. I've mentioned that has a strong landscape component, but farm scale intervention in terms of agroecological things is a little weaker. So if you join hands with those kind of activities and program, then the story is complete. Similarly, there are natural farming program, there are organic farming program, which is by and large farm centric. They have some link with what landscape scale. So if you joined again that with existing watershed program, so I see both existing there in system itself, thus they have to join hands. I see Dr. Dalway here, and I was happy to know that because he has been spearheading the watershed program there. So he is there, and organic farming people are also there. So thank to the organizer for bringing them together. We have to bring them in effect, in action also. So that is the way we can practically approach. And one hypothetical situation, once I discussed with the Rural Development Secretary, I was proposing how convergence can be capitalized for this kind of amalgamation. So my idea of convergence, but existing convergence in India means you are taking resource from Manrega Rural Employment Guarantee Program and using for a number of purposes. That is the effective convergence. But hypothetically, I'm telling hypothetical because I have not done on the ground, because I have been in discussion only. So I prefer that if you make a landscape plan, intensive saturation plan, and allot area within that domain of landscape, which area is suitable to different departments, that Department of Horticulture, Department of Fishery, Department of whosoever related part we want to work. Because ultimately we have to realize that land parcel is common. There will not be different land parcel for different target and objectives. Suppose there is some program in launch and people are randomly searching some land to go for implementing that program. So why going by default? Rather go by design where already systems are planned well in advance, and area is there for a demarcated area, that horticulture development, this block, fishery development, these pockets, and a number of that can be done in pre-hand. And whenever some program and targets are coming or existing system is there, one planning person or coordination person or department can allot them that respective area you work here, so that in that process your landscape integration becomes really effective, and all other departments which is normally shy to come to you because you can claim their work, they have to claim and meet their target. So in that process they will meet their target, and in that your entire landscape will be treated. So that is I see as a practical way of doing. And this is last slide probably. So now Viksit Bharat vision is around, and it is here to stay. Where situation changes, people change, it doesn't matter, but we all need to realize that Viksit Bharat vision 2047 is around, and then there is some forecasting, there is some requirement for that. So if you include all the program and national goals and targets in your landscape scale management, then you are bound to attract the policy makers to come to you and work. If you are not in that line of SDGs or national goal or commitment or Viksit Bharat, or there are a number of things. So again I am reiterating that land parcel is common, and you have to do every activity there only. Don't search new lands for new activity. Rather you design it one, and all goals and national settings should be merging there, so that at national level everything is met. So that looks like, and one line message is that you need to take care of all those national commitments and goal when you are planning. So conclusion, no need to, because I have whatever I've spoken is just reiterated here, and I'm thanks to the organizer, and thanks to the government of Karnataka, especially have been lighthouse for watershed program. I have been part of the watershed program also. I wish that you create more lighthouse there and serve. Probably agroecology and landscape based approach will be another one where you will be serving as a lighthouse. And thank you very much. Thanks. Okay.
So thank you, Dr. Gopal, and that's a pretty good, again, going back to the landscape approach, how these different interventions really taking place, and what innovations need to be looking into that landscape really matters, right? So that is what the IMI is one of the agroecology initiative within the CG system, and from that too, I think it was pretty good sequence of these four talk coming together. Now I invite the next speaker, Dr. Deepak Chemola, and coming from the GIZ and working on this what called as the advisor to the different landscape approaches in the agroecological framework in the program, and he's going to talk about again the next level, the landscape approach in agroecological planning, experience from the GIZ Jiva program. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So Dr. Gopal Kumar has given a very interesting conceptual framework that is basically integrating watershed with the natural farming. So here I will be sharing experiences of Jiva program which is basically a program that embeds agroecology on watershed projects. So it is, I'll be focusing on landscape approach in agroecological planning in this particular presentation. So a lot of discussion has happened about food systems. We all know there are various issues with regards to the food system, and food system is basically fragmented. And in this picture you can see 4 dimensions of food system: farmer, farm, natural resource and consumer. And in each basically element there are several challenges. I will not going to repeat those challenges because already the speakers have already discussed about them. But the interesting thing is the connection and interconnectedness among these dimensions are broken or getting basically weak day by day. And the solution would be basically developing a landscape based approach, or maybe developing a local food system where all these dimensions have spatial and relational proximity. Spatial means there should be geographic proximity between these elements, as well as relational, that includes shared value, that includes trust, that includes social capital. So all these dimensions needs to be integrated, and that can happen when local food system is enabled. So as we are working with NABARD on this Jiva program, and NABARD is one of the pioneering agency which has basically piloted the watershed program, and we can see the evolution of watershed program over a period of time. It started in 1992 with a small Indo-German watershed project. It started in Maharashtra, then replicated in 2-3 more states, where the focus was more towards water and soil conservation. Later on, Government of India created a fund for watershed development in year 1999 for upscaling watershed approaches. Thereafter, in 2016, the KFW Soil Fund have come up with a new approach that is basically integrating climate adaptation, climate risk mitigation aspects in watershed basically planning processes. In 2019, again NABARD has integrated climate aspect in their all watershed projects. And in 2022, NABARD launched Jiva project with focus on embedding agroecology in watershed projects, where GIZ is supporting Jiva project through capacity building, knowledge management and research related components. As I mentioned, Jiva basically includes embedding of agroecological principles in watershed and tribal development projects. Along with this, the consolidation of learnings of 20 or 22 years have been basically consolidated in Jiva program. And the program is supported by GIZ, I have already mentioned. It's a 4 to 5 years program, where the first year focusing on the learning part, piloting part, where farmer learns about natural farming in watershed area, and from second year onwards they upscale their natural farming practices, and from fourth year onwards institutionalization or mainstreaming aspects is basically developed. So this is the implementation framework of Jiva program, where NABARD and GIZ basically coming together for developing implementation and program design framework, and where NABARD ROs are basically involved in sanctioning the project. PIA or project implementing agencies are involved in implementing these projects, and NABARD is funding this project, and GIZ is providing capacity building and knowledge management support through various knowledge partners. This is the coverage. On ground, it started in year 2023, where 24 projects were funded by NABARD across 11 state and 5 agroecological zones. Seeing the initial successes, NABARD expanded this program in 25 new projects across 13 states. So now, as my presentation is focusing on agroecological planning process using landscape approach, so there are 3 levels of planning process: farm level planning, cluster level planning, and project level planning. I'll be discussing about these 3 levels in my next slides. So first is basically cluster level planning, where project boundary is basically defined in a watershed Google Earth map. And again, within the watershed, different clusters are identified based on certain homogenetical factors like land type, land use, soil type, and so on. And they also, within the cluster, we define landscape features, land use patterns, and different land types. Mostly in local language, whatever these farmers or community use those terms, like if they are using tarn word for upland, then those words are basically used in the planning process. And then in a participatory manner, so PRA exercise or EPRA exercise is being conducted to generate local knowledge with regards to the resource mapping, with regards to the institutional mapping, with regards to the land types, and all these are mapped in watershed Google Earth map. These are the digitalization process through various layers which is being integrated in the system. So next important exercise is basically Fasal Chakra exercise, where villagers and community within the cluster are involved in the Fasal Chakra exercise participatory process in identifying cropping pattern, identifying land use details with regards to the land type, rainfall pattern within the landscape. All this information is used to identify gaps, identify what new cropping pattern or new crop models can be developed, and at the same time climate risk, if there are certain climate risk with regards to certain landscape, how those risks can be addressed. So these aspects can be done in Fasal Chakra exercise. So this is farm level planning, where the focus is more towards crop diversification, multi-cropping and polycropping, and that requires again farm level landscape planning in terms of farm layout, in terms of crop selection, or in terms of designing crop geometry according to the crop selected. Then how to do disease and pest management using local knowledge. In this picture, this lady is basically just shaking those arhar basically pods to basically remove pest. So this is a local technology. How they can use these technologies within villages, and integration of livestock is important for natural farming. So if farmer requires livestock, so this should be part of project activity, like bio input preparation, nutrition garden, and eco ponds are also part of farm level planning. Then at project level planning, whatever done in cluster level or farm level, it is consolidated and analyzed, and then project activities are finalized. The focus is more towards developing local enterprises so that circular economy or local food system can be enabled. Then thereafter, after identifying activities under, there are 9 different components under Jiva where funding is done by NABARD. So budget allocation and timeline is basically done based on the activities identified. And here we are using 3-pronged capacity building approach, where GIZ is majorly supporting NABARD at 3 levels. One is basically farmer level, where we are providing external farmer support services to farm level so that they can be mentored for natural farming processes, and peer-to-peer learning process can be enabled, demonstration can be created on field. cluster level online trainings, thematic workshop. At NABARD level, they also required specific trainings for, so customized training for NABARD officer, joint planning and review meetings with them as well. So this is the journey that Jiva project envisage, how farmers should transform over a period of 5 years during the duration of Jiva program. First, awareness needs to be created. Farmers should be aware about the agroecology or natural farming practices. Then farmers who are willing, they should be enrolled in the program and they should be supported closely through Jiva program. Then the farmers should be capacitated or hand-holded to intensify agroecology and natural farming related activities. Then after 5 years, it is envisaged that at least farmers should transform their 75% land. This is one of the indicators of Jiva program. This is the basically visualization, how we are visualizing landscape should transform. So lead farmer would be focusing on creating demonstration in their plot, and Jiva program through GIZ support, we are supporting these lead farmer to develop as an internal resource person. These lead farmers will through peer-to-peer learning will basically handhold other fellow farmers. So the entire process of landscape transformation can happen, and it is the cluster-wise strategy is being developed so that if there are some gaps, challenges with regards to that cluster, that can be handled through capacity building activities. These are some initial results. Jiva program is only 1.5 years old, and these are some initial results. Around 1,300 acre has been covered under this natural farming program. 720 lead farmers have been developed, and we can read all these numbers. These are some initial results. And these are the expected outcome or expected, you can say, outcome indicators that we are envisaging over a period of time. The focus is that at least in watershed area, 200 hectare or 250 hectare should be transformed as a natural farming and agroecology production center. So based on experiences of Jiva, we are proposing this framework that specifically for agroecology planning process. The focus should be on natural resource management, spatial planning, spatial perspective using GIS-based technology should be integrated in the planning process. It should be participatory, involving all different stakeholders, and building local institution in terms of SHGs, producer group and FPOs, integration of indigenous and local knowledge in planning process. And this framework can be used in other programs like NMNF and other programs by Government of India, private sector and civil society organization. This is all from my side. Thank you very much.
So thanks to the fantastic four presentations, bring together what we called agroecology, agroforestry, tree-based system. It's indispensable for the future of the agriculture. There's no doubt in that. And can you put someone? So it's very, I'm sure like a lot of the questions or ideas, how best you can move this forward. And looking into the, just quickly summing up the key things what Dr. Fergus talking about the contribution of the tree in the agroecology, and also the context by ups and right tree for the right place for the right purpose, and to the looking into the Krana from the mainstream agrobiodiversity, where we lost and where you can bring it back, the amount of the biodiversity lost in this one. Looking to that one, as a child, we used to eat so many varieties of the food, nearly more than 65,000 land races in our food system. Right now, if you put into our Indian food system like what you can roti kulcha, idli dosa and potato pulses, the khatam. That's 4 or 5 the main crops define our the food system. Then we come to redesigning the agroecosystems by Dr. Gopal from the IMI. So looking into that aspect is how this landscape level, water interactions and boundary conditions, that really is very, very important. Or you really need to define that boundary condition. That's then the thing. So then to the GY experience from the NABARD and GIZ supported program by Dr. Deepak from the GIZ and the level of the landscape approach taken by some initiative by the program. So those bring the context of how we are reimagining the agroecosystems and agrobiodiversity, agriculture and food system transformations in the changing diets, demographies and climate. Can you really revive our forgotten food systems, including the land races to the new era of the what you call a sustainable food systems in the functional food systems through the functional landscape? With that, I'm inviting all the speakers to come on the stage. So we asking the audience, I'm sure that you all are coming from the agroecology, and this is such a fascinating subject in the present world, and so much you can talk about this innovation, technology, from what farmers can do in the small level, microbial, mycorrhizal in the root sphere to the blockchain technology. That really open up a lot of the avenue for to be transition to the what you call agri-food system transformations. I open to the questions, keep it very short and point to that one rather than the more suggestions. So please, so someone can pass the mic and tell your name and the crisp question.
My name is Ashok Kumar and my question is to speaker 1, Professor Fergus. And the question is that we have been talking about cross-sectoral collaboration for governance of is needed urgently. So this example of sectoral governance is nested with civil society organization, or examples are there that is nested in government system, or it's basically multi-sectoral. What all examples do exist to have such demonstration on cross-sectoral governance system to support land transformation?
I didn't, his voice was coming and going.
So, can you just repeat the question, hold your question front and talk so that you're bending, we're losing the word.
So, landscape governance. And landscape goes beyond a village. It's higher, more than watershed, couple of panchayats, block, district. This is the area expansion.
Yeah.
And we are talking about watershed plus natural farming and as landscape approach. Watershed governance, we know that there are watershed committees and they are basically temporary is for implementation. But landscape approach, governance is basically temporary structure or permanent structure. What examples do exist and how this multi-sectoral governance structure look like based on examples available within universe?
Yeah. So looking to, yeah, you got it.
Okay, now that's a really good question. And I think we need to start by realizing that when people talk about landscapes, they often mean very different things. Because a landscape can be at different scales. So we're certainly clear that it's above the level of a single farm. In most contexts, it's above the level of a village. And so what we're talking about is aggregated social capital. Because if you're going to manage ecosystem services, then you have to be managing a local landscape level where those ecosystem services are manifest, and therefore the trade-offs and synergies can be managed. And the trouble is that most of the time we have neither the policy instruments or structures nor the social capital at that local landscape scale. And let's say it's a sort of 1,000 kilometres squared sort of size that we're looking at in a rough area. But as Gopal pointed out, boundaries differ. So your watershed boundary is very unlikely to be the same as your administrative boundaries. And that means that you need to be able to traverse these in order to manage those ecosystem services. Now, there isn't one way to do it. In general, you're looking at some form of multi-stakeholder platform involving government, but also bringing in private sector and obviously farmer organizations, so that you've got an inclusive approach. But most of the time you can build on some existing structures, but you need to augment them if they're going to be inclusive and capable of handling that landscape management. But great question.
So, who is the next? Okay. So after that, yeah. So keep the questions short and straightforward.
Again, to both Professor from UK and dear friend Deepak. See, 4 speakers I heard. We are talking about landscape, agroecology. This is absolutely in sync. But landscape is also economies of scale, and hence value chain marketing becomes critical. In this discourse, except I think Dr. Rana, I didn't hear, maybe I'm not very attentive, but I didn't hear much. Can we look at inclusive market systems also part of landscape management approach? Without that, can we achieve? That's the question. And if at all we need to do, what all we need to do to integrate inclusive marketing system landscape. Thanks.
Who would like to take first? Please. Yeah, okay.
So, thank you, Kirti ji. This is an interesting question. When we talk about markets, then I think we should differentiate conventional market from agroecology. Agroecology needs different market structures, different alternative markets. And if you read the various projects or various initiatives across the world, alternative market in form of different approaches, like in Brazil, and this is one input for Ashok ji as well. In Brazil, there is organization called Ecovida, is again a network of farmer group, private sector people, different regulatory bodies. So all these come together and developing a system, and they are developing their own certification system, they are developing their own standards, and some kind of domestic market is being created. The another point I would like to make is that if we talk about landscape, then food system should lie within the landscape. We should develop production system and market system within the landscape. That means the farmer can be a consumer, farmer can be a producer. If we want to understand the consumption level and how much how much product these farmers or communities getting from the outside, then we will see that there is a huge scope for creating market within. That would be a sustainable marketing approach for agroecology.
So,
okay, number one, you lose points. You lose points for using value chain. I explicitly indicated that we're talking about value networks. as much to do with collaboration as competition. Having said that, it's a good question. Again, we've got issues of scale here and some quite interesting aspects. We can perhaps connect to the World Cafe session this morning, where people pointed out that with land races, you need to aggregate those land races around a brand. And often the geography of a landscape can end up becoming a brand. Now, I did some work in Coorg a few years ago, trying to market the honey from the coffee agroforestry. And we tried to get a territorial acclamation for it. We failed because not because the honey wasn't wonderful and very special because of the floristic composition of the trees in the coffee, but because the beehive that's used locally is an American design, a US design, and so is not a traditional local method of production. And that meant that you couldn't get that assignation. Another example from Sri Lanka, there's a big GCF project called the Knuckles project on ecosystem-based adaptation. Now, I don't know how many of you know Sri Lanka, but the Knuckles range, a biodiversity hotspot, wonderful area that everybody in the country knows all about. And so one of the ways of rewarding farmers for managing the Knuckles watershed is creating a Knuckles brand for agroecological products that's tied to that iconic landscape. So I think there's an awful lot that you can do in connecting markets with landscapes. And this very much comes down again to this aggregation of social capital. And marketing and collective marketing is one of the ways in which you can do that and capture value more locally as a result. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's hear from the one who is advising to a lot of the farmers to transition. Yep.
Good afternoon, sir. We are into saline soil revival and reclamation. The process is 100% organic. Once the process is completed after 3 months, we want crops. All are going for sugarcane. And I think economically sugarcane is not feasible to a small farmer who is damaged because of his soil. Once after reclamation, in what way NABARD can or Jiva can support us for going for contract farming of exclusive millets continuously in hundreds of acres?
So with the Jiva program, first NABARD wants to basically pilot these agroecological approaches, whether these are working in field or not. And now they are consolidated these learning in their watershed projects, because watershed are NABARD funded projects. They have allocated fund for those projects, and on those watershed projects they are overlaying layer of Jiva program. So once there is a proper evidence is established, then maybe NABARD would like to extend such kind of initiative to other programs and other areas, and maybe state government through their schemes can take over such kind of initiative and support your program. But as of now, the focus of Jiva is on watershed and tribal development programs of NABARD.
Any more questions? I think last one question to take, considering the next sessions. Please call.
Yes, thank you. I have two quick questions. One is for Fergus. You show in your graph significant differences between organic and natural farming, which the magnitude of which surprised me. If you can elaborate, I understand that the two methods are different, but if you can elaborate on why there is such a significant gap. The second, I guess, is for all the panelists, whoever wants to answer. In our World Cafe, there was a discussion about agroecology is not a match everywhere. So what is our target? How much agroecology is enough to achieve general sustainability, resilience, etc.?
Do you want me to go? Yeah. So, you always ask difficult questions, Carlo. And I'm a little bit nervous, being as this is co-organised by FIBL, so I'd better be careful what I say. Obviously, just like I mentioned that agroforestry and agroecology are not the same, organic farming and agroecology are not the same. Massive overlap, but the big difference is essentially organic is prescriptive. That is, there are certain things that you can do and certain things you cannot do. Whereas agroecology, you've got those universal principles which get locally applied through co-creation at the local sites. So you get a real diversity of practice, even if you're still conforming to those principles. And that may be the reason behind the differences. The actual comparison was the organic methods as they were specified, and a specific form of agroecology, which is natural farming. And when I first saw natural farming, when it was called zero budget natural farming, I thought it was very prescriptive. It was based on Subhesh Paleka's models, and they're very prescriptive. They tell you, plant this here, that there. But then when I got into the field and I saw what was actually happening, they had graduate level, this is RYSS, they had graduate level extension people talking to farmers about, how to go about things. And then, the farmer would say, oh, well, I like this Gelirum inoculum, but I haven't got any jaggery. What if I used mango pulp, And so the prescriptions started getting modified and adapted to what the farmers wanted. So although it appears prescriptive, in reality farmers are taking bits and pieces of the prescription and adapting it. So my guess would be that. Now, of course, the great advantage of the prescription in organic farming is that it makes certification more straightforward. And there's a real problem for agroecology that having the flexibility means that it's more difficult to be clear about what people are getting. And of course, participatory guarantee schemes of one type and another are coming along, but it's a real area that needs development. And obviously, it's the interaction and the overlap with organic farming that's far more important than the differences. Thanks.
Would you like to add some?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe your second question was how much agroecology is probably enough or how much is desired. So, see, every country is at different footings. And having example from India, I would say that our national agriculture system experts are always concerned about food security. So if you talk about taking agroecology, what Dr. Rana was telling to Indo-Gangetic plan where we are banking for food security, nobody is going to agree and support you. So just to capture view of some national agriculture system actors, I tried to have maybe 10 criteria I used, and probably I missed that discussion in my presentation. I had on priority map. So priority map from two group of stakeholders, one national agriculture system stakeholders and another one were ecology and environmentalist. So when we mapped their criteria, there was no convergence. I would say that only 2 million hectare was somewhere converging, and that too probably because of error. So we can't go everywhere. But then what government people or I'll say national agriculture system actors agreed, and per their wisdom and judgment capturing in form of analytical hierarchy process, when we mapped, it is coming around 20 million hectare in India where they are okay if you go to agroecology, and simply because they see their yield gain. Okay, base level is poor, and even if you go in agroecological way, it is more involving your farm-centric activities are there, and there is yield gain. So simply that is one thumb rule which is working here, and probably many other countries which is having equal footing or equal kind of concern, that kind of mapping will be there. So it's not one figure I can say, but I would say that those areas where they see yield gain, particularly rain-fed semi-arid in our condition, government is okay, and we have to go along with government because we can't make change everywhere. We have to go with it. So I think that is my answer is that much only. I would like to add one point on the governance when the first question was there. So in case of India, actually even we struggle in our mandala when we approach because agroecological landscape governance people are talking, and then there is institutional structure in place. So there is panchayat, there is district, and then there is watershed level institution also there. Okay, but there is no such existing institutions for landscape level. So cutting across, even if you are working with NGO, they have their own set of rule and governance. So cutting across all those existing institutional structure and coming as a separate governance rule and institutional structure is a big challenge. So unless and until it is realized by higher policy makers that we are going in this direction now onwards, maybe on permanent basis or long-term basis, new institutional structures and guidelines can be created. But as of now, I see a practical way of strengthening or fine-tuning existing watershed management because that lives a little close to landscape approach, and that can work as a one institutional structure, and then that can be cutting across all, because otherwise also watershed institutional structure is somehow it's cutting across all. So that is, I just wanted to supplement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Despite of the post-lunch, I not see anyone else not sleeping. That's good. So that shows the interest, and thanks to the wonderful speaker. And it's very clear that economically viable, ecologically sustainable landscape, that is the way to go. And I request you also to please sit down. Okay. So I need to sit down now.
Hello, good afternoon everybody. In spite of the lunch, I mean getting so many questions, it's really great. That means to say we have an active audience, and maybe the speakers, the topics and all must have been wonderful. So I'd like to thank Dr. Chandrasekhar Emberadar, who chaired the session and steered it in a very nice way. Thank you, sir. I request my Joint Director, Administration, Mr. Chandrasekhar, to come over and felicitate the speakers here. Sir, please come. Mr. Deepak Chamla. Yes. Certificate. Next we have Fergus Sinclair. Somebody else sitting there. Oh, sorry. Mr. J. Rana, Biodiversity International India. Please do stand for one pic. Yeah. Mr. Gopal Kumar, IWMI. I request all the speakers to line up for a group photo. Please. Please line up for a group photo. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Chandrasekhar. one more announcement. Coffee and tea is served in the enclosure left to my left. So kindly go pick up coffee or tea and come back to your stations. So we will start the next session soon.
really concise. Nicolette, I need to be excused for 5 minutes. I missed something, maybe because of some reason, so you need to wait. But before that, I have a very, very special guest who has come from all the way from Himachal Pradesh. He is a Padam Shri awardee conferred by Government of India. Sri Nekram ji, he is here. I will request him to come and मैं उनको ये रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा 5-7 मिनट में. Yes, please have a round of applause. We have somebody been conferred the highest civilian award, and there is a special request from all of us to have few words. आप कुछ हम लोगों को address कीजिए, and I will try to do the translation if needed for the international audience. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
यहाँ उपस्थित सभी भाई बहनों को मेरा सादर नमन. वो कुछ ज़्यादा तारीफ मेरा कर दिया है इन्होंने. ये कुछ हमें अपना ज़िंदगी में जो करना चाहिए वो हमारा जो एक नैतिक कर्तव्य होता है बस उतना ही मैंने किया है, उसे ज़्यादा नहीं किया है, और वो शायद सबको करना चाहिए. ये आज इतना बड़ा कार्यक्रम में हम लोग शामिल हैं, मेरे लिए तो बहुत बड़ा गौरव की बात है ये कि मुझे आप लोगों के सामने अपने छोटी छोटी बातें रखने का मौका मिला. मेरा अपना जो ज़िंदगी का अनुभव रहा वही मैं आपके बीच में रखता हूँ. हम लोगों को जिंदा रहने के लिए खाना सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है, और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण हमारा सेहत है. ये हम सब ने बचपन से पढ़ा है, हेल्थ इज वेल्थ. और मुझे लगा था कि शायद हम लोग अपना हेल्थ को वेल्थ मान ही नहीं रहे हैं. हम तो उससे कहीं दूर जा कर के उसके लिए जितना भी हमें कुछ करना चाहिए था हम शायद भूल गए. हम खाना इसलिए खाते हैं कि भूख मिट जाए, खाना इसलिए नहीं खा रहे हैं कि हमारा सेहत हो जाए. तो उसमें बहुत बड़ा फर्क होता है. तो मैंने जो ये कार्यक्रम अपना शुरू किया था ये काफ़ी 3 दशक पहले की बात है. 1990 से ये शुरुआत हुआ था अपने गांव के अंदर से कि हमारे जो ये सब जो परंपरागत अनाज हैं, सो मिलेट्स, अभी सीरियन का संज्ञा दिया गया है. तो ये जो मिलेट्स हैं सालों साल रखने से भी वो खराब नहीं हो रहा है. तो मुझे लगा कि जो इतना पावरफुल अनाज है जिसको कोई कीड़ा नहीं लगता, जिसको बचाने के लिए कोई जहर का पुड़िया नहीं डालना पड़ता, वो जो व्यक्ति खाएगा वो कितना ताकतवर रहेगा. और ये सब चर्चा जब पूरा अपना समुदाय के अंदर मैं कुछ सीख भी रहा था तो बहुत सारे मुझे समझ आया कि हम जो आज खा रहे हैं उस अनाज को बचाने के लिए तो हमें जहर का पुड़िया डालना पड़ता है, तब जाकर के कीट से वो बचता है. और एक वो चीज़ जो हमारे पूर्वजों ने हमें दी थी और वो हमारे बीच में जैसे मिलेट्स जैसी चीज़ें हैं, सो वो बहुत पौष्टिक है, फाइबर रिच है, सारे तत्व उसके अंदर है. आदमी बीमार होगा क्यों? आज हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि हॉस्पिटल में कितना भीड़ है. हम अपने बच्चों को क्या दे रहे हैं? हम लोग आज बहुत तरक्की कर चुके हैं परंतु अपने सेहत को गंवा रहे हैं. तो शायद हमें वापिस आना पड़ेगा, नेचर से जुड़ना पड़ेगा. आज इतना बड़ा कार्यक्रम में हम सब लोग शामिल हुए हैं तो हमें सॉरी तो हम लोगों को ये सब जो काले पीले नीले जो चावल हैं उस तरफ निकलना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि बहुत सारे चावल हमारे बीच में है. फिंगर मिलेट्स है, फॉक्सटेल मिलेट है, बार्नयार्ड मिलेट है, सब सारा इतना मिलेट्स है और वो हमारा सेहत को अच्छा रखने में कितना लाभदायक है, शायद आज हम लोग इस इवेंट के अंदर देख रहे हैं कि उसके कितने सारी चीज़ें आज वो हमारे लिए उपलब्ध हो गया है। तो हम लोग उसमें आगे बढ़ेंगे और मैं यही सबको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं कि हम सब लोग इस तरफ को आगे बढ़ें। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Please stand, please stand, please stand. So, for our international guest, he saying what he's doing is part of his duty. Is not that he is doing because of some other compulsions, but he takes it as his own duty. He thinks food is very important, and in particularly he has seen the new generation is not eating the food for health, but it has become a fad or a fashion. In that context, from 1990, he started looking at millets in his area, and he found millets are growing without having any use of pesticides or fertilizers. He believed then that millets, if are grown naturally, then how much value it must be containing in millets. Why not we propagate? And till date, he has been instrumental in doing so, and he thinks if you look at hospitals today, then the kind of diseases we as citizens facing, those are the things which are really bothering him, and he is saying now time has come, we have understood the beauty of millets and we should move to millet or healthy products. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your time. We'll also felicitate him. Yeah, please. Please do a round of applause for Nekramji. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, now let's move to professionals. Yeah, Nicolette, please take your time. Let's try to be as crisp and as concise possible. Maybe 10-12 minutes if at all possible. Otherwise, you have your own time.
Okay, I hope you can all hear me well.
Yes.
Yes, great. Good afternoon, I'm Nicoletta Maestrini. I work at FIBO, and the title of today's presentation will be Strengthening Local Food Systems by Building Shorter and More Resilient Value Chains. And here I'm afraid I will already be losing some points since we've learned that value networks would be a better term, but I'll do my best. So, starting from a brief overview of what I'll be talking today, the point of departure is really what is the current problem, and what I would like to talk about today is the fact that nowadays value chains are still very much supply driven. And this often comes with a series of issues, of course. So part of the solution that I would like to present today is to use a certain series of methodologies that we've been applying to several projects at FIBO in the past few years, namely the participatory market chain approach, PMCA, the sustainable lifestyle influencer approach, SULIA, the COMBI model, which is an acronym for capability, opportunity, motivation and behavior, and last but not least I will give a short success story from Kenya, from an organic retailer. As you can see, we like acronyms, but I'll go more deeply into that. Okay. Yeah, so, actually something I haven't mentioned is these methodologies that I will be talking about have been mostly used in East Africa, so I will be mostly talking about East Africa today, especially Tanzania and Kenya, but we have also been applying these methodologies in India. Yes, so the problem, as I mentioned, value chains, as you all know, are very much still supply driven nowadays. So meaning that consumer demand is often not really at the center. And yeah, when value chains are not really putting consumer demand at the center, of course, this can cause several issues from overproduction, price volatility, waste, and lower perceived value of products. So, yes. Here you have a visual representation of a typical food system. I know it's a very complex scheme, but I'll try to be very brief. But essentially, when you see the typical value chain, so with producers, processors, retailers, and consumers, you always have external factors, right? External drivers that can influence this food system. And these drivers are, for example, demographics and development, consumption, technology, market, etc. So what we think as FIBO has to be done is to get a better grip of these drivers. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. Yeah, I click this one. All right. So yeah, we have to get a grip of our drivers. So some examples are here. When it comes to consumption, for example, by increasing consumer awareness for healthy and agroecologically produced systems, produced foods, we can of course positively influence food systems, and by positively influencing food systems, also the outcomes will be much more positive. For example, economic and social well-being, and food nutrition security, and others. So yeah, we have consumption, we have agroecological production practices, so to have that become a common practice, more opportunities for agroecological business development, and I will go into our methodologies later, and also more incentives to promote adoption of agroecology. So a way to influence these drivers is through the methodologies I've just been giving you an overview of. So starting from PMCA, so the participatory market chain approach. The goal of this methodology is to really bring market actors together to create joint business opportunities. So for example, in the agroecological space, what we have been doing through PMCA is to bring market actors together from producers, retailers, processors, to really assess current market needs and opportunities, and create joint business innovation, so joint food innovations. And here, of course, what is really the positive aspect is that I would say, the collaboration among different market actors, and this collaboration bring resilience to the value chain. So basically how this works is the PMCA methodology is it usually goes through 1.5 years, and here FIBO, so this leading research and development organization, has played initially a very important leadership role, but then the idea is that as time goes by, FIBO's role can become, let's say, smaller and smaller, to then become facilitators, and towards the end only backstopping the process. While on the other hand, the value chain actors, so these thematic groups, these business groups, start of course from developing an interest into a certain product innovation, and then as they get to know each other and they get together, they really go from interest to then really developing trust into one another, and to then creating collaboration opportunities. Yes. So here you can see some visual examples of PMCA. The first picture was actually taken in Tanzania only a few months ago as the final event of the PMCA process was held. And here you can see really when actors come together to create these joint business opportunities, they really develop the whole product idea. So they go from the ideation and the conceptualization of the product into packaging, labeling, even the marketing of the products. And then in these events, they have the chance to get to know other business groups, but also meet customers and celebrate their success and really launch officially the products into the market. Okay, now coming to another methodology we have been using. This is called the Sustainable Lifestyle Influencer Approach, also known as SULIA. And here the key topic is really to increase consumer awareness for healthy agroecologically produced foods. So here we do this by working with influencers, so digital creators mostly. Of course, this applies especially to urban areas. When it comes to rural areas, the social media presence can be a bit lower, but we then work with community leaders at the village level, for example, that have a certain degree of influence on the local environment. And why do we think that consumer awareness on the benefits of agroecologically produced food is important? We see here an example. This was a consumer study conducted by Practical Action in 2024, which is an NGO, a Kenyan NGO. And here you can see a survey where 94% of people say that they would prefer food that is free from chemicals. But then if you look at the reasons why they think that food free from chemicals is better for them, it's a bit unclear to people why agroecologically produced food is good and what agroecologically produced food actually is. So we do need stronger awareness at the consumer level for what agroecologically produced food actually means. Yes. So why we work with influencers exactly is because lifestyle influencers can really develop a stronger emotional connection with consumers. We see how much influence these digital creators have nowadays on people's lifestyles and behaviors. And we have seen from our experience, especially in Kenya, that they really help shape sustainable behaviors and they really can influence people in a positive way, and this is very often stronger than a traditional advertising strategy. At the same time, influencers can really change the image of products. For example, one of the projects we have applied SULIA to, Crops for HD, which is also active in India. We have seen here, since we are working on promoting NUS, so neglected and underutilized species, we can really see how influencers can help reshape the image of these neglected crops, which can often be considered as inferior. But thanks to influencers, this can really positively change. So here there is a very brief overview of how this approach works. I won't go into detail, but when it comes to SULIA, we have a different set of campaigns that we've been working on, from a food caravan campaign, retailer campaign, farmfluencer. I will now show you a few examples. But here you see both a campaign that has been happening digitally. This is an influencer in Tanzania, and below you see a picture of a campaign that has been really run at the village level. So what SULIA really is about is to merge both the digital presence and physical events to really amplify the messages. So one example has been the food caravan campaign, which we have carried out in Kenya. And here we have organized together with a local influencer marketing agency and our partners, influencer-led city farm caravans that really help create awareness and encourage sales of organic product in this case, with Kilimo High Organic, which is the organic mark in Kenya. And here, so of course, you have the physical presence with these events, and then there is always a digital presence showing what has been done with the help of influencers, who also, of course, entertain the crowd and create some hype around these products. Another campaign we have done is the retailer campaign. So here we have really partnered with local retailers in Kenya, including Carrefour, which is a really big supermarket in Kenya. And so here we have been present in the actual supermarkets with some staff that were there to really inform the customers, okay, what is this product? What does it mean to be organic? You know, they were there to really answer questions, make the customers feel heard, and increase trust. Then we had the Chefluencer campaign. So here we were working again with digital creators, but chef creators. So they were really showing recipes prepared with agroecologically produced foods. And that was it. So now coming to the last methodology that I'd like to talk about, which is the COM-B model. COM-B again stands for capability, opportunity, and motivation. And here the idea is to use this model to really assess the readiness of farmers to adopt agroecologically as an agricultural practice. So here you may know the S-curve of adoption. What our goal is to really make sure that people can adopt a certain behavior sooner than usual. So our plan now is to start using this methodology more regularly to really engage with farmers and understand, yes, what the opportunities are, what barriers are there for them not to shift to agroecology. Yes, and here this was a survey taken in Kenya, and you can really see, as I mentioned, there was qualitative interviews conducted that were really there to assess the readiness of farmers to switch to agroecology. And here you can see some values were really low, and this then essentially stirred the decisions as to which of these problems should be tackled in order to speed up adoption. And here you can see knowledge of agroecological practices, practical skills were lacking in terms of opportunity, access to extension services, and market access were some of the challenges. So of course, once you know that, you can really take action and work with the farmers to try and solve that. And here, finally, very short success story from Kenya. Green Spoon is one of our partners. We've been working with them. It's an organic online retailer. They work very, very close with customers, and they make a very good use of social media, of branding, and of marketing in general. They put a lot of attention on packaging, and they tend to really shorten the value chain by putting in touch consumers with farmers as much as possible. And here another success story with KOAN, so the Kenyan Organic Agriculture Network. We have been creating these success stories from PGS groups, and here you can see these PGS groups have also been very active on WhatsApp to really be in direct contact with customers, which also of course makes the whole value chain much more resilient and kind of closes that gap between consumers and farmers. And in Zulia, so the Sustainable Lifestyle Influencer approach, one of the campaigns we have run was called Farmfluencers. And here what we have been doing is to work directly with farmers. So we have been training farmers together with the influencer marketing agency on how to better use social media to market their produce, so that they can, raise awareness directly of their products with customers without really relying on middlemen, and that has been definitely a success. So in conclusion, of course, this is a set of methodologies. It's not going to solve the issue, but it's very important as FIBL and as any research and development organization that is active in facilitation to share these methodologies with the local partners to further strengthen value chains and empower them to do this in a participatory manner. That was it from my side. Thank you very much.
This is a very interesting presentation, no doubt. I think my humble request to all of you, please note down your questions. I know there are few interesting concepts and very, very applicable to Indian context. So I am expecting you will have few questions from audience when we have this final panel discussion. Now I'll request Ms. Geeta Ravichandran. She is a retired IRS officer from India. She has been writing a lot on food systems transformation related topics, and she will be talking about strategies for building transparency and streamlining efficiency across the food value chains. I will welcome her. So your 15 minutes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm thankful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to express my views, to share some perspectives from the consumer's point of view. I'm here in the midst of so many experts, researchers and scholars, and I, for one, am going to give you a perspective that is shared by many other consumers and laymen like me. In preparing this presentation, I've taken the help of a couple of organic farmers who have been working in the field, and it is their perspectives, their views that has informed this presentation. Now coming to the aspect of the food value chain, the food value chain has been defined by the earlier speaker. What is most important is the collaborative nature of the linkages, the collaborative nature which should ideally benefit all the players in the chain, all the stakeholders, which includes the producers, the processors, the retailers, and of course the consumers. This majorly impacts our food security, and the one thing here I would like to emphasize from this is it is anchored in soil health. When you see the discourse happening in media, among even policy makers, there's a lot of attention given to the AQI, the pollution or the degradation of the air quality. There is importance given to water because it is very vital for our lives, but there is very little importance given to soil degradation. It is mainly our farmers and maybe the soil scientists, some policy makers who pay attention to this. But I think since the entire food value chain is engendered by good soil health, that should be given greater importance. Coming to the next point, the importance of local communities, the local food chains cannot be overemphasized. I was so happy to see boards outside in the stalls which says local for vocal. Sorry, vocal for local. When we come to this aspect, we see how much we have lost to the ultra-processed foods that are being consumed, how fast foods have taken over, how there's a litter of lay packets in any tourist destination you go to, and the importance of artisanal foods, local foods, slow cooking has been lost. So this has to be resurrected in some way or the other, and this will come only with awareness of how important it is and what are its benefits. It will help us overcome logistical challenges and also the damages to health due to preservatives and the storage practices we are resorting to. We also need to define what is local. Does local remain confined to a small community, or do we encompass a nation? These are decisions that need to be taken. This is a snapshot of the organic food production in India. The only point I would like to emphasize here is the scope for increasing. Right now, it's only, I think it's changed into 2023-24, it's around 4% of the total agricultural land. Now coming to the strategies to increase efficiency, provision of credit. Provision of credit and resources for adopting organic cultivation is very important. What organic farmers, especially the smaller ones, they have this issue is that they do not get real-time inputs on what are the developments in research. Soil scientists, if they set what the protocols for soil enrichment, that should be made known to all our farmers. There is one more gap that needs to be bridged. A lot of data is collected from organic farmers for certification. This data is collected by various certifying agencies who can be the one-point stop for disseminating information. For instance, if there's a pest infestation, what are the protocols to be done? What are the practices to be undertaken? This can be disseminated from their end instead of the farmer having to approach different bodies. Now coming to, there are apps. The Kisan app is available. In some places it is available even to organic farmers, but again connectivity is an issue. Sorry. Now the processing FPOs are used as processing hubs. We see FPOs are widely popular, widely available, but I think the potential, their optimum potential is not utilized because certain factors, like there is government support for some FPOs. These FPOs are not exclusively available for organic processing. This is one thing that can be thought of. The next point, which is very well known, the last mile enhancement of the food value chain. Yesterday when I got my conference bag, I found a beautiful recipe book with all the way the millets can be cooked. Now, when millets or organic produce is sold, there's a feedback from the customers, this does not taste good, this takes a longer time to cook. Now, one of the farmers with whom I had a conversation, Girija, she grows traditional varieties of rice in a small farm in Mattur. It's less than 1 acre. It's a cluster of farms. Hers is 1 acre, and she grows traditional varieties of rice. She sells it to the farmers in the village itself, to the consumers in the village. She told me somebody bought 1 kg of rice from her and then came back and told her it doesn't cook the way you said it would. It takes too much time. And she said, I took back half a kg and gave her back the money. Now this is the problem with organic produce. It may take longer preparation times, which people may not be familiar with, and those protocols have to be followed. So the last mile enhancement, we see recipes printed on the back of every food, whatever we buy in the marketplace, but this requires a little hand holding. So the need for the last mile enhancement in preparation and preserving, because organic produce is also liable to be infested with pests. So what are the practices that can be adopted? These should be made aware to the consumers. One more point is the need to use reusable and recyclable packaging. Sorry. There are certain products that are being developed by conscious entrepreneurs about using fiber, plant fiber, which is supported by plant enzyme, and these products are available in the market. They should be used. When I see organic milk being delivered in plastic sachets, it sets me and many others thinking as what is the ultimate purpose of all this? The plastic will go to be used in a landfill. So we should actually walk the talk and not stop short of some, at a level of convenience. The next, this is a widening markets. The one issue I would like to highlight is our approach should be non-elitist. Since organic products are available at a premium, many people who are not who are not well off may not be able to afford it. We cannot restrict our customer base to elitist or high income groups. So there should be some thought of bringing in cross subsidies perhaps of making these organic produce available in fair price shops. Otherwise we are going to create a new class divide, a new caste divide of those who eat healthy and those who do not. We certainly don't want a situation like that.
Some articles of the newspaper.
The next is the only point from this I would like to emphasize is of the food testing which should be made available, low cost food testing even in retail shops. It is possible low cost food testing should be available so that people know what they are going to consume is actually organic and not something spurious. Coming to the aspect of transparency, again, use of blockchain technologies will help, tracing and tracking, knowing where the foods are grown and where they are, what are the practices that are used in storage and preserving, and till it reaches the consumer's table. And one thing I would want to emphasize, is it possible to have transparency in profit margins? Can we bring in?
You can talk to this.
Okay, what did I drop this? Sorry. So the aspect of bringing in transparency in profit margins so that this entire chain doesn't get exploitative, giving the farmer a small amount for his produce with retailers and marketers benefiting with high margins, that is required to be avoided. The next aspect we will just look at is the food labels. Now, food labels which come with healthy and wholesome, labels are very misleading. It is well known that one man's food is another man's poison, but when our marketers, wherever our marketers are concerned, whatever they choose to label as healthy is what is pushed across the shop floors. Now, added sugar, the content of sugar, we have seen that in products which are globally manufactured by multinationals, the food that is supplied to developing countries is definitely less healthy. There is more sugar content, more additives, and there is a qualitative difference in the same brand. Now we need to know actually what is the nutritional content, or not just what are the ingredients. I have seen berries. Berries are considered very healthy. Cranberries, which have added sugar, palm oil. This is mentioned in ingredients but strategically left out in the nutritional profiling. Of course, they also have information about all the benefits of consuming berries. This is very disastrous, and this practice should be curtailed. Use of pesticides.
2 minutes.
Give me just 2 minutes. Use of pesticides. See, even unprocessed foods like foods and fruits and vegetables are sprayed. Now we are bound to disclose the whatever, or there is a check for the maximum residual value of pesticides, but should there not be an awareness that these are also foods which are unprocessed, which are subject to pesticide spraying? Now, when I think we need a feedback loop. Consumers should be the gatekeepers of quality, and there should be consumer education if this organic foods are to increase in availability and people are going to buy them in greater quantities, and there should be longitudinal studies and consumer surveys so that after launch of a product, it's just not allowed to let go. One more thing, I am not an expert. I would like to ask this question of all the experts present here. If organic food is ultra processed, does it retain the same value? Does it remain organic? Why is it that we are now being sold organic ice creams, organic snacks? Does it have any value, or is it that in our minds we have associated organic with healthy, being gullible consumers? So there needs to be transparency on this aspect, and there should be a commitment to share updated findings. Snackification, as they say, is a growing trend, and organic snacks it's a feel-good factor. But what damage it will do to our systems, only time will tell. This is my last slide. Now, sustainable and cyclical food circles is what we should be visualizing, and with all the offsetting of the carbon footprint and restoration of environmental degradation, the most important thing according to me is better health outcomes, because the damage that has been done to our health over generations by use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides and again ultra processed foods is not something that can be easily measured. This is not going to be reversed in a day's time or in a few years' time, but we need persistence, we need conviction to go forward. Thank you for this opportunity. Sorry, I'm dropping things. Today is my day for dropping things.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think one big takeaway, like a lot of important themes been captured by you, which would essentially make any food systems sustainable. And another idea I got, we have after this session is having a very interactive discussion with all of you, which we call Fishbowl. What we'll do, some of these questions that coming to your mind while listening to the speakers can be kept for that interactive session which will be followed this particular session. So instead of doing same thing twice, my suggestion would be we'll be using these questions during that Fishbowl session. Hope it is fine. So with that, I will now request the third speaker of this session, Dr. Rakesh Bharadwaj from ICR NG PGR India. He would be taking us to a technology-centric theme, NIR spectroscopy technology for transparency and efficiency in the food value chain. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. So the questions which Geeta left, some of the answers will be there in my talk. And today we heard about the soil health. There it was clearly demonstrated that how infrared spectroscopy can accurately estimate different soil component, nutrients, organic carbon, pH. And the question which was raised during the Tanak's talk, that the quality assurance and standardization for the bio inputs, yes, consumer wants. But the question which was raised by another participant, and the question was the cost of testing, whether the farmer can manage. Yes, the answer is here in this, because these are the technologies which are very cost effective, time saving. So I move forward. You change from there, I will say next. Yeah. So yes, consumer wants the information on what is the origin of the food, what is the nutrient level in that, whether it is safe, whether it is adulterated, all information consumer wants. Farmers want the right price to be given to him, and government as well as corporate sector is ready to give the price, but based on quality. If The question was again asked about the MSP guarantee. Yes, can be guaranteed, provided the quality is also guaranteed. So enforcement agencies, market inspectors need some tool so that they can in real time check whether the product is true GI, whether it is pure or whether it is adulterated. So such solutions are there with NIR spectroscopy. Next. So it is multi-tate technique. It can be used to test the origins, to test whether the product is produced organically or the insecticide, pesticides or chemical fertilizers have been used, to know the nutrient composition, to test the different aspects and in very less time. Next please. So near infrared or mid infrared region is the one which is of our interest. Why? The reason is, you see, we make friends, we say that our frequency matches, right? So the near infrared and mid infrared frequency is very close to the molecular bonds. So when our frequency matches, what happens actually? We dance, we stretch, we twist. That also happens with this. Please, next please. So I say this as a special eye. Near infrared is a special eye because it can see which we cannot see. Next please. I am rushing up because I know we are late. So that is the kind of dance the molecules pass through when they meet their beloved near infrared or mid infrared. Next please. So this technology can be used in three different ways. One is the quantitative modeling. So where we can estimate different components and quantitate them. What is the requirement? Requirement is very simple. We must have the widest possible diversity so that the model which is developed cover that widest range. And that place, I am lucky to be at the National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources, where we have the second largest gene bank of the world. So we have lot of diversity in each crop. So we can cover. And that's how the model which we develop really work. Another method where it will be used is the unsupervised learning, where we simply cluster the similar kinds. One can identify the off types or the mutants, or qualitative supervised learning, like if I want to know whether the product is true GI or not, then what is the requirement? That I will require all the variants of those true GI. For example, if I take the case of Darjeeling tea. So in Darjeeling tea, which is a true GI, there will be different orchards, tea gardens. From each tea garden, there will be slight variation. Then seasonal variations will be there. So I need to encompass all those variants and then other competing categories. On that basis, I can develop the model for identifying the true GIs also. Next please. Next please. So here's the example of chickpea seed flour. This is the kind of spectra we get. It's very sloppy, you won't be very interested. But when we derivatize, next please. Then at the second derivative or third derivative, we see more number of peaks and valleys. So it gives more information. Next please. So here is the example for the chickpea protein prediction or the starch production. You can see the R square is more than 0.9. So accuracy is really very good. Next please. Now actually what is happening, if you see just the spectra of 5 high and 5 low protein samples, you can see there are some regions where the spectra is separating. That's how it works. Next please. This is for the case of starch, where the first derivative, again you can see there are the regions where the high and low starch samples are separating. And that's how the technology works. Next please. Yes. Next. Here, can anyone distinguish whole grain buckwheat flour from common buckwheat or tartary buckwheat simply by seeing eye? No. Even by putting on tongue, you will not be able to distinguish it. In the spectrum also, it seems very mixed up. But you see the magic. Next please. You can see that with 97% accuracy, it can distinguish the flour whether it is tartary flour or from the common buckwheat. That's how the technological solutions can be helpful for us. Next one. So these are the different NIR-based models in different crops which we have developed at National Bureau of Plant Genetic Resources. So these tools, these models can be used for the assessment of the quality of raw material. These can be used to assure the consumer that the kind of nutrient the consumer is getting when the consumer is purchasing the produce. Next one. Move on, next one. These are all some of the publications from our laboratory. Now I will be coming to other part. Next one. That this now onwards it will not be from my work, from other works, but important one. See, spices, particularly turmeric and chili, they are the heaviest adulterated spices. Like in turmeric, maternal yellow, or in red chili powder, Sudan dye, or the brick powder, many kind of adulterants are added. Consumer is concerned. Next one. So, can we solve these problems? Here you see that the pure turmeric powder and the adulteration at the level of 1% starch can be clearly separated. Here you can see is the 1 to 3% starch adulteration, and it is separated from the pure turmeric powder here. So that's how the solutions are, and you can see accuracy, validation, R square 0.999. Next one. So next one is for the maternal yellow. Just move on. So you can see that the spectra of pure turmeric is far different from the maternal at the top. So when you mix it in the different composition, by our eye we will not be able to see whether the maternal yellow is added. But with the spectra we can see whether the maternal yellow is added or not. Next one. So here is the quantitative assessment that we can not only see the presence, but we can also see to what extent the adulteration has been done. Next one. This is for the chili powder for Sudan dye. You can see the two different methods applied, and you see that in both cases, whether the NIR or the Raman spectroscopy, the pure sample can be distinguished from the adulterated one. Next one. And the limit of detection for NIR was 0.25%. So even 0.25% is the adulteration of Sudan dye. It can be detected, may not be quantified, but can be detected. So we can say the sample is adulterated. Next one. So here is for the paprika powder, adulteration by starch, the first one were blue, or by acacia gum, second green, or by annatto, the third one yellow. So yes, it can be distinguished very clearly. Next one. And also quantitate the level of adulteration. Yes, move on. Honey is the third largest adulterated commodity, and most common adulteration is of high fructose syrup. So yes, there are the solutions with the use of near infrared and mid infrared is achieved to distinguish whether the high fructose syrup. Next one. Then and see, when I am adding sugar syrup, then there will be changes in also the phenols level, there will be changes in the antioxidant level. So all those things can also be estimated very, very clearly. Next one. This is again high values, and again because the value is so high, so adulteration is also high. Here is the case of adulteration by 2, and in the corn stigma and other lotus, and you can see the 3 categories can be distinguished by second derivative or by SNV, standard normal variate treatment. Next one. Previous one there was only 2, but here multiple and as well as mixture of different adulterants together. Still, with the accuracy of sensitivity of 100% and accuracy of 98 to 99%, these reductions are possible. So technological solutions should be used. Next one. Here is for the oregano. Again, in oregano, there is a adulteration, and you can see different cases. The first one on the left side is the PCA score, but in the right analysis has been done. Once it has been done, you can see how crisply separated the pure oregano with the adulterated ones. Next one. Yes, now coming to the geographical indicators. As a customer, I shouldn't be cheated, as well as the producer should also not be cheated, because in the name of true GI, if non-GI product is introduced in the chain, the producer is losing the sale but also the reputation. Both things are lost. When in the name of true GI, fake is introduced in the chain, then the producer sales is lost as well as reputation is lost.
2 more minutes.
Okay, so here is a case of you can see the clear-cut separation of protected geographical honey from the next one. Again is the case for the durum wheat, the wheat grown in Italy from the rest of the country, and as well as wheat grown in the different regions of the Italy can be distinguished. Next one. Similarly for the mussels from the different regions. Next one. This is the Pes polyphylla, high valued medicinal plant. Again, there is a method to identify true GI. Next one. Okay, move on. There are many examples like that. Here is for the okay, move on because time is short. Okay, so bioactive compound like Sortiamarin and Gentigo. This again, see, many times we say that Ayurvedic medicine plant is working, it is not working, why it is so. So we also have to say that there must be quality standardization. So can we measure the active ingredient concentration with accuracy? Yes. Similarly for cannabinoid, and even you can see the accuracy is coming very close to the HPLC analysis. Next one. Okay, move on. So there the portable devices are also there. In India, in mandis, in Rajasthan, NIR is used to give farmer the price based on moisture and oil content. Next one. It is also used in different at industry level. Next one. For milk to check the quality and no adulteration. Next.
This is important, sir.
And yeah,
from application point of view.
Yes, that's right. So, and here in the flour mills to monitor the moisture level as well as other important components. So last one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What is the cost of it? If you productize this technology, what is the cost?
The question is cost. So see, what I am using is the research instrument will be costly, but you remember during the COVID times you all were using the pulse oximeter. So which was you put on the finger, you can check the oxygenation level, costing only 400-500 rupees. That is also working on the principle of NIR. So there will be a time in near future that what Geeta was saying, that the person can go on the store, I can see the actual composition and it won't be costing much.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll work with you. Great. Very good presentation, sir. And we see a lot of value in this kind of technology. And if it is really done at the level of retailers, I think half of the problems would be solved, sir. We wish you all the best. Thank you so much. Let's move on. But again, I will request you, please keep your questions ready, which we will be taking up during the Fizz Bowl session, post the felicitation of our speakers. Now I request Mr. Kiran Bhaskaran He'll be talking about, he's from Indian Farm School, creating awareness among school children on agro ecosystems, safe and healthy food. He'll be sharing a case, and so we have very interesting presentation starting from Fable to Geeta ji. She talked about the macro perspective. We have a technology which can link to consumers if we do it properly. Then we have students. So all sides been covered. Over to you. You have 12 minutes, sir.
Sure. Thank you so much. It is an absolute pleasure to be here. I'm so blown over by the kind of work you have been actually doing. At the same time, I should say that, you're all my personal heroes because, you've been working very, strenuously throughout this whole process, right? So I'm just, going to talk about something which is of my passion, right? So I've been a school gardener myself since the past 10 years or so. We will be 10 in April, in the month of April. And we've been actually advocating for school gardens in India since the past 10 years, and most of our work has been actually involving middle school and high school children, So wherein, we go and educate the children based on a pre-developed curriculum. So a curriculum which has been actually designed and devised to address the gaps in the, the curriculum that is already prevalent now, right? So we have different board systems and all that, right? We have state boards, we have central board, and we have ICSE as well, right? So there are a lot of, gaps that we need to actually cover in order to educate the children about the gardens and how we can actually, educate the children in terms of sustainability, organic farming, and growing, food which is safe and healthy, right? So at the end of the day, the intention is to actually make sure that the children are well aware of self-reliance, the ability to grow their own food, however small the conditions are or the constraints are, obviously everywhere, particularly in urban setups, right? So when we talk about that, we are going to actually explore this particular pilot project that we did in Bangalore. So involving about 4 schools, right? So we are going to actually explore that now, right? Yeah. So as a brief introduction about myself, my name is Kiran Bhaskaran. I'm the founder and fellow school gardener at Indian Farm School. So we actually specialize in organic farming consultancy training, as well as first generation farmer trainings, as well as school gardens, right? We have over a decade worth of experience, as I just mentioned, in school gardening. And at the same time, we have been actually delivering these school gardens at different schools which actually serve school children from different socio-economic backgrounds, right? So at the same time, we have reached over 10,000 school children, and we have educated school children in organic farming, safe food habits, at the same time growing food in a small setup, right? Yes. So about this case study, so this is a joint project involving Sasagri Development Private Limited as well as GIZ. So we actually have been, Sasagri actually brought Indian Farm School as well as GIZ together to work on this particular project, and this happens to be our hub of coming up with this particular project, right? We actually approached 2 private schools which served economically privileged children, and we also approached 2 public schools which actually catered to underprivileged children, right? So we actually this project covered about 450 children across 4 schools. It is all curriculum based, so we have developed a curriculum that was actually instrumental in serving the children with knowledge on organic farming, having technical wisdom as to actually how to grow food, particularly vegetables, and sustainability as well as health, right? A lot of children today are snacking up, as in they want to just eat away snacks, but the ability to actually value that something that is very natural, which was actually grown in their backyard, right, is something that is missing. So our intention is to actually address that particular lacuna, right? So here we have organic gardens with 20 different vegetables being grown in a small setup. So these, organic vegetables are basically in the category of green leafy vegetables, leafy green vegetables, regular vegetables, as well as climbers and creepers. So everything and anything that you can actually imagine in a small vegetable market can be actually grown and was asked to actually to be grown in a vegetable garden, right? Yes. So these are the 4 schools. So 2 government schools, Annaswamy Mudaliyar School, which had about 82 school children, Vidya Vikasa Government High School, 248 children, right? So these were in the age group of between 13 to 15, right? So they were all actually brought in to actually be part of this particular this thing. So we have private schools as well, NPS as well as Sparkling Minds. NPS belongs to CBSE curriculum, and the Sparkling Minds actually belongs to the ICSE curriculum, right? So they're all, these 2 private schools are from a privileged background, right? They serve privileged kids, and the government schools obviously actually serve children from underprivileged socio-economic backgrounds, right? Okay. So why school garden, right? So we actually end up touching upon different dimensions when we talk about school gardens, right? School gardens have the ability to introduce nature to the children. So children today in the urban setups actually, grow up to be, adults who have no, link or, connection with the nature, right? So it basically introduces raw nature, wherein you have ecosystems actually playing and unraveling as we actually can go, right? So how in a typical ecosystem, agroecology, how it actually functions, you have different components actually coming together and working to survive and to actually to thrive, right? So that is something that we are actually looking at. We have environment education also, which is part of this particular school garden, where we get to actually introduce them to different components of the environments as well. We have sustainability as the biggest component, wherein we teach about water conservation and even for example how to grow food sustainably, and also we talk about composting, right? Composting different things as well as mulching and different techniques, sustainable agricultural practices that we can actually teach the children. We also see that there is an increased sense of health with the children, right? Children end up actually having a perspective as to how to be consuming healthy food, right? That is something which is also actually introduced to them. So we have entrepreneurial spirit as well, which is again in a small garden when you talk about different problems, right? So problems are actually addressed in a makeshift manner, a jugadu manner. In Hindi there is a term, right? So you have to be actually jugadu in terms of actually educating, in terms of solving different problems. So that is something that we have been actually noticing as well, and these are not driven by us. So the children come to us to solve those problems, and they just want us to be there in the garden while they are actually solving these problems. I'll talk about that in some time. So we also have social interaction that is actually triggered, because this is a group activity. There is a lot of social interaction, and this actually mitigates a lot of barriers, the social barriers that are between among the children, right? So these children can be a great change agents in the society, in the sense that they are great talkers. when they go back home, they actually educate their own, social circle, and at the same time their own families and all that, as to how to sow the seed and how to actually take care of the garden, and what they learnt in the garden, and how poisonous, as in, how actually, how difficult it is to actually survive consuming, poison-laden, vegetables and food, right? So, our intention is to actually be strategic and educate the parents of tomorrow. So parents of tomorrow as in, so they are going to obviously, become adults and they are going to have their own children. So they will, instill that value system where, the children can be, their own children can be actually educated with the right value system of consuming, healthy food, and at the same time self-reliance, how to actually grow food in a small setup. So these are our, these are pictures from our own gardens, school gardens, from these school gardens. So the right one is from a government school and the left one is from from NPS, Jayanagar, right? So basically what are the objectives? We have engaged, to actually engage in understanding, agro-ecosystems. We want to actually introduce children to these systems. At the same time, we want to also actually introduce them to the nature's wonder, how nature functions in a sustainable ecosystem, right? So we also actually go on to introduce them to responsible, safe food consumption habits. Just last week, when we had our harvest, right? One of the child actually, came to us and was actually, asking, can he actually taste radish, please? We just had actually harvested radish straight out of the garden, and she just wanted to actually taste it. And we gave a small radish, which she ended up washing it, and she actually consumed it. In the end, she was actually, very weird about it, the taste and everything, because it is very pungent, right? There's a flavor to it and everything. And it turns out, when I actually spoke to her later on, she was eating radish for the first time in her life, which she had actually grown in the garden. That's the extent of, transformative, change that can actually, bring in a child, right? Because they are tempted to actually consume something that they had grown. And when they actually take it back to their, kitchens, obviously, they want to actually consume it. They want people to actually consume it, right? They want to share it. So that's the best part. And we have sustainability education as well, which has been touched upon. So what is the modus operandi? So we had gardener groups being formed in each school, right, of 5 students per group. So each group was actually given a small space where they can actually grow these vegetables, a couple of vegetables, and one session per week wherein we had one person, one of our resource, a teacher actually visiting the school and delivering curriculum-based lessons. At the same time, we also have lessons which were actually, out of syllabus as well, right? Because nature presents us with a lot of lessons, opportunities to actually, deliver that particular lesson as well, right? And obviously, we had 2 vegetables given to each group that they can actually grow. It was all in a lottery system. So they can actually pick whatever chit they, from a bowl or something like that, and that chit would have 2 vegetables that they can actually grow. And we have the watering responsibilities and different responsibilities like weeding and everything actually delegated among that particular group itself, where they can split their responsibilities as well. Even watering, for example, a lot of children, they are so excited to be in the garden that they just want to eat all their lunch in a small piece, small time, and they would just want to actually run to the garden so that they can water it and so that they can actually see what is actually happening in the garden, right? So they are so excited to be in the garden, right? So noting the challenges and developments is something that they also do. So sometimes you have pest incidences, you have diseases actually attacking the, like fungal diseases and everything, which are basically attacking the the crops. So those things have to be actually noted, and obviously they will get back to us asking for solutions for that, right? So what are the ecosystems that we have been actually touching upon? So this is the child who had, he's is actually holding a praying mantis. So one of the praying mantis actually latched onto him, and it is not letting him go. So as in, he's just, asking him to, we are basically, we were asking him to actually, let it rest in the garden, but it was not actually letting him go. So this actually gave him a sense of inquisitiveness, wherein he went back and he started researching about praying mantis and all that. He came back to us and he said that so praying mantises are basically the tigers of the of the insect world, right? So they are predators, where they actually end up eating a lot of aphids and
little faster. 2 more minutes.
Yeah, I'll try. So thank you so much. And we have interrelations between agroecosystems as well. So we have plants and soil, water and biodiversity which is interacting with each other to be a sustainable ecosystem, right? So that is also being actually introduced. So you have natural processes also. So you have carbon cycle, nitrogen cycle and all that, which is also introduced to the children through different lessons. So you have interrelations between these components, the soil, plant, water and biodiversity. At the same time, you have hands-on education being delivered to the children. So you have, at the end of the day, children actually developing sustainability mindset. So for example, if you actually go to a computer engineer, right, a software engineer, and you tell him, describe him as to this is the problem that you are actually facing in your shop or something like that, he'll come back to you with a solution which is computer based, right? Which is systems based. Similarly, children also actually end up developing a perspective, a mindset, which ends up actually solving a challenge which is very, which is challenging the sustainability quotient of that particular ecosystem, right? So for that reason, we are basically, molding those minds, little minds to actually, to understand these things, right? So soil to soul, basically these are raised vegetable beds, so made out of soil, nothing but the soil, and we have the seeds actually were grown, sown by the children. The vegetables the plants were actually nurtured by the children. At the same time, learning throughout the process, they were actually learning, and at the same time they had the harvests also actually, happening. So what are the challenges? Every challenge actually presented us with a opportunity to actually learn. So what was the outcome? So we have so far had over 25 harvests of vegetables across 4 schools, and every harvest with an assortment of vegetables you can see on the ground, right? So the children are actually holding tomatoes, green chilies, corn and everything. So you have green leafy vegetables also actually harvested. Every once in a while, every week you have some or the other vegetable being harvested. So we have between 175 to 200 kilos of vegetables harvested so far, and 450 children actually have been endowed with the unique knowledge of growing food at a backyard, right? At the same time, above all, it's all safe and healthy. So we have been actually holding these awareness programs as well. This is Manoj Kumar sir, Manoj Kumar Menon sir of ECOVA, who actually graced us and presented a session on millet conservation, and at the same time about millets among children. So climate change and sustainability was the focal point of the whole thing. Just single line story, sir. I'm sorry, I'll just finish it up. So this is basically, I'm just going to narrate a few stories as to how different events actually happened in the garden, right? So every child has the ability to actually pursue her or his journey in terms of knowledge acquisition and all that. So that's what we have actually realized. A lot of times what happens is every child would have actually perceived different challenges in a different way altogether, right? So that's what we are going to see now. So we have been actually having parents visit the garden, and they have been participating in the process of gardening, organic gardening, where they actually help out the children to sow the seeds and work the soil and everything. At the same time, they also actually share the fruits of the harvest as well, right? So there has been community participation as part of this particular program. We have also been actually seeing a lot of entrepreneurship as well as ownership lessons as well. So wherein these children actually ended up building their own fence out of bed sheets and saris and all that, old saris of their mothers and all that, and they would actually just build the fence because the stray dogs were disturbing the garden, and cows would actually walk in and do the destruction, right? So for that reason they ended up actually finding solution by building their own garden, their own fence as well, right? So this is another this thing. So children have been actually, one photo is missing there, but children have been actually going back home and creating their own small gardens, miniature gardens, and they've been experimenting with growing vegetables as well. I think a couple of photos are actually missing. So I'll just quickly just recap. So there's going to be a lot of times what happens is we had rains as well, a lot of rains and everything, which ended up actually causing a lot of havoc in the garden. So this resulted in this resulted in a lot of chlorosis being happening in the plants itself. This actually led us to educating the children through an opportunity that was lent by the garden, by the nature, that this particular condition is called chlorosis, and this ends up actually contributing to the loss, crop loss and all that. And children also end up realizing that there is going to be so much of actually crop that is actually wasted, right? At the same time, farmers also actually go through their own journey of loss and profit. So that all of that actually has been going through. So a lot of these government children actually ended up donating these vegetables as well to the orphanages. So that was another kindness, a lesson of kindness that was actually reflected out of the whole gardening as an experience. So although they wanted to taste it badly throughout the whole journey, and at the end they ended up actually donating it to the orphanage. That was a very profound journey altogether. So this is, so what are the call to action? So obviously at the end of the day, a lot of times when you have the vegetables, you can actually, the children also, took it back and, they made a potluck out of it. They shared the food that was actually, prepared out of the vegetables that was there, right? So at the end of the day, what is the takeaway? Basically, we would like a policy advocacy to actually, drive this particular change, where every school should have their own school gardens, where it can be a live lab of ecosystems and agro ecosystems, right? At the same time, it can be mainstreamed in the curriculum that is actually prevalent right now in India. And the third is obviously we have the helping hands, as many helping hands as possible. Please talk about it. Please push for schools to actually adopt school gardens. It does not have to be fancy. It does not have to be really over the top or something like that. A small garden where there is a little bit of soil or growing material, that is good enough. And what is the future? Basically, once this particular the program actually ends up, right? So you have the children actually adopting this back at their home. I'm not saying that out of 100 children are going to be great farmers or gardeners, but maybe 10% or 20% of those people can be change agents, can be somebody who is going to actually influence a lot of children, right, back at their homes. So that's what we are actually looking at. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful for this particular opportunity, where we have particularly GIZ as well as Sasagri gave us a lot of opportunity to actually go ahead. They gave us a loose rope to go ahead and establish these gardens and educate these children. I can for sure tell you that the lives of these children have been actually changed for good now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Stay there because we will be felicitating you. So don't go back. So come here. I think think this is a fantastic case study, particularly targeting children, school children, is amazing, and this is a difficult target group, but you are creating future for us. Thank you so much, Kiran. This is really lovely. I'll request all my other panelists to join the dais. We will be honoring your contribution in a formal way. So may I request now Nicoletta? Yes, she's here. Keep clapping for boosting the morals. Now I request Geeta Ravichandran. I request now Rakesh Bharadwaj. Rakesh Bharadwaj, no. And Mr. Kiran.
Please join them.
Me too?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
It's on now.
Mine is Kirti Mishra.
Yes, I know.
All the speakers
I request Amba Madam to felicitate Chair of the session, Shri Kirti Mishra ji also. Madam, full photos. You join.
Okay, so now the final session of the day.
Ask them to disperse for coffee or tea. By then we will arrange the fish bowl.
Any for a cup of coffee can grab, because we'll have a very interesting session now, and this is something we call fish bowl session. Technically it is like a pond where you'll have an inner circle. Some experts would be there who would be giving the insights they have got over a period of time. So they will be in the inner circle, and in the outer circle rest of the people would be around like the way we are here, and then we'll also ask questions and raise like whatever doubts we have or whatever expectations we have, clarifications we can do. So we'll have this session. By the time the volunteers do the arrangements, I would invite my colleague Lisa from GIZ to come to the dais. Lisa she would be giving us more information about this program, this particular session, and the details to start with. Over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Katie. And it's a bit of a difficult position to have the participatory session at 6 p.m. And I see the room is emptying a little bit, but I think it's also quite good because that means that really everyone in the room can participate in the discussion. So, Yeah, so what we are doing, Kirti already mentioned, the method is a fishbowl. That means we have a small circle in the middle where we start with a few speakers. We will also have the speakers of the last session there. And around that, we will have all of the other participants. But this is not a fixed panel. That means that at any point, everyone who wants to say something has the opportunity to go into the middle, take a seat, maybe tap someone's shoulder and say, I want to take your seat, and raise their questions, raise their points, and contribute to the discussion. So please really feel free to participate, bringing your points. So far, not everyone had a chance to speak, bring in their perspective, so this is the chance now. Okay. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if people should start. All right, so the overall title for this fishbowl session is Driving Food Systems Change, Empowering Consumers and Growing Organic Markets. And we'll pick up on a lot of the points and challenges and everything that has been raised in the last session, but also so far in the program. And hopefully what I would wish for, really use this forum to discuss solution and approaches as well as actionable steps forward. All right, so we have 3 different focus areas that we will look at in this fishbowl format. The first one is around enhancing awareness and trust among consumers, where we will have 15 minutes for each of the discussions. Here you see the group that we will start with, but then, as mentioned, everyone in the room at any time, even the speakers from the other 2 focus areas, if you feel you have a very pertinent point to bring in, feel free to take a seat in the middle circle and speak. All right. So I would request the starters for the first focus areas to take a seat in the middle. These are Nicoletta, Dr. Raghavendra, Ashok Kumar, Manoj Menon, I don't think he is here, Rangu Rao, and Manoshi.
And some of others, please take the second round around this circle. And our speakers also who were in the session can join. So this will be the first question which we will be debating. So rest of the participants, I would request you can be around, pull a chair, be nearer so that you can hear them properly.
So please everyone come in the middle, take a seat. There are no backbenches in this session. So this is a circle, so everyone has to be part of it.
Very complicated. Okay. So let me now tease 5 of you. The question we have for you is 15 minutes, and it is mandatory for each of you to give your perspective on this particular question, which is the breakout question for the larger topic, which is driving food system change, empowering consumers and growing organic markets. That's the broader topic. The simple question for this group is how enhancing awareness, how to do the enhancing of awareness and trust among consumers, what we need to do in terms of taking, what role can education and campaigns play in promoting organic consumption. some of the sub-topics for this discussion which you all need to look at carefully and give your perspective are addressing consumer misconceptions about organic products. From your experience, what you have seen in the market, how consumers are having their own misconceptions. Second, about the role of labeling, certification and transparency. Third is leveraging digital platforms to reach and educate consumers. These are the subtopics we are expecting 5 of you to deep dive around these larger questions. I would...
Yeah, and just to mention, there is one empty chair, so this is the open chair, the hot seat.
I think Kiran... yeah, please. You
can start.
Because you are in the next session also, next question. Yeah, okay. So, we'll hand over the mics, whoever wants to start. Okay, not circle shoot. Not the outer circle. Yeah, it's working. Yes.
Yes, education and campaign is going to play the role towards promotion of organic consumption. There is no doubt. We all agree. At least my assumption is that. So, one is that addressing consumer misconception about organic products are basically level of awareness in terms of labeling certification is not there among masses. So, product is one is that organic products are costly, and everybody is not that way educated in terms of looking at this is fair trade logo, this is Rainfed Alliance logo, this is wood certified logo and all those things. So labeling do exist, but general public, unless until they are aware about those logos, people don't relate to. This is one. And the second is that in terms of the price differentiation, like people perceive that certified produce are costly. So why to go to exclusive stores or exclusive counters? So that is basically inhibition for farmers, for consumers to reach out to those counters also. So this is another thing. And then the perception is the organic produce physically should be better, saved, well-rounded, and also that is also not very clear that how organic produce looks like shape, size, and how differentiator. People used to perceive that if taste is good, then it's good, otherwise it's not so good. So this is another thing that needs to be, and then continuity, like dependence between consumer and the supplier, like how continuously there is a WhatsApp group or something virtually, and that continuity is there, and then you are getting a regular supply, and then you are relying. So that reliance in terms of consumer and supplier connect is also very essential. So all these things are there.
Please introduce yourself.
Yes, I am Dr. Raghavendra. I am from the Central Food Technological Research Institute, CFTRI, Mysuru. For this panel discussion, I think I will be addressing the first and the last one, that is addressing consumer misconceptions about organic products and leveraging the digital platforms to reach and educate consumers. So, whichever profession we all are working currently, we are primarily consumers. So, I might be a employee or a worker in one organization. 10 years down the line I will be somewhere else, but we are consumers throughout. So this being the case, I think the consumer empowerment is a very big responsibility on an individual perspective and also on the regulated side or the government side. So I work on the consumer advocacy, so for the past 13 to 14 years. So I know also there is something called as a Consumer Protection Act, COPRA, so which gives a lot of power to a consumer, which is very lessly implemented. So, when we talk about consumer misconceptions, I would not go into organic products, but though we are in the millets and the organic fair, a consumer, a farmer walks into this trade fair. So he might not know what is labeling, okay, but he's being a farmer for quite a long time. So, but he's keen today. A farmer 10 years before, he was just keen on selling his produce and getting whatever he has recovered, whatever he has invested. But today, the same farmer is keen on knowing what is the nutritional level of his crop. Okay, so here I think leveraging digital platforms, which the agriculture department is doing today, on empowering the farmer on the digital platform is very, very pivotal, and also the added advantage of organizations like FIBL and GIZ in creating digital awareness. Maybe like I was saying yesterday, I am not able to recollect at this point in time, but they are playing a very keen role. So I think leveraging digital platforms to reach and educate consumers is of immense importance, and connecting people on one platform and sharing the common knowledge would be very, very important and responsible for all of us sitting, I think, here. I will close at this point in time. Thank you for your patient listening.
My name is Rangu Rao. I am from Safe Harvest Private Limited. We are a company which markets pesticide-free products. We are headquartered in Bangalore. Well, I think as Ashok said, and my previous speaker also said about education and campaigns are really necessary. Education and campaigns are necessary for everything, right? So, and especially for organic consumption, because if you look at India, we are, first of all, if you're talking about organic or safe food, then you are not in a level playing field. There is conventionally grown food, which is, subsidy based. You get fertilizers on a subsidy, pesticides, etc. very easily available. There are loans for that, etc. So cultivation is simple. The value chain has been established, very well established for that, from a very small scale to a very large scale. So there is technology available. You can process food, etc. You can make the food reach the market also. And you can make the product last also. So there is technology available for that also. But for organic products, there is a lot of noise, especially for safe food, etc. But we don't have the kind of access to the kind of facilities, you can say, which conventionally grown food enjoys. So I think there is a kind of problem there, and because of which sometimes, or let's say most of the times, safe food or organic food or any kind of such product becomes expensive in the market. Because you go to a small set of farmers, because farmers are not really fully convinced. There is a lot of market pressure. There is a lot of pressure from the state to grow certain kind of crops, and you are talking in a different language. So that language becomes very important, and that's where education and campaigns are really, really necessary. So you are fighting it's almost like a losing battle. So although for India you can't say that anymore, because the government is now very keen on natural farming and alternate ways of cultivation, etc. So there is that pressure also. But if you look at allocation of resources, you will find that yes, while we speak about safe food cultivation, consumption, etc., the resources are not really available for that. Right? If you look at the market also, if you look at the market size in India in terms of domestic market, it's minuscule as compared to the market for conventional products. So that is something will only come through a larger campaign, which has to be kind of state supported. It cannot be done by companies, it cannot be done by farmers, it can't be done by smaller institutions. So that is something which is completely necessary, and it's mandatory for it to happen. happen. Something like that. And I think on labeling, certifications and transparency, I think transparency is extremely critical, because most of the labels and certifications are today, we know what their state is, right? I can carry any kind of certificate, I can buy it off the market. Okay, if I have to buy organic certificate and I have to, implant it on my packet, it is available for me, right? So you cannot go just by certification or labeling. For that, it has to be combined with something like traceability and transparency. If that does not come along, these certifications and labeling are as meaningless as they are today. So, because they are available to everybody. I think more important is testing, which one of the speakers from ICR spoke about, that consumers need to develop trust in the claim that you are making. And that claim that you are making does not come only from certification. It has to be proven. You have to give an evidence of the fact that what you are saying is actually true. The claim that you're making. You have to provide evidence for that. And that, I think, can come from testing. A test report from a third party, etc. That is something that I follow, so I kind of pushed this. I have you can say I am one of the interested parties, so that's why, excuse me for that. But I, firmly believe in that. Yes, leveraging digital platforms with the advent of social media, it has become a very, very powerful medium. It should be used. It is being used very creatively. At least it is being creatively used by market players who want to sell their product only. But it's not so much about educating consumers. And I think that's where, role of the agencies like what you were talking about, these consumer protection forums or the government, these are the, agencies which have to come forward to educate consumers. Because this will never be done by market players. Market players will always like to sell their product. So their interest is not in about education. So that's where I'll stop. Thank you.
Very good.
Yep.
The rule is we'll complete the inner circle.
Okay.
So then we move to the next.
Yeah, but you can already take a seat. And any speaker who feels they want to, they can leave and keep their seat open, yeah. But we'll just go once.
Yeah, please.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. My name is Manushi. I am from GIZ, Swati project, and I am based in Assam. So, talking about consumer misconception, I will speak from as a consumer. So, when we talk about organic, there is a misconception, me as a consumer, that organic products are costly and it does not look good. Then why should I pay more? So, I think that the consumer awareness plays a very crucial role. Now, how do we have to design the steps, or we have to plan to how to make the consumer aware, how to eliminate all this misconception that okay, fine, we are paying more, but we should also make them aware about the crop residues, about the harmful effect of the conventional crops. So the steps should be taken like that. And I would also like to add here the leveraging the digital platform. So I think that their social media, as sir has rightly mentioned, that social media is a very good platform where all generation can be, awareness can be created, and where consumer awareness can be created. We can leverage platforms like Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. So we can also take help of influencer. We see big advertisement, soda, cold drinks, MACD, all these celebrities and influencers are doing it. So why can't we hire them to make consumer aware about the organic products, about the organic production or the natural production? So talking about labeling, certification and transparency, it plays a very important role. So as a consumer point of view, I'm speaking. So I am not aware about the labeling system. I'm not aware about the certification. What are the certification agencies? Being in this sector, I know there are the certification agencies, the label. But from a consumer point of view, when we think, then we don't know. A layman won't know what certificate is that, how does the logo look. So if we can leverage, all these platforms to make the consumer aware, then I think the misconception and also the education on different labeling, certification, what are the available, that can be, people can, the normal consumer can be aware about all these things. And I would also like to rely on Geeta's ma'am presentation using blockchain technology to find out the transparency and traceability. Where it is grown, how it is grown, who are the farmers involved in it, and in this sector, I think not only private, government also plays a very important role. So I think it is a very holistic approach in which we not only making the producer, the farmers aware about the production, how to produce safe food, but also at the same time we are also making the consumer aware about the system, about safe food. So with this, I would like to end. Thank you.
Yeah, my point will be a bit different, although awareness plays an important role in sensitizing consumer, but awareness alone cannot basically instigate or influence buyer to buy a product. Even in Europe, they say the European countries are developed countries, lots of work around organic and these agroecological based farming system is happening, but if you see the sales percentage, I think it is around 13 or 15%. It is not beyond that. So in that case, the major challenge that I think is that largely consumers are passive, basically consumer in the entire supply chain or value chain. They are not participating in any kind of decision making in the value chain. They don't know from where the product is coming. They don't know how the price is determined. The issue is the long value chain. If the value chain will be long, then there will be completely disconnect from consumer to producer. If consumer is not knowing from where this product is coming due to the large value chain, then it becomes a difficult proposition. So that means the value chain needs to be shortened, so that, and the connection between producer and consumer needs to be enhanced. The relation in terms of geographic relation between consumer and producer, as well as relational basically relation, that means trust, social capital, that can happen when the food chain is small. The second point I would like to make is that even lots of certification, labeling, PGS, all is there, but I think we need to evolve this labeling process, we need to evolve the certification processes as well. Rather than organic food, we can also highlight local food system and develop local food as a brand. So such kind of innovative approaches needs to be followed. Yeah.
Thank you. So, see, I'll give you introduction to my background. So I was an organic farmer myself for about 3 years before I ventured into school gardening and training and all that. So I used to grow over 15 different kinds of vegetables that a normal home would actually consume in a given week or something like that. So most of the times when we have these vegetables being grown, obviously you don't have a ready market where you can actually take it, you cannot sell it in APMC market because your costs are a little higher than the conventional market, conventionally produced food, right? So for that reason, what I used to actually do was I would actually take the vegetables, go to the apartments and interact with consumers, talk to them about how I was actually doing the whole farming, and at the same time my what do you say breaking point actually came when it was pivotal when I actually invited the consumers back to my farm, which was just about half hour from their residence itself. So what they did was they would actually travel for picnic with their families and everything. They would actually get their children and everything. They would see the whole process that was actually going on in the farm as to how the tilling was was going on. It was zero cultivation, this thing. At the same time we would actually have Jivamrita, everything actually in stock. So that way, the affirmation, the positive affirmation in the minds of the consumers was quite high. At the same time, they would also actually, when maybe down the line, after about a year or so, I actually hiked the price also. They were willing to pay because they trusted me. So that trust is something that is actually missing, unfortunately, when you go to the supermarket. Supermarket, you actually walk in, you don't know where the vegetables are coming in and all that. You don't have time to actually go to TraceNet and trace the source of that particular vegetable or food, right? Unfortunately. So obviously, what certain people actually can do, in the retail sector and all that, is basically, conduct periodic tests, which is being actually made by third party, lab, which is basically, which is not inclined by any interest or anything, but they actually they are mandated to visit the retail stores as consumers, mystery shoppers. They would actually pick up the samples and then they would actually go back and test for the residues, and then they would actually give the report saying that this is these vegetables have been actually tested and they are more or less organic, right? So that is how you can actually, if a consumer actually walks in and wants to check how the vegetables were grown, if there are any residues and all that, these are the reports. You can go check it out, right? So that's a way of actually affirming that you have been adhering to fair practices. At the same time, certification, unfortunately, as sir was actually mentioning, is in the industry, right? So anything and everything can be actually manipulated, unfortunately. There's no way of actually knowing if a particular soil has been treated with a chemical, right? Fertilizers or something like that. Unfortunately, that's a challenge that we are actually facing. So the only way we can actually ascertain is by being innovative in our ways of actually bridging the gap between the producers as well as the consumers, isn't it? That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Nicoletta Maestrini. I work at FIBO as a communication expert. I fully agree with what has been said so far, starting from the fact that I am fully convinced information is key as a consumer. It's powerful because it allows us to make informed decisions. And now talking about these misconceptions we have seen in our work, there are of course misconceptions when it comes to organic products. I think you've mentioned that they're very costly and sometimes consumers just are not ready to pay for that higher cost because they're not aware of the benefits or they just don't have the trust. And same happened with the Crop Storage Tea project, where we try to promote neglected and underutilized species. Here as well, we try to better inform consumers on the benefits of these crops, and with information we try to change the image of these crops, which are often perceived as lower value on the market. But I fully agree that information is not everything. Trust is definitely a big component, and if I think about myself as a consumer, maybe with 18 years old, starting to be interested in sustainability, looking into more sustainable products and becoming very excited about that, and then over the years hearing about greenwashing and just like becoming more aware of that, I just realized that sometimes having a sustainable label on your product is not enough. So trust is definitely the key requirement there. And coming to digital tools, as I mentioned in my presentation, we have been working a lot on social media and especially digital creators and influencers, because as I was saying, they really are powerful nowadays, because they really can create very close connections with their followers. Of course, yes, some sectors are maybe not really, they don't really have a social purpose, but when it comes to agroecology, we've been working with influencers that really deeply believe in agroecology. We even had an influencer in Tanzania who said, "Oh, this is the best campaign I've ever worked on," and you could see he was very enthusiastic about what he was doing. And so having these kind of people helping us raise awareness on agroecology is definitely very powerful. So I fully agree with this statement.
Firstly, myself Jiten Singh Pariha, State Nodal Officer, Organic Farming in the state of MP, Madhya Pradesh. I have 25-year experience in organic farming and certification in government as different capacities. यहाँ चूँकि हम अपने भाव जो हैं वो हिंदी में बढ़िया तरह से बताएंगे आपको, है ना। एक मेजर इशू ये है, अभी हम यहाँ आए, जो बड़ा अच्छा क्वेश्चन है, ये हम 25 साल से ये क्वेश्चन फेस कर रहे हैं। अब इसमें यहाँ शॉप्स लगी हुई हैं, शॉपकीपर्स के गए, बोला क्या प्रोडक्ट है, ऑर्गेनिक। कैसे ऑर्गेनिक है आपका प्रोडक्ट, तो बोले कि हमारा सर्टिफाइड ऑर्गेनिक है। दूसरे ने बताया हमारा रीजनरेटिव एग्रीकल्चर है। तीसरे ने कहा नेचुरल फार्मिंग प्रोडक्ट है। चौथे ने कहा एग्रो इकोलॉजिकल प्रोडक्ट है। लेकिन इंट्रोड्यूस वो कर रहा है कि मैं ऑर्गेनिक फार्मर या ऑर्गेनिक प्रोडक्ट है। तो सबसे पहले इसके जो एक्सपेंशन के प्रसार में जो इशू है कि जो सामने वाला कंज्यूमर है वो कंफ्यूज है, क्योंकि उसको कई तरह के लोग मिल रहे हैं। पेस्टिसाइड फ्री भी ऑर्गेनिक बोल रहा है, आप नहीं, आप बोल। Sir,
I will not stop you.
Yes, yes.
I'm just interjecting for the rest of the people who are not able to follow Hindi.
Yes, yes.
See, he's putting a very interesting perspective. Right or wrong, I don't know. But the perspective is saying different people, the consumers are coming, and there is an interaction with the farmers. Some farmers saying I'm regenerative, some farmers saying I'm organic, some farmers saying I'm natural, all classes. But when they go into a deeper discussion, they say I'm an organic farmer. So organic farmer but coming from different schools, so that confusion need to be addressed.
Yes. बहुत अच्छा आपने ट्रांसलेट किया। अब इसका दूसरा, इसमें सबसे, अब इस कंफ्यूजन को दूर करने के लिए हमारे पास, हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ज़्यादा है कि पहले हम ऑर्गेनिक को डिफाइन करें, ऑर्गेनिक है क्या, या फिर हम ऐसा इसका दूसरा कंसेप्ट लाएं कि टुवर्ड्स नेचुरल, या कोई और टर्मिनोलॉजी हम यूज कर सकते हैं। तो ताकि वो फार्मर पहले ये जो भी प्रोडक्शन कर रहा है वो अपने, वो जो प्रोड्यूसर है फार्मर, वो समझ में आए कि मैं ये हूँ, नेचुरल फार्मर हूँ कि रिजनरेटिव फार्मर हूँ, एग्रोइकोलॉजिकल फार्मर हूँ या ऑर्गेनिक। जब उसको खुद में मालूम होगा कि मैं क्या हूँ, मेरी प्रैक्टिसेस क्या हैं, तो वो दूसरे को, कंज्यूमर को वो ट्रस्ट ट्रांसफ़र कर पाएगा या बिलीफ ट्रांसफ़र कर पाएगा। तो एक सबसे बड़ा एक ये है। दूसरी चीज़ यहाँ पर ये आती है कि जो एक मैकेनिज्म है जो ट्रस्ट का, सबसे ज़्यादा इसमें यह है कि सर्टिफिकेशन पर हम बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस कर रहे हैं। अब हमें ज़रूरत इस चीज़ की है कि जो अभी सर ने बोला कि सर्टिफिकेशन, हर तरह के सर्टिफिकेट्स मिल सकते हैं, होशियार लोग ले ही लेते हैं सर्टिफिकेट लेकिन उसमें हमें सर्टिफिकेट पे ट्रस्ट ना करके प्रैक्टिसेस पे, और जो कि ये जो आपने लिखा है इसमें डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म को हम कैसे यूज कर सकते हैं। तो किसी भी, जो आपने बताया कि जो एक लोकल के जो फार्मर, लोकल फार्मर हैं, वो ज़्यादा सेलिंग में इजी है वहाँ पर, क्योंकि वो सीइंग इज बिलीविंग, उस ट्रस्ट पे फार्म को देख रहे हैं। वो अपने फार्म का यदि वीडियो क्रिएट करता है और अपने रिसोर्सेज बताता है कि हमारे फार्मिंग प्रैक्टिसेस ये है, ये हमारे रिसोर्सेज हैं, और हमारा जो ओवरऑल फार्म है वो इस तरह का इकोसिस्टम डेवलप कर रहा है, तो उसका ट्रस्ट ऑटोमेटिक उस फार्म का ब्रांडिंग हो सकती है।
एक मिनट। What he is again saying, certification is something could be should not be taken up seriously. For lack of words, I'm just saying that. But he is saying the digital penetration has reached to such stage we can now look at creating content on the ground, how the practices are happening on the ground, and videos, YouTube videos can be created and can be propagated. His point is in the local area. First tap the local markets and saturate that, because every farmer has every consumer has a mobile phone. Everybody will see it. Am I right?
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so now we'll take a quick break.
Yeah.
Break in the sense we'll be bringing more people into the inner circle.
No break. There's no break.
Sorry for the interruption. No,
next question.
Yeah, so
I just
maybe, this is switching. So whoever feels, if you feel like you have said enough, you can move out of the circle. But some people were also there in the second group who've already spoken. But I call the new people. Hariom, please join. Vaibhav. Dr. Ranbir Singh Poswa, are you still here, Dr. Ranbir?
Doctor?
No, I don't think he is here. And Mridul. Yeah.
Invite one or two people.
And we have a lot of space, so please. Oh, Mridul, you have to sit in a circle.
Please, sir.
Please, yeah. We have 2 more open seats, but we can start here, and then please feel free to take these seats if you want to contribute here. Here in this area, we are looking at scaling up organic production and market reach, especially on innovative models that can bridge the gap between organic producers and consumers. And I think we've already started this discussion, but it would be good to hear the perspective of the people in the group. Like, what could be, how can we build shorter, resilient supply chains? What could be possible entry points for public-private partnerships? And what are needed incentives for smallholder farmers to adopt organic practices? So I'm opening the round here. Maybe this one works better. Yeah, this one has. Yeah, please just introduce yourself briefly and then give your perspectives on the points.
Yeah, thank you. And I am Dr. Dinesh Chauhan, and I represent ICRISAT, and I work there as CEO for Agribusiness and Innovation Platform. I have worked in food and agri value chain almost for more than 2.5 decades. Worked in various verticals, both on the production side of the business and then on the marketing side of the business. Worked with not-for-profit, international consulting. So almost each and every stage of value chain catered in last 2.5 decades. So this is very interesting topic, right? What innovative models can bridge the gap between organic producers and urban or rural consumers? So I will, before coming to this, I would like to share my experience probably on this area and the kind of work which I have done in my previous roles, where I was actively involved, working very closely with FPOs and farmers, and then helping them in market linkages and all. So I was also actively involved in creating a lot of FPOs on ground and then onboarding them for our business model. So on my previous role, I was working with an organization which was actually working in farm to fork model and then connecting farmers to the market. So one very innovative model can be which I think can shorten the value chain is that how we can connect the growers directly to the market, right? So that can be one way. If we can reduce the intermediaries in between the value chain, right? So there are different stages. So once a product is produced, then it goes for primary processing, then secondary processing, then there is a trader. So if I see, when I was working with one of the large company in fruits and vegetable value chain, for example, so what I saw personally was that when the fruits and vegetable, when it used to reach to the mandi, right, in the middle of the night, somewhere around, let's say early morning, 3 a.m., 4 a.m., and still the time it goes out of the market yard, it used to exchange hands for almost at least 5 or 6 times within the mandi itself, right? So you can imagine like what will be the kind of transaction which is happening. So the same product which has entered in the mandi yard, and when it goes out, at least minimum of 4 or 5 hands have been transferred before it moves from the hand of farmer to the trader and from the final trader to the retail shelf. So can we think of a place where this transaction can be minimized, where only 3 transactions are happening, or maybe D2C model which currently is happening, right? So for a lot of these organized retail players now, they have set up their own distribution center, collection centers at the source of production, and then from there we also used to take the material directly from that collection center straight away to the store. And what we saw in that process, that the fresh very live. And I tried myself this model where we used to harvest the crop the same day and it was at the shelf, and the same day in the evening at the store. And there was a significant change in offtake of the produce from the shelf, and even significant change in the value realization for the retailer, as well as significant change in the value realization for the grower as well. So the transaction period reduced to almost, let's say, not more than 6-7 hours or 8 hours max. So the idea was we were growing more fresh around the periphery of the city. We are educating farmers over there to and then the public-private partnerships in scaling. This is a very important area, right? So we all are talking about natural farming. We are promoting minimum use of pesticide, more consumer awareness. So I think that if we can create a model where we are encouraging farmers, there is already a lot of states have got those policies for organic production, right? A lot of states are promoting, incentivizing farmers to organic produce. So we are incentivizing them to produce organic crops. But can there be a model where we can have a buyback arrangement? At least moving forward, can we do it for dry commodities, for cereals, or for millets, or some other crops which are organically grown, if not for the fresh produce? So we can have certain component, then this market can grow. Because what I have seen that farmer is ready to grow anything. Now the question is, farmer says, who will buy? And organic, again, it becomes a question of quantity, because until unless there is a volume, you will not get enough buyers for it. So suppose if only single farmer is doing organic cultivation, then how he will sell? So it has to be a collective farming. The volume has to be enough for any buyer to go there and buy. We see there are a lot of far off states like Northeast region. So I have interacted with those places also. The public department also, and farmers also. We interacted with farmers of Meghalaya. They have very wonderful product, all organic, certified also maybe. A lot of them are certified as well. But how to get them to the market? So because aggregation becomes a challenge. Moving that commodity from those distant locations to the consumer place again becomes. So we need to work on that. We can use a lot of digital tools, maybe that can help, and then incorporating those technologies to connect market of production to the market of buyer can bring this much more closer with efficient value chain and supply chain. Yeah, thank you.
Namaste, hi everyone. Myself is Director CTO in IAFA. It's International India Farmers Association. It's a group of farmers, and also I'm a mentor and co-founder for the Bhumi Tayi. It's only for the women farmers to empower and enrich them. We are a small group, but still we started doing import-export in a very small way from India to Boston, India market, and also to DC whole farms in US. And also we are starting to Indonesia very soonly. We are collaborating with all the farmer women's. That is only for Bhumi Tayi platform, and IIFA is for all the farmers. Internationally, farmers go internationally. India farmers go internationally. Since it's an international conference, I would like to put forth the perspective that, in this way, organic and market reach is very easy for India. Reason behind, we have very less crops organics. When we have a less crop, obviously there is more supply and demand for our Indian crops. And also market reach is also very easy. For example, if we talk, let me talk in an international way, because domestic we can anyways sort it out. There is always a crowd farming, and there is always a competition for the pricing. I would like to talk in terms of international, the pricing in terms of when we go like dollars or the pounds. Even if we are selling, like for example, example, why organic is becoming more costly is because farmers are the not one who is selling to the consumers. For example, quinoa is like for, let's say for 500 grams, I bought quinoa 300 rupees. But how much is, how farmer is selling it in APMC yard or FPO? He is not making things costly. The as sir said, mediators and FPOs, I would not like to call it as a mediators, but they are in a way helping both buyers and sellers. They are doing a good job. I think they have to improve in terms of the pricing. That is the reason why it is becoming more costly. The farmers are not the one who's increasing the cost. At the same time, organic, yes, it is costly, it is time consuming, and it is very limited, right? They also don't have the knowledge, even though Krishi Ilake Bangalore alirodu, how much they can train Bangalore people. We are all corporates, like we are not doing farming. It has to reach villages. They are the one who are doing farming, organic farming. So Karnataka being Halligal Nadu, it has to reach an awareness, organic awareness to more people, so that organic farming will be more appreciated only when the value is given to the farmers. Only they will appreciate organic farming, and then they will increase the organic farming also. And market reach is also very easy, because now with the help of the Krishi Ilake and the farmers, government of Karnataka, they have created a B2B platform. I've met a wonderful people. It's a right people, right time, and the right place. I'm so happy. I think it's a very good job, and we are all benefited out of this. I must thank you. Thank you so much.
Government, yes.
Thank you.
Naveen, before you come, I think a lot of answers we are getting for the next round question, and you are in the question for the third question. So before you talk, I think we need to open up the question number 3. So you can always talk about this, but let's just see this third question also, because a lot of repetition started happening. So consumer producer links for sustained market growth. So that's the question, and there is sub questions within that. How producer organization, which he has already mentioned, how the trust and loyalty. So those kind of questions are there in the third. Having said this, I think now let's have a discussion which can come from question number 1 to question number 3. But bring your points, make newer points if possible, and add to this discussion. And rest of the team member, the participants, anybody feeling like talking, come and tap somebody, and we understand you are also interested to talk. So this is open. Madam, you can also join. You are in the third group. So this next 15 minutes we can organize like this. Over to you, Naveen.
Thank you, Kirti. So myself Naveen, I'm a founder of strategic management consulting company called Utpan Labs. Okay, I'm going to the second point. The public-private partnership.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So in the last slide we mentioned about what kind of public partnership. 2 points I want to bring in. One is something innovatively just came to my mind. Second point is something assignment I'm doing. I'll share it next point. So regarding public-private partnership, since there are big decision maker at public, there are big decision maker at intermediary agency, and in the B2B hall, I've seen some of the big decision maker at the buyer side. I want to take the. Sir,
you are requested to be
wonderful.
Now you want to make accountable.
Okay. So on the point of public-private partnership, as a consulting company, I will take an elevator pitch. There are big decision maker from the government, big decision maker from intermediary agency, and have met with lot of buyers, institutional buyers. So one idea is, I don't know the numbers. Sir, probably somebody can share me what is the number of Hopcoms in Bangalore, tentatively. Hopcoms. Say 100. Let us take 100.
So a lot of people ask what is Hopcoms.
So probably like a grant making agency or intermediary agency, and some already private companies who wants to grow. If we can target about maybe 10 to 20% for the next 3 years through some intermediary agency, if we can make
10 or 20% of the hopcoms organic exclusive, both certified, non-certified. Such kind of experimentative to leverage initially with some grant amount and support of logistics and other support of government, if we can take up such kind of innovative model where, just where we are, providing 3 years FPO, support for incubation. Likewise, at the market end, if government can agree upon, like 3 years, this hopcom or this would be supported by grant agency, some of the grant, there we can really make a, kind of inroads for consumer to consume. That is the one thing. So such kind of, ideas we need to, okay. And the second point, so second point, it's a strategic choice which I had given to one of my client. They were trying to assist, it's a part of GIZ, to assist a collective of 10,000 apple growers. So we have to develop a marketing strategy. It was a hard nut to crack. So, and the same supporting agency, we're working with Department of Education as well as Department of Agriculture. So we had to crack the model. How do we really convince this large collective to grow certified? We said, look, it was a day-long session. They come with a lot of ideas. So at least in midday meal, I don't know in Haryana, in midday meal program we give either egg. If those don't eat egg, we provide banana. So in Haryana we said, if Department of Education and Department of Food, we can facilitate our agencies to convince that rather than banana, if they're giving banana, if we can provide apples and also support those farmers, incentivize those farmers who are in part of the supply chain. Then the farmer, they said, big apples may not be an issue. Till then we were discussing what do we do for grade 3 apples. We need to set up a processing unit. We need a grant from a grant money. Then they said, those small apples which have no issues, but kids can consume the whole apple. Grade 3 in terms of size, not the quality. We can, push instead of, since it's a local food, it's a nutritious food, instead of egg, if apple can go, which needs, processing, and we're not sure whether the juice will, get sold or not. Such kind of, strategic choices. Excellent. If all the people can come, I think, thing becomes easy.
You brought a very interesting perspective, how both the models have a larger role of the government to facilitate the market to grow. Excellent.
Yeah, thank you. I am Hariom Dala from Swati GIZ. So I think looking at the time, I will not go in the details, so I would like to be brief. I think promotion of organic agriculture and effectively linking with the consumers, may it be the rural settings and urban settings, it needs some innovative models that address some of the challenges. Challenges might come from the production side, maybe from the certification and trust about the certification and trust gaps. So there are many challenges in the production to the farm to fork, we can say. So I think this needs some of the innovative models which can be adopted. As you know, the government of India has now focusing on some of the schemes as well. So I think these models can be tested in different geographies and regions, and that can be adopted. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Please introduce yourself.
So good evening all. Myself Prabhakar. I am from Government of Andhra Pradesh. The organization name is Raita Sadhikara Samstha, which is a Farmers Empowerment Corporation, now working on the natural farming production in the state of Andhra Pradesh. So I am heading this marketing, value chains and certification part. So coming to this question number 2 also, I just partly want to touch upon. So how we can increase the organic production. So I take example of my state where we have reached about 10 lakh farmers at 7 years of time. So in the beginning we faced a lot of challenges to change the mindset of farmers, because it's not easy to change the kind of behavior change of practices, because they are very habituated for chemical farming inputs, using very simple and easy for them. So a lot of efforts to be made for the natural or organic farming. So if you want to increase more on that, the production has to be increased. There should be some local marketing tie-ups. So what we have done in Andhra Pradesh, we had focused on local value chain and local marketing initiatives. If you take even at the grassroots level, mandal level, taluk level or block level, we tied up with food basket the food basket. It's a food basket means instead of taking a conventional meal, why can't you go for a organic meal? So at least 70 to 80% of the ingredients can be made up with the organic or natural, especially the staples, rice and pulses and leafy fruits and vegetables. We initiated that. So we have a strong SSG federations network. So on the name of Food Basket, we initiated taking their demand for the household requirement. Through the SSG network, we have started supplying the organics. Once they start seeing the results of impact of this organic and natural farming food, so they're slowly adopting continuous basis. Every month they are giving ration. Similarly, we have done some experiments with private management schools where midday meal is given as organic. So where the affordability is there, we started as a pilot, and we have taken the baseline of their hemoglobin level, anemic levels and all. We started repeat sampling even after 6 months time. So very good impact. We could able to see that their concentration on maths and coming regularly to the school and different aspect we could able to see that impact private managements and private hospitals as well, where it can help fast recovery of the patient if you can give an organic diet in the private hospital side. And apart from that, we have a concept called farmers markets, weekly farmers. In every district collectorate or mandal offices, block offices, there is a fixed weekly market every Monday, 9 to 2 o'clock. So all the natural farming farmers will come, put up their produce there, and all the employees working in the districts and taluk area are habituated. Every Wednesday, every Monday there is a market. So they can take 3 days sufficient natural farming produce and they can consuming. Even though there is no one day stall, they can start asking why you are not supplying. That kind of continuous supply chain and linkage with the urban consumers nearby local markets. Another thing, we have a farmers markets we call Raitu Bazars, where government provide the platform. In every Raitu Bazar, we have created a space for organic market. Out of 100, there should be 2-3 organic stores where you can have F&V, fruits and vegetables, perishable and non-perishable both. That also caters need of at least 2-3% of the footfall in the Raitu Bazar can attract taking the organic. Slowly that number is increasing, and similarly we facilitate institutional linkages, local institutions, like we have a good number of like TTD also one of our partner, where we are supplying this kind of Bengal gram, rice and jaggery like that. And there are some good number of institutions, Anganwadis are there, Women Child Welfare Department has entered agreement to supply fruits and vegetables organic to the within the village where the farmers are there and the consumers as well. So that kind of local institutions and linkage we start facilitating. Apart from there is a minimal marketable surplus available, there we are tying with the national markets, where Falada Agro is also one of the partner, like 24 Mantra, and NCOL nowadays I think we have a good platform we got on the name of Bharat Organics. They want to supply to the entire nation, like Amul and other brands also come. So now we started journey towards the larger market, national market. This is how I think we can facilitate networking and linkages, facilitating market linkages can leverage. At the same time, we can also request the buyers to facilitate their own certification. So we come up with a concept, strategic partnerships. Say example, you require 100 tons of rice, we can allot you the area where we can work together. We at the production side, you are you are going to take the buyback kind of agreement. So jointly we can work together so that there should be continued partnerships, not that a kind of transaction base, it should be a continuous base. Like that we are allotting area for partners working together for a longer partnership. This is what we are doing AP experience.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I am Mridul. I am working with GIZ, and if you would allow me, I'd like to take a more unorthodox approach. So I can see the second question, that is what innovative models can bridge the gap between organic producers and urban rural consumers. So I think it goes without saying that most businesses are demand driven, more so agriculture. So if there is a demand for organic produce, the organic produce will be produced. So the only reason that we do not have it so far is because there is no demand for it. Now I think we have to dive deeper into the subject as to why are we failing to create that demand. So there may be various reasons to it. I would like to start by saying that probably a rural consumer is more aware about the pitfalls of consuming food laced with pesticides, etc., than your regular urban consumer. Why is that? I have seen it firsthand that if a farmer is producing, say, a crop that requires heavy use of pesticides, say cauliflower or cabbage, the farmer avoids feeding the same food to their children, or they will grow their own food in a separate patch of land. And if you are a rural consumer, you are well aware of this fact, and you will try consuming the same food as well, and you will try and act on the fact that maybe your food comes from a kitchen garden or probably from a farm where there is no such use of pesticide. So it's not a question of awareness. Probably, I am not sure. It is a question of convenience. It is a question of breaking through that rut that we have gotten into. That being said, agriculture is a very complex topic. It requires land. Land is a very hard commodity to come by, and the farms, for a reason, are away from the urban centers because the cost is high. So what other point of values are there that will be disrupting if we make a switch from conventional agriculture towards organic agriculture? Now see, since I've had the privilege to work in this sector, and we are working with some tribal farmers in remote pockets of Madhya Pradesh where the pesticide is hard to come by. So we have set up bio input resource centers there, and we are trying to provide farmers with ready to use bio input resources. I have had pesticide companies reach out to me and try to set up their shops in those remote centers, because the only reason the farmers are not using pesticides there, because the supply chain does not exist. It is hard to reach those farmers. So the thing that we need to contemplate upon is that the government has to dole out extra cash in the form of subsidies if they were to if they want to curtail the use of pesticides, the fertilizers, etc. It's good for the pocket of the government as well as the taxpayer. The taxpayer does not want to consume pesticides. So what gives? I mean, nobody wants to consume pesticides. The government does not want to spend money, and the farmer does not want to, get in touch with the, keep in contact with the pesticides because it is detrimental to their health. Nobody wants to be in this vicious cycle, but the cycle goes on. So, maybe we are missing something. What is it that we are missing? Maybe there are forces, or maybe there are factors that we have completely missed out on, and they are pushing us towards the conventional agriculture instead of organic agriculture. So maybe we need a deeper contemplation of this fact. I'll stop here. Thanks.
Okay. Very quick comment from you, and then the closing comment from ma'am.
Okay, so regarding the role of farmer-producer organizations, I touched upon it when I did my presentation. I just want to point out that there are a number of FPOs even in the rural areas, but many of them are not being utilized because we know the dynamics of the rural areas. I have been told by farmers that where the government subsidy happens, very little activity happens, and the suggestion is if all these FPOs are made available to organic producers, or at least you have a minimum number in each village that will be available, it will go a long way. Now coming to this building consumer loyalty, so as Mridul said, the demand is not as it should be, and in fact one of the farmers who was trying to sell the produce told me this, that the consumer asked her back, how long do I need to live and how healthily? I'm okay now. You say this will make me healthier, I live longer, but why, how long is this? So there is actually a lack of awareness of what kind of dangers. I think for this the narrative should be that whatever crops are grown using pesticide and chemicals are harmful, are so harmful that we need to start weaning ourselves away from them. That is the most important aspect. Then coming to the last example of successful regional, I will talk about a regional market. If you drive down to South Tamil Nadu from Chennai, on the highway you have a lot of these millet cafes. So they source the product from nearby areas, and these these cafes which sell, they say they sell organic, and they are experience centers as well. It's not just food, they have other products made, and it is for those 30 minutes you are there, it's a very amazing experience. I think we need to replicate this model across the country, and even in other areas where there's authenticity of the cuisine, the local products are used, and you make the best of that experience. Thank you.
So, ma'am, there is one request. You have your own point, and also if you can, from your perspective, bring a larger perspective around the views, that would be great.
Good evening all. I'm Anuradha. I'm from Department of Agriculture. So I've worked for enough number of years in the organic promotional cell. So I think I can answer all these questions together. So I'll just tell you the story of Karnataka journey. So that covers all the 3 points. So going by the first point, so sir was talking about Raita Sadhakar something.
Keep it closer.
Okay, something in Andhra Pradesh. So I would want to tell you all, like even we started the similar way long back, 2004-5. Probably we were the first state in the entire country to come out with a exclusive organic policy. So that when we came out with the policy, the main objective was to create awareness. Much more than anything else, we wanted to create awareness about the goodness of organic farming. So whatever the organic farming we call in Karnataka is nothing but the natural farming or the agroecological farming, what the world over calls it today. So I want to make it very clear, in Karnataka state, it was natural farming. Natural farming, when I say this, it's because it's all like input. We were mainly targeting, looking at ingrown, what in situ form of cultivation. We never like propagated anything like bringing a lot of things from outside, nothing like that. It was mainly in situ. So a lot of awareness was created. So by 2000, 2007, people would be knowing here, to a lot of awareness in Karnataka, and people were looking towards Karnataka, and everything was going on fine till the time we were supply driven. So the model was kind of supply driven. We had our organic villages, we had the awareness campaigns going on every year, and we had the santes. I was talking about santes. So we had this small santes in every taluka, maybe every district. So everything was going on fine. So then came the market pressure. So when there was so much of market pressure, then it becomes the consumer driven kind of a thing approach. I think there it was a little bit of a problem. So coming to your next question, it was building, no, I'll go to this successful regional. So that's when we thought that there are organic producers on one side of the state and there are consumers, but the lack was that building the gap. So that's when we came with the regional federations. So all these clusters of organic farmers, they were aggregated together to form regional federations. So these people are supported with all kind of requirements for the market, like supply chain, processing, storage, everything. So still now we see that. So when there's so much of pressure, on one side is the consumers, the other side are the producers. Though they're the regional federation, still there's lack of some kind of hiccups in between. So we can call it in terms of transparency. You can see in Bangalore, people are so much of awareness they have. They're happy on one side because organic producers are available in Bangalore, but then the trust factor comes in now. So we have also seen some of the people directly going on their own, getting the produce check, talking about adult trains, talking about other things. So one thing what we don't understand or we understand we are keeping quiet is that when we talk about organic farming, we are just talking about no pesticide. It's not so. All of us know that we should be talking about the water, we should be talking about the air, we should be talking about the neighboring plots. It all comes together when we talk about organic. So that's I was telling sir. So Department of Karnataka, we are mainly creating awareness. We don't want to get into the marketing. Marketing, yes, we have created regional federations, but not into the marketing in terms of buyback and all that. So we can create awareness, we can create linkages like this, and it is up to everyone should be socially responsible, up to the farmers and up to the people who are buying. And like the other gentleman sir was talking about, again now what I see is people more than the product, organic products in the market, they would want to go back, check the people behind the product. So they want to go to the villages, find the authenticity of that, and then buy the product. So that's why in a way I think we are going back again from where we started. They want to go back to the villages and buy. So there I think there's a lot of work to be done there on the transparency part of it. That all of us should be responsible and take it forward. That's all I want to say. So millets, I think it's been a little easy. Yeah. Oh, sir.
Hello, thank you. Nice you.
Now the showstopper has come.
No, I was just listening to you and I thought, let me make a point on these issues here. How do you create loyalty? How do you build consumer trend? See, what I'm seeing since the last about 10 years, we have been creating a lot of awareness. And normally that awareness is among the consumers. And as we know, ultimately demand-supply equilibrium is very necessary, whether it is organic or inorganic, anything. Today, unfortunately, what has happened? On the supply side, we have largely failed. All right, the reason is that one of the primary driver in the policy is that organic produce will get a premium price, right? And that is supposed to compensate for the yield losses. Now there are lots of studies across the world which show that there is certainly a yield penalty to be compensated, whether it is fruits, vegetables, cereals, everything, right? So I would say that now because of the premium price, now the organic produce is becoming a rich man's food. Millet is becoming a rich man's food. Alright, whereas if we are driving it as a health food, the people who require first is the poor people. We are actually now robbing Peter to pay Paul. That's what is happening. So the poor people, even in the white revolution, it is the poor who did not drink milk. We produce a lot of milk in our country. Per capita consumption of milk is still one of the lowest. And whatever milk is being consumed, it is all by the well-off, middle class and better off sections. And organic also is becoming like that. So so naturally there cannot be a loyalty. No, I know, but then we need that supply. Today, the lot of show that we created in Delhi last 1 year as a part of international fair, millet year, it was all for the, a lot of, it was all the hype in a sense. It became for the poor, rich man, and there is no supply commensurate with that. And whatever supply is being made, that is not standing the test of scrutiny. It is not standing the test of scrutiny. So we certainly, as we want to promote organic, we need to ensure that there is a demand-supply equilibrium. That will happen provided our scientists recreate a new hypothesis. See, today the entire hypothesis is that more inputs, more output. But whereas when you talk of organics, we are talking about less input and equally good output. But there is a penalty. So how do we now have new varieties that will give us fairly good or comparable yields? So we need to do a lot of research. our entire agriculture research system in our country and elsewhere has to reorient itself. And I believe that science has an answer. Science has an answer. If we found that we re-architected our crops to make it input-driven output, I'm sure we can further re-architect that dwarf varieties, to produce more of grains also along with the biomass. So I think science is their answer. So let us begin with science so that the comparable yields are not unfair and unfavorable. That is point number one. Second one is loyalty will build up provided there is a trust. I somehow feel that in our country we are not building that trust. And that is manifest in the absence of number of assaying labs. We don't have. Where are the assaying labs? For example, our own digital platform in marketing is not functioning because we don't have assaying labs. Unless you have assaying labs, how can there be digital trade, right? So we certainly need large number of assaying labs and also reference labs where we will be able to demonstrate to the consumers that this is organic, this is pesticide residue free, this is healthy, right? And then we will certainly have a loyalty. So I think this is the point. To sum it up, we need greater yield. That means low input sustainable agriculture, LISA, where the output is comparable to the agrochemically driven agriculture. Second one is that minimum we should be doing is integrated management in the sense testing of soils is very important. Because soils are the provider of the nutrients. See, we have given up that soil testing. After the first two cycles we did in 2015 to 17 and 17 to 19, soil testing has again come down. So I think we need to go back to soil testing. If we test the soils, then naturally the produce is going to be fairly healthy. And second one is the pesticide management. And water and soil testing, you are right, I agree with you, soil and water testing, and then pesticide. These are the three basic things that we need to look at, right? And testing all the time. Testing all the time and certifying it either by AgMark and FSSAI. These two do not have adequate manpower. So we need to have adequate manpower. So finally, as we create awareness among the people that they should go for healthy food, simultaneously we also need to ensure that supply is matching the demand. See, my own staff in my own office in Delhi, he would always tell me, he'll get a chapati for me one day. He'll tell, sir, this is from what I have reserved from my own family. So every farmer is doing that. A small portion he keeps where he grows for the family, and the rest he does it commercially, means without reference to the people's health. So I think farmers also need to be educated that if we are calling you annadatas and this is what you're doing, you become pesticide data, So we need fruits and vegetables, all leafy vegetables particularly. I think we now need to create responsible behavior among the consumers. Be honest. You please collect premium price, but be honest. I think we are not focusing on that, So these are some of the points that I wanted to. Thank you.
So, I of course,
Very quickly. Hi, Dalvesh sir.
So enjoy the conversation.
No, I want to pick up on the conversation here and say that, okay, I'm Rajiv, I work with GIZ, I look after natural resource management agroecology in Delhi. I think yield, we'll need to look at nutrition density. Because then the parameter of how many kgs of yield becomes irrelevant and the quality and content of nutrition becomes the basis. I don't think we are moving to that and therefore that will take care of the yield problem. But I also want to question this overall paradigm that we are carrying of the non-sinner having to prove that he is not a sinner. So we know all the food that we consume is poisoned. We don't ask for certification. But somebody comes and saying, I'm do no harm agriculture, I'm trying to be sustainable, and to that person we levy every possible certification requirement. I want to follow up on we talked about healthy food. And I think it's not about just creating loyalty, it's also about creating disloyalty. I think everybody should be asked to report on all critical aspects of what they're producing and selling, going a little beyond what we do in FSSAI, and then let people decide which is the healthier and affordable combination of both I want to take, because even organic is not a 0-1 digital movement. You can continue to be higher and higher and higher. So I think on this whole transition and this whole framing of healthier food, we need to allow people information about good and bad food. And that's not happening. So then there is this doubt. So I think one is yield to actual nutrition. And the second part is really questioning why should we force organic farmers or natural farmers only to be giving certification? Why shouldn't others have to certify that it's...
Because they're charging a premium.
The debate can continue. Okay, so people have to have dinners also. So Rajiv, thank you so much for coming in. I cannot say that there is a best part, like a lot of very insightful conversation. So big round of applause for all who contributed to this. We are almost 7:30. But I would request Lisa to just give your final comments.
You talk about Lisa. L-I-E-S-A.
Yeah, that's my, no, it's not my network, but very close in the name at least.
You manifest that.
Yes.
That's why we gave it.
Yeah, that's my authority. Yeah, I have the difficult task to summarize this discussion, and firstly very happy that the energy continued, and I think we could have continued on for a much longer time to deliberate around these issues. And I just try to capture some of the challenges that were raised, but I think then more focus on the solutions that came up and also some of the actions that were mentioned. So I think the biggest thing that I heard from a lot of the contributions on the question of trust or mistrust, the knowledge of labels, confusion of labels, transparency, and also, if it says organic, is it organic, and how do I understand that as a consumer? Questions of greenwashing and also different terminologies that are being around. What's the difference between natural, regenerative, etc.? So that was one big point that was being taken up. The lack of transparency, long value chains involving multiple intermediaries. So it's very difficult for a consumer to actually understand the product that I'm buying. Where is it coming from? How was it handled? What's the supply chain behind it? And have that kind of knowledge to then actually take a decision. Do I buy it or do I not buy it? And what may be certain implications if I buy that? We heard that there is a lot of policy level action and legal frameworks that are there, Consumer Protection Act, a lot of programs promoting organic, natural farming. However, there is some imbalance, if we say, at the whole support system that is there in the production side, in the marketing side, so where there is a whole very evolved system for the conventional produce, the support system for organic or other natural produce. This is still something that is evolving, and this may also then be resulting in certain price imbalances. We heard one other thing, I think that goes more deeper into the question of behavior change on the consumer level. So while knowledge and awareness may be one point, there are other aspects like convenience and also maybe the perception, me as a consumer, do I have the agency to change, or am I more passive that I'm kind of consuming what is there? I'm not really actually actively thinking about it and seeing myself as an active actor in food system transformation. Yes, coming, and then I think the very interesting point that you raised was around also maybe a question of justice, the expectation of organic products and then getting premium prices for it, and on the other hand, leading to the dynamic that this becomes a rich man's food for an urban middle upper class, and actually, resulting in other populations not having access to the healthier, affordable, the question of affordability. I think that's also one big point.
What Rajiv made, affordable and healthy.
Yes, absolutely. Coming to some of the solutions, I think there was a big consensus that there is a big role for technology and digital platforms in driving this consumer change. We heard some examples also in the presentation, the role of influencers, really directly building connections with consumers that can be strengthened. And what I found very interesting were the points that farmers can also create actually content, be influencers themselves, sharing about their production systems, and also that maybe government can learn from some of the creative solutions that are there in the private sector of how can awareness be raised. There was a lot of discussion about models for shorter value chains, developing local food as a brand, aspects such as direct marketing, ecotourism, a lot of examples were mentioned, and basically developing these relationships. I think there's a lot to learn from the Andhra Pradesh model, having connections to schools, hospitals, to procurement for temples. I think that's an interesting case to look at. I think one big point and also an immediate action is that we need approaches for strengthening transparency, so need for testing, accountability for a consumer to be able to kind of see if I'm buying from this company, how are they testing, maybe I also have availability of these kind of reports so that I actually have the power to understand how are these products being produced and what am I eating. Then public-private partnerships, some examples were mentioned. Also that, some of these would really need grant support by government or other kind of institutions to actually build these models for organic markets and other kind of thing. The word hotcom, which I still haven't understood, but I'll ask you later what this is exactly. And also on the government side, the point was raised, so this kind of collaborations with other kind of departments, like with the Department of Education, convergence of different schemes, can we really also push organic products and other agroecological products through such kinds of cooperation. I think action items, we had a big call for research that is needed, for testing that is needed, for transparency that is needed, but also really look at the innovative applications of technologies, of digital platforms, and I'm sure a lot more points that I haven't managed to cover from this round, but I'll close it here, and thank you all so much for staying for so long, and really enjoyed this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. May I have your quick attention, please, before you leave? Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Kirti, for gluing everyone. It was a hard day for all of us. And as you moderated, I'm very sure everyone has kept a track of time too, though we moved a little ahead of schedule. Huge shout out to everyone. I have few instructions to make. Tomorrow the buses will ply en route at 8:30 a.m. again to the seminar hall, to the conference venue. The closing will be at 1:30 tomorrow, and from 2 p.m. onwards, right after lunch, we have a guided tour to the conference through the entire venue and the hangars. All of you who are traveling out, please, you need to check out your rooms so that you check out on time. Tomorrow, maybe who has flights, you need to check out. Boarding passes, all of you international travelers, you need to send the soft copies of your boarding passes to us, to Komal. in GIZ, all of you traveling tomorrow again, please keep all your bills ready so that you can share it with Komal. The hard copies would be better. Please clear if you have any further dues on your room bills, except the food. All the other dues are to be borne by you. So please make sure that you clear your dues as you travel. I think it has been a wonderful day full of wisdom, day full of weaving stories, and it's really good. Please recharge yourself, be caffeinated when you come tomorrow so that we have good day. And we are geared to transform the agri-food system. So dream agroecology when you come tomorrow. Thank you. This side. Wait.